And welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham, and this is the Mike Graham Show, as you can see from the sign behind me. I'm delighted to say that I'm joined this morning for the first time in a long time in terms of looking at the papers and seeing what the stories are by my one and only mentor, influencer, and father figure, Mr. Donald Cameron MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod.
Thank you. That was very kind words for just so early in the morning. Totally opposite from what you were saying last night.
I know, it's funny because he was here yesterday. We were filming Plonk of the Week, and he and in fact you ended the show more or less yesterday. More or less the last, well, not completely, but almost the last guest before Father Calvin Robinson came on. And then last night we went out for what can only be described as a sort of bonding exercise.
Well, it was fantastic bonding.
It was great for us.
Yeah,
not so great for anybody else in the restaurant.
Yeah, we emptied. We cleared the room.
We did clear the room as we are wont to do. We met some nice guys from the cricket.
The cricket, Andy.
A guy called Dave.
A guy called Andy as well.
And a guy called Andy, and they were very funny. But then some other people who were not quite so happy with us.
No, your language was atrocious.
Who asked to leave. I don't think it was anything to do with my language. It was just.
No, they did say...
They thought we were a bit loud.
No, they did say in the way out, said, we apologise for being a bit loud. And they said, it wasn't being loud, it was the language.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, it was Andy in the cricket.
Yeah, I think it was me.
It wasn't us.
No, normally it would be me, but actually it wasn't me on this particular occasion. But it was very nice. We went to a local Indian restaurant. Fantastic food, really, really brilliant.
What is it? What the guys, the coriander?
Something like that, yeah. We try not to give away the names so that nobody knows where we are. That's
well, they all knew where we were.
Yeah, well, I know that. But anyway, welcome to 7:03 in the morning. I should point out that it has not escaped my notice that there's somebody on our Substack who continually keeps putting out the time that the show starts, because people are starting to get a bit obsessed with the fact that we're a bit late. We don't always start at 7 right on the butt, right? But I always say, look, if we had Edward Hughes doing the news at 7, we wouldn't start at 7 anyway. So maybe we should start doing Edward Hughes at 7. And then that way we can
start at 7:30.
Get over it. Well, let's put it this way. Yeah. Right? Coach is here, Elena's here. If you were to,
I think they should just wind their watch back 5 minutes.
What's wrong with them? If you turned up at the train station and it said, your train has been delayed by a minute, would you start going, this is outrageous? Absolutely.
I would, but the type of person that would, they just...
So anyway, if anybody's upset that we've started a bit late, my apologies, many apologies to you, because we've got so much going on, you see, because there are many stories that we have to address in the papers this morning. There's been all sorts of news that's happened in the last 24 hours, and we've got a great big show for you. Coming up, we've got Jamie Jenkins joining us, we've got Martin Davies, we've got Chris Morrison, Jean Hatchett's going to be here. Marilyn Hawes is going to be joining us.
Oh, fantastic.
Not in person, mind you. Lee Harris as well. Front pages this morning, it's all about liars. You've known a few liars in your time, as have I.
Yes.
This bloke called Jason R. Day, as I call him, an hard day's night. Right?
That's very good.
Honorary doctorate from St Mary's University in Twickenham. That's not even a university, is it?
An honorary doctorate.
Yeah. An honorary doctorate.
Okay.
And this is a guy who became the first black professor in Cambridge University's history. He's now resigned after about, 2 weeks worth of people saying, hang on a minute, you keep saying you've done this, you've done that, you've climbed Everest, you've given birth to 3 children, you've played football for the Brazilian World Cup winning team in 1970. The bloke is just a liar. I don't know why people keep going, oh yeah, but he's a really clever guy. He's done this.
He's a clever liar.
He's a liar. He's a liar. It's simple as that.
Just don't buy a car from him.
Yeah, you would not buy a car from him or a house. Front page of the Mail. Plagiarism professor resigns as Cambridge investigate. Just hours after a probe is launched, Jason R. Day quits, saying he needs time to heal.
Oh, for God's sake. He's lying. He's lying.
He doesn't need time to heal. He's been found out. And, he's a complete and utter scumbag, and, good riddance to him as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, 100%.
He's an absolute and utter disgrace.
I mean, as liars go, it's mild, but the thing is, he is a professor, or claiming to be a professor, What sort of examples that setting anybody? You know, not at all. You know, get rid of him, never have him back. You know,
right. But also,
him out.
the subtext to all of this is that the only reason that he got away with it for so long is because nobody questioned him. Because why? Because he's black. Right, and they were like, you know, isn't it great to have this first black professor? Isn't it amazing? And it's actually patronising, almost as though to say, well,
is he though? Is he lying about that?
He's definitely black. No, he's definitely black. Is he like, or is he lying about that? I mean, that's his picture. There you go.
I bet you know the amazing things that AI could do.
Well, it turns out he's not black, right? No, but I mean, the funny thing is, right, is that the sort of the this is why the story is a story. The powers that be were so keen to have him accepted because he was so intelligent and black.
I mean, did you not tell me a story? They claimed to be in a TV program. There was.
He claimed to be in 7 Up, which is that show that they did about people who they followed every 7 years to see how they got on. And it was started like 21 years before he was born. So, I mean,
were they going around following his dad then, were they?
Yeah, he was in it as an embryo. But, you know, the point is you go, well, hang on, why did nobody actually ask the question? Why did nobody go,
because they're that desperate to show how inclusive and diverse a nation we are.
Yeah.
You know, it's a disgrace.
And so because everybody gets given a sort of a different view depending on what colour is their skin, it's embarrassing.
Well, there's a lot of famous liars out there, isn't there? I mean, do we have a poll? This morning.
We've got a poll. Very good. See,
yeah, we've got a poll. See, I'm on the ball this
morning.
He's
very good at this. We've got a poll, I think. I don't know whether you've managed to get it up there
That's yet. Sleeping under the table in the studio last night.
But the poll says, because I did it earlier, hang on, let's see. What did I say? Yeah, the poll is, who is the biggest liar? Is it Gianni Infantino, the head of FIFA, right, who said that mistakes were made? He doesn't say who made the mistakes.
Yeah, he kicked the ball, and now he's claiming the ball says,
I'd give him a red card.
Oh, definitely, right? Get him away,
Jason Arday, of course, the professor. Nicola Sturgeon.
Your has got to be there. Nicola,
the woman who said that even though you could see the... what do you call it? The motorhome from space.
Yeah.
I wish you could.
What camper van?
There
you go. No.
There you go.
Well, actually, it's either no comment or what camper van, and she's started all again. You know, she's now blaming John Swinney. Saying that even though he led the SNP to a big, massive win there in the local election, she's saying. That he's basically lost the plot.
She's having to go with him
no, she's turning in everybody. She
really?
is a horrible, nasty woman. You know, I'll get more details
she's down
on it.
Here now, isn't she?
She's moved to London. It's cheaper down here. The tax is you're not paying as much tax down here, even though she ramped it up in Scotland.
How is she even making any money? What's her source of income?
By the way, the amount of misguided idiots out there.
eBay.
Hello. Not her name though. Not her name.
I've got this.
That was Mr. Murrow.
I've got this pepper grinder. How much is it? It's £2,000. You can have it for £1,000.
She's absolutely horrible.
What's going on with that?
I know, but she makes a lot of money in these book tours. All these misguided fools that want to hear her speak and see, hear about her life and all the injustices that she feels were done to her, which is an absolute.
Are there still people?
She should be, she should be ostracised. She lied all the way through, lied all the way up to now, and continues to do so.
Are there still people in Scotland though who are so misguided that they think she was done over? That they think that
it's not just
she was treated badly.
There's hundreds of thousands of them.
Really?
They just refuse to accept that Nicola anything could be wrong with her. But
that's amazing.
It's going to come up. I think it's next month. Our good friend Paul McManus is taking her to court. He's got.
We're going to try and get him on. Aren't we?
Yes, you need
if
to.
We can, with your help.
I reached out to him last night, but he's going to be. He's abroad just now, so when he comes back, definitely get him on. But I mean, this is a multi-million-pound case. Paul's assumed or taking on the case that Alex Salmon started. Malfeasance. What do you mean? Basically, she lied, and the civil service lied as well to frame him. And so Paul's taking this on and supporting the Salmon family, who basically were bankrupted or close to bankruptcy at the end of when he passed away.
Yes.
So good on Paul, and he's going to be, because it's a civil action.
They can't make it disappear, can they?
Yeah,
That's
no.
the good thing.
So it's going to be a big
No,
case.
that'd
I'm
be good.
really looking forward to that in September. You know, and then the truth will hopefully come out.
Yeah.
The police won't even release the
But the police,
the
it seems to me-
transcripts.
but the
you know.
police, it seems to me, in Scotland have been complicit with the SNP.
Yes,
because they've just gone along with what the government told them to do.
Well, they've
right?
been told to do that by the Lord Advocate, you know, and I'm sure, right, this is all allegations, but when asked to produce the police statement, they've turned around and said, no, we're not going to release Nicola Sturgeon's police statement. Everybody else's police statement's always there for, you know, for scrutiny and comment, but not Nicola Sturgeon. No. So this is going to be a very interesting case and highly damaging, I would hope, for Nicola Sturgeon.
We can only hope
you know,
so.
You know, so I would reckon she's the biggest liar.
Well,
you know,
I can give you an update on that because we've got the actual we've got the receipts, as they say. Let's have a look and see what the scores on the doors say. We've got at the moment who's the biggest liar. We've got on screen. There we go. We've got Andy Burnham coming up as the biggest liar. 46%. 33% Nicola Sturgeon coming in second. Infantino coming out well from this. He's only got 2%. People don't think he's as big of a liar.
A lot of people are going, Infant
Jason
who?
Arday.
Infant who?
Right. So how about this, right? This is Arday's statement. He says, it is with profound sadness that I write to resign with immediate effect from my position at the University of Cambridge and Jesus College. Yeah, well done. Very kind. He says, the response from so many people across the world was overwhelming. There's another lie. Thousands celebrated not simply my appointment, what it represented, also another lie. Right, everything he says now is a lie. It has been the privilege of my life to teach my students, to learn alongside them, and to witness their curiosity, kindness, and ambition. Another lie. Sadly, the years since my appointment have also been marked by an unrelenting level of public scrutiny and personal attack.
Oh dear!
What? Sorry, he's a liar.
What a shame! Oh, deadums.
I mean, what on earth is he going on? I've tried to continue because I believe deeply in the values of higher education, in rigorous scholarship, and in the transformative power of universities. Liar! Right? And he says, I've tried because of my students, my colleagues, and the countless people who have written to tell me that my journey gave them hope. Liar! But there comes a point when the personal cost becomes too great. Liar! Right?
So many of you done it so far. The 10 of them, the whole article is liar.
Because we've all known people like this, right? Who just tell lies consistently. And after a while, if you're in business with them, or you're, married to them, or you're in some way, related to them, and you just think, I'm sorry, you've told me so many lies in the past, and why would I believe you now?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Cry wolf, eh?
I will return stronger, wiser, and with the same determination that has always defined my journey.
Liar!
Liar! For now, however, I ask only for understanding, for compassion, and for the space to begin again.
Piss off.
But, exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, get them to.
Yeah, get to.
As we would say.
We're not interested. We don't care. And also, the thing that really annoys me is not so much that he is a liar, which he is, but the fact that he was accepted into this kind of gilded school of sort of supposedly intelligent people because they were so frightened of him being black that they couldn't in any way question any of the things that he said that he'd done. There's some of the things that he said that he's done are a joke, as you say. I mean, the most fantastical life story ever told. A pig's head, a litany of medical disasters and superhuman feats, chapter by chapter, how Oxbridge's youngest black professor has just told more stories that are untrue than anything in the history of time, right? How about this? What's this? The youngest black professor in Cambridge history publishes his life story next month. It's an astonishing tale of how he couldn't speak, couldn't read, couldn't write during childhood, yet rose to academic heights while raising millions for charity and once running 600 miles in 12 days. That's what he said he did, right? He said that he'd run in these marathons. What? He said he'd run 600 miles in 12 days. He claimed that he worked for this...
Is that not a Guinness World Book of Records?
The Guinness World Book of Records talking bollocks. He then said that one of the things that he did was that he worked for this water... these adverts that you see on TV, fix up a water pipe in the middle of Africa, right? WaterAid, I think it's called. And he said he worked for WaterAid in some African country. WaterAid came out and said, we never give people jobs in Africa, we just don't do it. So that was just made up, right? He said that he ran in all these, superhuman marathons. which he also didn't do.
That's a belter, though, isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, you would know about this guy years
you'd think
ago.
so. You know, yeah. Also, I invented penicillin. Did you? No,
Liar.
Actually, no, liar. You know, but you know, it's like that one when you come home at 8 o'clock in the morning, and and your wife goes, "Where have you been?" I was running in a marathon. Were you? No.
No, mine was. What time is it? What time is it? 4:30. Yeah, every time 4:30.
Yeah.
That would be like 5:30.
Yeah, I lost track of the time.
I've lost my watch.
Yeah, I lost my watch. I found it up. I can't say where I found it anyway. But it's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. And the scandal, really, as I say, is of the people who just didn't ask the questions. And just allowed him to become this character.
You know, when somebody puts their CV in front of you, you know, for a job like that.
Some great ones coming in here. Look, you ran further than Forrest Gump, says Robert. Michelle says, I bet he's an astronaut. You know, he probably is. He's been to the moon. Oh yeah, and a broken leg. That's right.
He had a broken leg, didn't he?
When he ran the.
Has he got legs?
Yeah, he's got legs. When he ran the 600 miles, he apparently ran the last 12 miles or something with a broken leg. And you're just going to go. I think you probably asked the odd question.
Something not adding up. What, did he do that in 10 days as well?
Yeah, exactly. Diversity hire, says Narky Spark. Yeah, absolutely right. What was he teaching? Yeah, he swam up Niagara Falls with a barrel on his back. Actually, that could be really funny. You know, let's come up with some more things that he's claimed to have done. You know, climbed Everest in 2 days.
Oh, you know. Hey, it's a small step for man. It's a giant step for mankind. You'd be the one coming out on the moon, couldn't
he? Went to the moon. Actually, funnily enough, it will not come as any surprise to you, right? Because I saw this a bit earlier. It turns out that he was quite well connected to the Labour Party, right? According to Guido Fawkes, he shadowed Labour frontbencher Rosina Allen Khan through Operation Black Vote in 2017. He stood as a Labour Council candidate in 2018.
Now, this is true, what you're saying.
These are true stories. He was brought on as a patient of a charity run by Lucy Powell's new special advisor. So, you know, again, not only is he a liar, not only is he a fantasist, but he's also a supporter of the Labour government. Funny that.
Oh, man.
You know.
What are you trying to say there,
I'm
mate?
saying that they're all liars, basically. And by the way, how about this story? This is in the Telegraph.
It's Walter Mitty, isn't it? I mean, that is really what
it is.
It's total Walter
But it's
Mitty.
embarrassing. Should we have a couple of super chats? Elena, what do you think? Let's do a couple of super chats. Because we've got some other really good stories around today this morning. This one from Simon Kilford. Thank you, Simon. Very kind. Another 10 quid. And he's been going mad this last couple of weeks, this Simon. Been giving us like 50 quid here, 50 quid there.
Hey, I've been watching that.
Very nice of him. Very kind.
I'll give you my bank details. You can send it to me instead.
No, don't give your bank details out. Remember what happened last time?
Well, I'm chairman, so I should be looking after the funds.
What are you chairman of?
You.
Oh yeah. How is he the chairman?
Push gave me that title. Push gave me that title yesterday.
What's my title? What do I get?
Because you're just Mike.
Come on, you. All right. I want to do Plonk of the Week with Mike and Donald, says Laura Jane. And Charlotte.
You don't.
Great show as always. Yeah, you're very welcome to, Laura Jane. Maybe we should do that. We should have the occasional kind of, invite somebody in, a listener in, a viewer.
Yes, I think definitely. That'd be a good laugh. I mean, but what?
We'll end up in that local
I can't
Indian
believe
restaurant.
that you cleared up the desk from last night.
Well, I take no part in that. Elena came in this morning, very businesslike. She said, "Look, I know that you had this plan to have all the booze there."
Yeah, and Donald to arise from the mess.
But she said, actually, not very professional that. So she just got rid of it, and I couldn't argue with her. We
never claimed to be professional last night, did we? Jesus, come on.
We're running a professional business now, and we have to behave ourselves.
How long did the Plonk of the Week last yesterday?
About an hour and 20, I think.
Did we bring it in time, or were we too?
Well, I don't know. Was it about an hour and 20?
An hour and 15.
And it hasn't been corrupted, so the good news is hopefully it will actually go out.
By us.
Right. Hopefully it will go out at 7 o'clock on Saturday night, which is, by the way, my birthday. We didn't say that, we forgot to mention it. It's a birthday plonk of the week, because Saturday's my birthday.
And Saturday?
Yeah.
I knew it was coming up.
Will you still be here? No, you're going back.
No, I won't be back.
You're not
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mike. Happy Happy birthday to you.
I nicked this from you.
But he's a jolly good fellow.
Thank you. Anyway, listen, some really other big stories around about what's going on this morning, including, of course, the ability to talk about some of the big showbiz stories that are going on. Sabrina Carpenter is going to play Wembley. We might ask you about some of your recent history with Oasis and all the rest of it.
Oh, yeah.
But there were some bad news stories yesterday that we need to talk about. One of them is about Wes Streeting, who it turns out has been taking money from somebody who is connected to a crypto billionaire.
Oh, imagine that.
Doesn't that sound familiar now?
Yeah.
Where have I heard that before? Oh, yeah. That's where Nigel Farage has been given an awful lot of criticism. Because apparently getting money from crypto billionaires is a bad thing.
Is that not front page in any of the papers?
It's the front page of the Telegraph. Unless you're Wes Streeting, apparently it's a terrible thing. But nobody's really making a big deal about it. But Wes Streeting, who is now the Secretary of State for Defence, has been taking money from an organisation which is otherwise known as
there you
Crypto
go,
Billionaires. Have you found it?
£30,000.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, 30,000 quid. Very nice, isn't it?
Well, if you're going to go for it, you should go for the 5 million.
The other story came out yesterday about Yvette Cooper, who's taken over £1 million from a pharmaceutical company that was involved in COVID and all the rest of it. And I sort of jokingly said, surely there should be a standards committee investigation into this. People were going, no, she's declared it, you idiot. And I'm like, do you not actually see...
There was a link with him, with the COVID.
Yeah. Do you not see the irony of all of these people? Because what's allowed to be done is way far and away worse than whatever Nigel Farage has done, right? Because Nigel Farage has taken this money, he's had it as a gift. People are going, why? What's the influence that they're peddling?
Whether it's Nigel, whether it's Michelle Moan, say, they all pile in and say
but
that's terrible. But when it's them,
but also what you can do legally is actually worse, right?
So basically,
she's taking money from a pharmaceutical company, which is bound to want some kind of influence in government. But she's apparently not going to be questioned about that because that's okay.
But it's okay, we're all above board because, I'm the cabinet and, I'm helping run the country. So I'm also helping line my own pockets and, filling them up, noses in the trough, the lot of them,
in the trough, absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Now, according to the front page of The Guardian, the NHS has been told to prepare for an annual heatwave crisis. What, you mean summer?
Exactly.
Summer.
I'm sick of these stories. I'm getting pulled from pillar to post, obviously, with the campsite up in Scotland still
what's
being
the latest
closed.
on that?
Oh, it's still closed.
Still closed.
We found another wee sort of hot spot up near Abernethy, It's 300 feet under the ground, but, it might ignite, It might even cause a volcano. But, so... We'll just keep it shut just now, but hopefully today we'll get good news that we can move the cordon beyond my campsite.
Do they not have any sort of duty of care to you as a businessman?
Well, yes and no. The first and foremost, the duty of care, which I get because the fire was rushing towards the camp, is safety of your customer.
Yeah, of course, you don't want people bursting into flames.
You don't want human torches running through.
As long as you get them to pay up first, though.
But
it doesn't matter.
It's typical, these sort of things, as we saw with the Union Street fire in Glasgow. Yes. Or I think more relevant was the art school fire. It takes them a day and an age to come up with any compensation.
Yeah, right.
And they sort of try and push that further and further back. So at the moment, I think there's 7 businesses affected. Mine is the biggest in the area, other than the government-owned Cairngorms.
But also, they say that you're the only one, or the main one affected. But also, there will be other places like restaurants,
the pub next
hotels,
door.
the pubs,
all
of those places.
The cafes were all affected. And right away, yes, get the pay, as we did, get the staff, get the customers out, make sure they're safe and nobody's harmed.
Yeah.
But at the same point, somebody in government should be saying, don't worry.
We'll look after you.
We're going to help.
We'll take
There'll
care.
be a compensation package looked at and agreed. Yeah. It's not your fault. It's, but we're there to help. We're there to help the local business. We're there, to help the area. But, it's always a day and an age before they come up with that, if they do indeed come up with it.
Because there's no urgency, because they are nothing to do with business. They don't understand business. They don't get it. I mean, there's a piece on the front page of the Telegraph today where it says the national debt has now risen above £3 trillion. Right?
Wow.
Labour is borrowing, get this, £4,000 per second. £4,000 a second.
Good
It's
when you
any
can get
wonder.
it.
It's any wonder they don't understand business, and they don't understand what you do, don't understand what we do, don't understand what anybody does.
What has been? Do we know the difference between that and when the Tories were in? Because there was a legacy
They were
debt,
not good either, but no, they're borrowing more money than the
more
Tories
money
did.
than ever, and it looks as if that's
Do you
going
remember when they came
going to
in?
increase.
Do you remember when they
again?
came in and said that they discovered that there was this like £15 billion black
Black hole.
right? Which turned out to be not only untrue, but turned out to be something they knew about before. They've now made the black hole bigger. You know, Rachel Reeves basically took a great big spade and kept digging it and digging it and digging it. And they've been borrowing something like 20 to 25 billion pounds a month ever since they've been in.
And they're going to do it. It's going to continue to rise. You know, as the employment rates, kicks in more and more. It's affecting business. But
According
it's
to the
costing a
Taxpayers
fortune.
Alliance and our friend William Yarwood, who works down there, Big Willie, according to them, the public debt has now tipped over the historic mark in recent days, where they've actually been forced to borrow more than they were ever expected to do. And this is the highest amount of money that's ever been owed by any government in this country, ever.
Yeah, and you guess who pays for it?
We do.
Yeah, and so our taxes are going to go up.
Now, national debt is out of control, according to John O'Connell, Chief Executive of Taxpayers Alliance. If Andy Burnham is serious about ushering in a new economic model, he should do it without creating a bigger bill for our children and our grandchildren to pay off. Because I don't know about you, but we've done all right in life, right? You and I, we've maybe lost a few quid here, we've made a few quid there. We may have wasted some
Really?
money.
Just a few quid?
May have wasted some money over time. But, we've been okay. But I do seriously, I worry about my kids' fortune. I worry about what they're going to be doing.
Well,
what job are they going to be doing? Your kids are more or less the same age as mine, right? You worry about what's the world going to be like for them?
It's going to,
right? In the next 10 years.
They'll be worried. I mean, we're worrying about them, and they'll be worrying as well. Once their taxes, really start going up, because you can't give away all this free stuff, and it's just not on free bus travel, free rail travel.
Have a free car.
There's a cost to everything, and they're going to be lumped with it. But more for our sort of generation, we're getting higher taxes. The pensions are getting. Going to get clattered.
Your pension's going to get clattered,
The inheritance tax, all this sort of smooching.
Do you know what happens to me next year? I mean, I don't really want to admit this, Elena, but I'm slightly older than Donald. I will qualify for a pension as of January of next year.
You're older than me, aren't you?
Only by a few months. There are times when you and I are the same age.
All right.
Right, if you remember.
So I don't get my pension until 68. And,
oh, really? So I'm 67, I get mine.
Oh, who's that?
So you're in the next category.
See that it used to be 65.
I know.
Or 60 or
I know. I know.
And you're going, oh, well, I mean, what is it anyway?
It's bugger all. It's 11,000 a year.
Yeah, a couple of
Because I had to look it up. It's 11,000 a year. I'm like, great.
A few cups of coffee.
I mean, crikey. A couple of,
but that's just going to increase. As people live longer, they're just going to increase that. This care home thing that he's talking about, Burnham, that is going to cost. We'll put another $1 trillion on that, and it still won't be fixed.
And you'll still take all your money to put yourself into a care home.
But up in Scotland, whatever's happening here. We'll be way ahead of you in debt up there because our taxes are already had the highest.
Didn't you have what was the front page story of the Scottish Daily Mail that you showed me earlier on this morning?
Where we go. It was the prisoner's release.
Yeah,
wasn't
the prisoner's release.
Fury over SNP plan to let sex attackers walk free.
Fantastic.
They really know what they're doing here.
As it turns out, and I said this yesterday, and I think this will be a massive story going forward for the next sort of several weeks and months, is this early release thing. Front page of the Times today, grooming gang abusers are set for early prison release.
See, it's a disgrace.
He promised that grooming gang scumbags would not be given early release. He also promised that the killers of PC Harper would not be given early release.
That is absolutely appalling.
And now they're all getting released. They're all coming out, right?
And now we're talking about
people.
Sex attackers in Scotland. They're going to be doing it. Scotland did this in 2024. 400 odd prisoners were released, and then it followed up another 800 or something were released last year. And they're meant to be non-violent and non-sex crime, crimes in prisoners
Yes.
released, 40% of their sentences being served. But now they're changing the rules.
Also, why?
Because the prisons are busy. I'm sorry, there's army camps, put them, surround them with barbed wire, shove them in there.
Put them in, absolutely.
No, but as I said I think to you yesterday, they're ideologically opposed to locking people up.
Yeah, it's true.
Thinking that everybody is nice.
Yeah.
But not everybody is nice.
No.
There are brutal, evil people out there that, from the day they're born to the day they die, they're never going to change.
No, they're never going to change. Exactly right. We've got a clip. Let's play it. This is Alex Davis Jones, who I think is a junior minister in the supposedly Justice Department, right? This is her explanation of why they're doing what they're doing with these prisoners.
Smash the gangs and try and get...
How many gangs have you smashed?
Well, we've stopped tens of thousands.
But how many gangs have you smashed?
And we want number 4. Sorry. Which is Alex Davis Jones.
We're delaying the scheme from coming into effect by a month as well to allow more time for a victims' helpline to be set up.
Yes, I've seen this. Victims will receive £10 million of funding for a new national helpline.
Yes, this is
Minister,
extra.
They don't want a phone call, Minister. They want the killers of their family members locked up behind bars.
Yeah, and I wish we had the prison capacity to prevent them from being eligible for early release.
There are 2,000 people in prison for miscellaneous crimes against society, things like perverting the course of justice, perjury, bail offences, things like that. Can't they be? Why aren't they being released early? Why are violent criminals being released early and they are not?
So she says that it's all right because if you're a victim of crime and maybe one of your family members have been murdered, they're going to give you a helpline to ring. What is going on?
They don't have the answers. None of them seem to have the answers when it's staring them in the face, and it has been doing that for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Just, or even longer. They should have been building prisons way back. The crisis was there.
They should have been, the Tories should have been doing
an oncoming train.
Absolutely,
you could see it, and they just stood there and did nothing.
Right.
And continue. We'll pass it on. The next government can deal with it. The next government can deal with it. And now we do have this massive crisis. And, it's the victims of crime here who... Your heart goes out for them, the policeman's widow and their family. They must be appalled.
It's awful.
They're just awful.
Because the only thing, I've been fortunate, I suppose, in life so far that I haven't been the victim of any terrible crime, and neither is anybody that I know. But if you were, and if somebody had murdered your wife or your child or your husband, whatever. You would want to at least hope that the person that did it was caught and punished properly and not let
executed.
out. Well, you might even ask for that, but what you certainly wouldn't want is for them to be back out walking around in the community, which is why the story about the grooming gangs is even worse, right? The Times newspaper has identified a number of cases of men who were convicted of assaulting children in Bradford, but because many of the offences took place before anti-grooming laws were introduced in 2003, they were charged with indecent assault. So they're coming out as a result of the minor nature of the charge.
And every one of them should be back in court getting charged properly.
Having them
heinous crimes.
You know what they should be getting? Castrated.
Yeah, definitely.
Either chemically or with a couple of bits of rock.
No, pliers.
Yeah, pliers. Absolutely. Yeah,
get them nuts.
We are probably considered to be dinosaurs and nasty people and horrible right wing.
You're talking
bigots.
about.
No, if you've raped a child, I'm sorry. You should have every piece of information and ability to rape anybody taken away from you. And if that involves cutting your knackers off, let's do it.
Yeah, and the grooming gang scandal, they all denied, was it not Sadiq Khan? He denied.
He said there weren't any in London.
In London, turns out there's...
Metropolitan Police are now investigating thousands of cases.
Yes, exactly.
Because again, guess what? We forgot to put him on the list. He's another bloody liar.
Total.
Sadiq Khan. Why is he not on the list?
How many names could you put on that list? Have the viewers come up with
well, actually, we haven't asked. But why don't we ask for more names of more liars so that we can read them out? What have we got, Elena, on the poll? Should we have a quick look and see what people are saying? Andy Burnham's still the biggest liar in the world. bigger than Nicola Sturgeon, Jason
He can't
Arday,
win at the moment.
and
He just can't
Gianni.
win. Not in this show. That's
Well,
for sure, isn't it?
the other thing is he's still on holiday, right? He went on holiday yesterday.
Liar.
We
No, he's
liar.
not. No, he's not.
We don't know where he's gone. But I'm amazed that I bet you that there will be people in the Westminster bubble who know, but they won't tell us.
Oh, he's going to tell
because we don't need to know.
But do you think Andy Burnham's the type that goes abroad for his holiday? Or,
Yes.
Yes.
I think he'll be in Lord Ali's, holiday
In
home
the
in the
enclave
south of
somewhere, you know.
Spain or somewhere like that, or the south of France. Because you remember when...
Not like Boris Johnson with a tent
No.
blown about.
Well, the great thing about... Well, do you remember when he nearly got swept out to sea? It was great. But what's his name? Starmer. Do you remember when Starmer took his kids to Madeira and then he jumped the queue?
Did he?
To get onto this ride, which was taking kids down the hill, and everyone went, "He's such an idiot." And everyone went, "That's Keir Starmer. Why is he jumping the queue?" And of course, it made it into the papers because he was jumping the queue. And the reason he jumped the queue was probably because security people said we can't really stand in the queue. But he was absolutely got pelters for it,
Imagine having to go on holiday with Keir Starmer as a security detail. You'd be just head and hands.
You would.
My God.
Imagine going anywhere. Do you know what's really funny though is the fact that everybody's forgotten about Starmer already. Nobody talks about him. Nobody talks about him. Yeah, but nobody talks about him. Nobody. I mean, I can't remember the last time somebody mentioned his name.
Keir who?
Yeah, they go, who? What? What did he do? I mean, he was a pretty good liar as well. Alistair Campbell, there's the name for him.
He's famous, isn't he?
He's one of the biggest liars of all time.
Yeah,
Starmer's resignation speech takes some BC for lying, says Barry. Ed Miliband, he's a liar. Yeah, that's true.
100%. The wanker of Westminster.
Yeah, will he be visiting Lord Ali's bunker, says David. Yeah, maybe. Maybe somebody, Robert says, maybe Andy Burnham's gone to Scotland as it's right up north, very possibly. It's too far north for him. Yeah, it's very funny. A couple of other stories to tell you about. BBC has lost 750,000 listeners in a year. This is because it's Rayard Day, which used to always be a big deal when I was at Talk, because you'd wait for the results to come in. They will no doubt be massaging their figures, which they've been doing ever since I left. Because apparently, after I left, despite the fact that I created 50% of their output, their figures went up. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure that's not some kind of, jiggery-pokery that you've done with the figures? But I wish them well. I wish them liars. Yeah, I wish them well. But also, ITV is starting a new wildlife show, according to The Sun. This is I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. But in the same vein, what it's going to be is, where are we? Yeah, it's going to be called I'm a Celebrity, The Wild Frontier.
Oh, God.
It's going to be filmed in Canada. This is where you say to yourself, a bit like Holly Willoughby and her crappy show on YouTube, this is not going to work, is it? It's going to be, it's the end of regular TV.
Well, are they getting dropped right in the heart of the
Well, apparently it's Rio Ferdinand and his wife Kate are going to be in it together. Yeah.
Well, will there be grizzly bears,
Hopefully.
Zodiac bears,
Maybe they'll eat them.
about, cougars.
Cougars, yeah. There's bound to be some of that.
Guaranteed none of that will be there, There'll be a few midges and that's it.
Yeah. ITV are still, this is where you go, look, would you stop with this ridiculous PR bullshit, right? ITV are still in talks with some other brilliant names and the show promises to be an absolute spectacular. No, it doesn't. It'll be crap.
Yes.
It's just like every other show they do.
To be fair, I'm a Celebrity, Get Out of Here. There has been some funny, great moments,
Yeah, but it's fading away, isn't it? It's fading away.
It's like the Traitors series,
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no way, I've watched the last one, I thought, very good. You get upset, you get angry.
See, I don't watch any of that stuff. I just don't bother.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're a busy man. But I enjoyed the last series. I didn't watch the Alan Carr one, the Celebrity one, but the one I wouldn't watch is that Alan Cummins.
Oh God, no!
God,
he's not.
He gives you the total book.
He does.
Guy.
He should be excommunicated as a Scotsman.
And he said,
the Scottish nation should go. You know what?
Guess who he's best friends with?
Nicola Sturgeon.
Yeah. Honest to God, I don't know how anybody can watch that and get any enjoyment out of it. I would love great to just put him on and then shoot an exercise.
I know, shocking.
Flying,
Now look, we've got to move on. So what are we doing later? What's happening today? Are we having some more meetings?
Well, only
I'm
if
not
you're
sure I can do another one.
Yeah, that was funny. That was
Elena wants to
I
have another
hate
meeting.
meetings. I hate meetings. I mean, I wish it was at that meeting that we had there.
No, I don't know.
You said
I only
that.
said
Elena,
that.
did you say that or not?
Yeah, because I didn't mean it though. I was
right,
lying.
you were lying.
I was lying.
Well, I'm going to...
Just call me Jason.
Well, I'm actually...
What are you doing?
Well, I'm meeting... I'm going to hang about here,
Right.
just shouting for the
All right.
background.
You've been on with Kelvin McKenzie later.
Yeah, and I've got Kelvin,
Yeah, okay.
and then I'm meeting Liz Truss.
Oh, right.
Apparently,
Oh, you're doing an interview with Liz
yeah,
Truss?
she wants to meet me. Yeah.
Very good. That'll be good. She's great, Liz. She comes and does her podcast
that,
here.
I don't know. I don't really know what the times are. Maybe just go back to the hotel,
Yeah.
and then we're going to meet up.
And we'll meet up later.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Because
You
I've
know,
got to go home after this.
Yes.
But should we have like an early dinner or something?
Another one.
Yeah. Only
you
this
did
time
last night.
we tried not to clear the restaurant. Elena should come as well, if you want to come out for another dinner.
I had 2 meetings with Donald yet.
2 meetings. Yeah. One was a production meeting. The other one not so productive. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good. So there is a plan.
We won't be going local here, or will we going somewhere?
We'll go Borough Market maybe.
Go to the Italian.
Or you want to go? We go to the Italian.
The Italian or that place, I like that.
I like the Italian.
Depending on the weather, if the sun's out, I like that place we sit outside.
Black and blue. That's nice.
Blue,
Yeah, we can do a
good.
bit of that. But I quite fancy some veal escalop.
A veal escalope.
Veal escalope.
Veal escalope.
I think we might have
So
to
we're
do
going to the
that.
Italian.
I think we should. Yeah. All right. So what? 5ish? Something like that.
Yeah, but I'm hanging about. So
No. I don't mean I'm not going to see
Yeah,
you.
but 5ish.
But I'm just trying to get it in my head what I'm doing.
Right.
Because I need to. No. First.
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
Because I have got.
5 o'clock.
We're actually live on the air.
Finish at 9. Finish at 9.
Finish at 9, yeah.
9. Lie up.
This is what I have to put up with. This is what I have to put up with. Anyway, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, mate.
It's good to see you, man.
And happy
And
birthday,
thank you.
mate. Go.
Thank you very much indeed. Donald Cameron Cloud of the Cloud,
the
Cloud
Cloud.
over there. And coming up, we've got some more super chats, shall we do? Go on then, let's have a look. Yeah. Here's one from Edoman. Guten Morgen from Berlin. Love the show. JK, yes, lovely. Where? Guten Morgen indeed. This one from Cookie Boy. Arde was a founding member of the Fabian Society. Well, I don't think he was a founding member of it because it started before he was born. I think that's the joke, isn't it? Or maybe that's the joke you're making. Eiderman says, tear down the Berlin Wall, obviously.
Happy birthday.
That's what he... Ah! Oh, he's such a bastard. He does this all the time. He makes me... It's a nervous wreck he's got me. Look, he's got it in my water as well, you
I got
dickhead.
so scared, I pressed the wrong
Oh, man. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. He's been doing this all my life, right? For years he does it. Where are we? Laura Jane, thank you very much indeed for that. What else we got? Mr. Woodward. Chris Whitty is a liar, along with Professor Pantsdale, Neil Ferguson. Yeah, very true. 2 massive liars. How about Boris Johnson? He's one as well. Panda says, over the last 20 years, government should have been building prisons, reservoirs, roads and defence, but they have spaffed the money away on immigrants and welfare. Very true. And what else? Is that it? We should probably have some news, shall we? We've got Lee Harris coming up. But before we get to Lee, let's have some news with Edward Hughes.
I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their 3rd child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transactions. transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, you know, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. This is the Mike Graham Show, 7:46. We're here all the way through until 10 o'clock when it's time for, of course, Kelvin McKenzie on UK Live Online. And we're going to be following him up with Ellie Hodges. Is it Ellie Hodges today, I think? She's doing a show, isn't she, between 12 and 1? Is that right?
I think it's Friday.
Is it? Are you I think it's today. This is why we need, you know, despite the fact that you've had 2 production meetings with Donald McLeod, you don't know what's actually coming up. You know, I think there may be something wrong with the way you've structured those meetings.
Yeah, that was getting addressed just a little bit.
Can we not? Yeah.
I think it's Friday.
Yeah. Can we not? You know? Can we not? Anyway, but listen, we're building this brilliant brand, right? UK Live Online. We're getting great people to come on. Lee Harris is my next guest, and apparently this is the first of many regular slots that he's going to have at this particular time. What's going on with my tie, by the way? Was it? People always say to me it looks a bit weird. Yeah, straighten it up. Lee Harris, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Is this right? I'm told that we have to announce. In fact, I've got it. What have I got here? Where is it? Here we are. Here we go. Lee Harris, every single week, every single Thursday, he's going to be here at approximately 7:40. I know we're slightly late. Is that what we're doing?
Apparently so, Mike. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Congratulations.
I'm glad to be a part of such an amazing show.
Listen, so pleased to see you. Now, the only problem you've got is that the government apparently is borrowing £4,000 a second. So by this time next week, I'll ask you to work that out in your head. We're going to be a lot more poor than we are now, because the amount of money they're borrowing is simply ridiculous, isn't it?
It's absolutely nuts. So I don't know if everyone remembers, I'm sure you do, because it's imprinted on my brain, is the 20 billion black hole. Well, I think they've managed to get that up to about 80 billion.
Well, they've been creating a £20 billion black hole now every single month that they've been in. They borrow 20+ billion every single month.
And where's the outrage? I mean,
I know.
Do you remember when we had all of this, you know, at the start, where Rachel Reeves was saying how serious it was that we had this 20 billion black hole? I mean, she even massaged the figures, if I remember correctly. And I think this is the head of the OBR had to resign eventually.
Right.
For exposing the truth.
Yeah.
You know, of course, you
for
must
leaking the actual real budget details, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, this wasn't something that we didn't see coming. You know, everyone warned at the start that when we got a Labour government, it'd be, you know, tax and spend and borrowing. It's exactly what's happening. Honestly, I know we've said this before. I think we're probably going to end up going cap in hand to the IMF. I can't see. Apparently, a lot of this borrowing is going to be for infrastructure spending. You know, there is something to that. Don't get me wrong. But is the economy in the right shape to get that kind of growth that we need across the business sector? I'm not convinced.
No.
I've tried.
No, but also whenever you hear those words, they all sound like good words. I mean, Andy Burnham is now going to prove himself to be the Prime Minister of sort of, you know, indicative behaviour. Like, he says what he's going to do. He talks a good game. Things like infrastructure spending. And you go, oh, right, well, that's good. What does that sounds good. What does that mean? It means we're going to be building railways, you know, building roads, building, you know, infrastructure in nuclear power. We're going to be building shipyards. No, they're not going to do anything like that. What they're going to do is they're going to give more money to local council, who are going to waste it and shove it up the back end of their arses in order to pay for their pensions. That's what's going to happen to the money. We're not going to have, you know, the gleaming white infrastructure of new trains or, you know, incredible planes or anything like that. What we're going to have is just a load more bureaucrats, a load more meetings, and a load more bloody wastes of money, quite frankly, going nowhere.
That's exactly what's going to happen. We all know it. We've seen it happen before, and of course, I don't think there's a single person in the UK that believes that Labour are going to be competent with the economy. And we've seen it under Rachel Reeves. I mean, every single policy Rachel Reeves brought out while she was Chancellor was damaging for the economy. I run a small business. I speak to businesses regularly. Some of them don't exist anymore, Mike, because they couldn't afford to pay the national insurance hike. They were already struggling. It might have been a bit easier for these businesses to soak up if we weren't already the highest tax that we've ever, we've been since the Second World War. Businesses have been already really struggling. They've just come out the other side of, balancing their sheets after COVID. COVID was an absolute nightmare for businesses. What they were doing is holding back their spending. So nobody was spending any money because they just didn't know what was going to happen. There's so much uncertainty in the market. And then when Labour got in, there was a small period. Okay, so towards the last year of the Conservative Party and just at the beginning of the Labour Party in their first sort of 6 months, I did notice that the market was shifting a little bit in quite positively. So things picked up a little bit basically, and that was across the board, not just with me. Across but it's now sort of slipping back into this massive uncertainty. And as I say, I think we've got the highest rate of businesses going bust for many, many years. I do not trust Labour to get this right. The only bright side of this, and I know we've talked about this before, the only sort of positive of this, if you really squint, is this could bring about an early election. If there is a financial crisis and we have to go cap in hand to the IMF, I know Labour have a large majority, but we could see a vote of no confidence, and we could see something dramatic happen, or we could see Andy Burnham, I don't know, get ahead of it and try and call an early election. I still think that the chances of an early election are increased.
Absolutely. We've got a poll going out at the moment, which is incredible to me, the way that it's actually going, because we asked the question, given all the publicity around Jason R. Day, the professor, the fake professor, I suppose we should call him. I'm surprised he's not working in government. Who's the biggest liar in the world, right? Is it Gianni Infantino is actually bringing up the rear. Only 2% of people think he's a liar. Jason R. Day, biggest liar of the week, is on 18%. Nicola Sturgeon, a special mention from Donald McLeod, 33%. Andy Burnham comes in as the biggest liar in Britain on 46%. And this is amongst some pretty high ranking company, right? Because according to the piece in the Telegraph today, Professor Jason R. Day, who resigned from University of Cambridge, claimed to have published a book which he hasn't published. Right, but Burnham is still a bigger liar than he is.
It doesn't surprise me in the slightest, to be honest. I mean, I'll talk about both of them, right? You got Burnham, who seems to consider one thing for like a few hours, and then you get another post on X or something, another press release saying, yeah, he's not considering that anymore. So you kind of you move from one thing to another very, very quickly.
Oh yeah.
But I've got
look at the headlines this morning, right? Grooming gang abusers set for early prison release. That's in the Times. He said specifically that grooming gang participants and criminals would not be allowed to come out on early prison release. He also said that the killers of PC Harper, that poor police officer who was dragged for a mile underneath a car by these two scumbags, who was sentenced to a long time in prison. He said, they won't be coming out. They're coming out as well. So everything he says he's going to do, he doesn't do.
I think he's one of those people that likes to tell people what they want to hear. And then he hits the buffers of reality. I think that's what's happening. I think he's probably on a high because he's just become Prime Minister, although he's now not in the country at the moment. So I don't really think we can class him as a proper Prime Minister. But I think he is facing the reality. And this is what we've always said. It doesn't matter who Labour put in charge of their party. It doesn't matter who the Prime Minister is. The core policies of Labour are not going to succeed. They're fundamentally not going to work in the current environment that we have. We need to be cutting taxes. We need to be cutting spending. We need to be trying to boost the economy that way. We need to use the benefits of Brexit, for God's sake. Make the UK Singapore on Thames. Make us the most inviting place in the world to do business, even if it's only temporary. Even if we don't only do it over a 5-year period, and then we sort of level things out a little bit. We've done none of this. No. I think Liz Truss was probably one of of the few people that had the balls to actually consider doing this properly. And it does, I get very suspicious about why the entire establishment brought her down when I think she was along the right lines. Her communication wasn't right. I think she will admit that herself. I think that's probably what let her down. But on the flip side, I don't disagree with her fundamental principles. I think potentially we would be in a lot better place now had that worked.
Yes, absolutely right. And let's, by way of a kind of a tangential conversation, have a look at why this country is going down the gurgler. We've got a guy here who I'd never heard of before, but he is a minister in His Majesty's government by the name of Jake Richards, right? This guy appears on LBC's Nick Ferrari show yesterday to try and explain how they're smashing the gangs. Check this out.
Smash the gangs and try and get...
How many gangs have you smashed?
Well, we've stopped tens of thousands
But how many
of
gangs have
attempted
you
crossings.
smashed?
Arrests of members of these gangs have gone up, and we've seen...
Well, how many have been arrested then? Let's do that.
Well, Nick, let's deal with the end result of the problem.
Minister,
Nick.
you just said you are smashing the gangs. How many people have been arrested?
Well, there've been a number of arrests, but I'll tell you the proof is in the pudding.
What's the number? 10,
Nick,
20,
hold on.
1,000?
I don't have that number for you, but I have another number for you.
Well, you're not smashing the gangs
But
at
Nick,
all.
I have a number, more important number for you, which is that this July is the lowest number of boat crossings for 6 years. We've seen around a 40% reduction in boat crossings
Over
this year
2,000
compared to
people have
last
arrived
year.
since Mr. Burnham moved into number 10.
And we've got a lot more to do, but there is no doubt at all, as the Prime Minister has said on this issue, that we are heading in the right direction. We are continuing to work at pace.
How can you
to
be
make
heading
sure
in the right
that
170 people nearly burnt to death on the channel. How's that heading in the right direction?
Because fewer people are attempting to cross the channel. Because we are taking action, both here at home, with huge reforms of the asylum system.
How many traffickers have been arrested?
Well, I don't have that figure for you.
Why
but
not?
If you look at the Home Office,
You're the one who said you're smashing the gangs, not me.
I mean, it's just a joke. It's a joke, isn't it? So this is now, we can learn from this. I mean, you in your business world, right? You imagine the next time you go to see your bank manager who's asking you why you're unable to make your loan payment. You say, well, we're working at pace. We are working at pace, and it's very clear what has been going on, and we are definitely seeing a reduction in the amount of debt that we are in, and so therefore we'll continue to work at pace, and we'll see you again soon. What sort of bullshit world do these people live in?
I'm glad you said that word, Mike, because I was thinking of saying that is all bollocks, and I wasn't quite sure if I was allowed to.
No, you can. Please do.
It is absolute bollocks. And I don't know if you've seen the Home Office X account. It's been going on full gaslighting mode ever since. And I know you've had him on the show, but my very good friend Adrian, the Nowhere photographer, is exposing them beautifully.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone else, by the way, you know, as many people, I'm going to try and go over with him as soon as possible. I think in September time, I'm going to try and go over. But, you know, they are gaslighting us. It's as simple as that. It's, you know, Adrian and others, this isn't new, by the way. We've seen footage of the French police basically waving off and assisting and, in their words, protecting illegal migrants as they essentially jump on those dinghies and illegally cross that channel. They are facilitating illegal migration. Now, at the same time, we've got our Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, telling us that they are doing such a fantastic job and they're smashing all these gangs. They're not smashing any gangs in northern France. We know that for a fact.
Yes.
Because they, you know, you can go on TikTok right now, find a people trafficker if you're on, and they'll meet you in Calais and you'll get on the next boat. It's all complete nonsense. They are not doing anything until we leave the ECHR, until we
until we stop, in my view, actually, Lee, until we stop welcoming them in, until we stop giving them stuff, until we stop making it easy for them to stay here, then at that point they might stop coming. But as long as they know that as soon as they get here, they're going to be given, you know, food, shelter, a credit card, money to spend, and, you know, no real kind of, you know, supervision, of course they're going to come. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, you've got to stop the incentives.
Yeah.
You've got, you know, I would actually like, obviously we definitely want to stop the incentives. We shouldn't be spending a penny on these illegal migrants. They're criminals. That's the first thing. But I would put the Navy in the channel. I listen to all of these clever people that say you can't do that. You can't put the Navy in the channel. That's bollocks as well, Mike. We're a
Right.
sovereign nation. Every single country in the world has the right to defend their borders, and we
Right.
wouldn't need to do it for long.
Well,
We
did you
just
see
chuck
that
neighbours-
picture? There was a picture yesterday, a video, I think. I'm not sure if we've got it. We'll maybe try and find it and play it later. Of the Greek authorities firing live rounds into the sea around a couple of migrant boats which were in the
Yes.
Aegean, trying to come in from Turkey or whatever it was. And the Greek police, and they previously pushed back the boats to Turkey, where they were very successful in doing it, because you can do it, and they've proven that you can do it. You know, the idea that we say, well, we can't do that is absolutely not rubbish. But they're firing live rounds of ammunition at these migrants, right? Can you imagine if we did that, and the pearl clutching that would go on from the likes of Zach Polanski? Oh my God, what are we doing? We are supposed to be a civilized country. Yeah, well, we're becoming less civilized the more of these scumbags come into the country and behave in the way that they do.
That's exactly right, and I think civilized countries defend their borders. I think that's we have border security is one of the fundamental principles of a civilized country. If you don't have that, you don't have a civilized country.
No.
But we do seem to be. I mean, I put this out on X. I think got well over a million views on that one post where I just asked a very simple question: why is it that every single country in the world, apart from us, seems to be able to defend their borders? And it's a question that a lot of people don't seem to be answered, Mike.
No, absolutely right. Listen, Lee, I know you've got to go. Great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome to your weekly slot. See you next week. Lee Harris there, reporting into us from his Erie down there in the West Country, talking about a great many things, but including the idea that we, as a country, can apparently no longer defend ourselves. And not only can we no longer defend ourselves, we can't even work out how to keep our borders safe, how to keep our streets safe. I mean, yesterday, we didn't get into it earlier on, but the front page of The Sun has West End stab rampage. It looks like a homeless woman who doesn't appear to be of any particular ethnicity that would be of concern, but is clearly just a nutter, has pulled out a pair of scissors and stabbed like 4 people in Covent Garden, which is in the heart of the West End of London, in the middle of the day, and nobody was able to do anything about it. And that's where we are now, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a completely and utterly broken society. Whether it's broken by immigrants, whether it's broken by Islamist terrorists, whether it's broken by criminals, whether it's broken by nutcases, which this woman clearly is. She had to be tasered by the police, taken down, right? 47 years of age. She was arrested on suspicion of possessing an offensive weapon and assault. Why is she not being charged with attempted murder? She stabbed people, right? What is going on? Are we going to sort of, pat her on the head and go, oh, sorry, you're a bit of a nutter, darling. You go back in there, over there's a nice house. We'll give you some free food. You can wander out whatever you like. These people are dangerous crazies, right? In any other place, in any other world, they'd be locked up. Put them in a detention centre. Put them in a prison. Lock them up so that they can't do damage. What if one of those people she stabbed was your child, or your sister, or your brother, or your father? There are families now who are devastated by what's happened in the middle of London, in the middle of a summer's day, out shopping, out having lunch, out doing nice things, and some crazy woman comes out with a pair of scissors and starts stabbing people. Sorry, the police need to get smarter, they need to get cleverer, the government needs to start locking these people up. And if you need to create asylums, once again, and I don't mean for asylum seekers, I mean for nutcases, lock them up, put them in an asylum, don't let them out, do not let them harm you, or harm my children, or harm my friends, or my family. What is going on? All we get is a bunch of liars, don't we? Absolutely shocking. Let's get some news, shall we? With Edward Hughes.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, Tigers.
Samantha Niblet then. Thank you very much indeed. Edward Hughes there with the news. It turns out Ellie Hodges' show is today. We have been informed. And 2 production meetings later. At midday today, after Kelvin Mackenzie, Ellie Hodges does her first ever show right here, live on UK Live Online from 12 until 1:30. So do join her. It's going to be great. She's such a fantastic young woman. We've got great hopes for her, and we're going to be very much in support of her burgeoning career, you know, because there's not enough decent right-wing women broadcasting these days, and she's going to be joining the ranks of them, and she's going to be great. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, we've got Chris Morrison here, Jean Hatchett, who's another fantastic woman, Ted Newsom is going to be here, Jamie Jenkins, our favourite statistician, coming up in about 15 minutes. First up, though, we've got Marilyn Hawes, who's already had an honourable mention because Donald McLeod was sorry that you didn't see her yesterday. I'm just glad that she wasn't here because it would have been absolute carnage if she had been. But don't worry, we will get her back soon. But before we do anything, and before we talk to the lovely Marilyn, have a look at this. This is Samantha Niblett, right? This is the woman who wants to employ more sex toys in the House of Commons. She wants to have a summer of sex. Good luck with that, sweetheart. Have a look at this.
Hello, it is August the 5th and I'm on holiday. Please don't hate me for having a holiday, but sometimes we do have to preserve our battery to function well. And this is actually the first holiday I remember having A, enjoying, and B, almost relaxing. But today's also August the 5th, which is a shit day. It's a shit day. Because today is the day that the guidance, which is as clear as mud, comes in based off of the back of the Supreme Court judgment about sex being that which you were born into, which all it does is dismiss the lived experience of trans people and protects nobody. This new guidance protects nobody. All it does is cause more division and hatred towards trans people that just want to have their life, like, minding their own business, and protects no cis woman who is gender critical, let's call it what it is, hates trans people, like, because if you didn't, why would you fear trans people? And I just can't help but think we're living through this moment in history where people will look back and realise how rubbish politicians were, how bad we were sticking up for a minority group, because we're talking about less than 0.5% of the population in the UK here. And I'm so ashamed. I'm so unbelievably ashamed. And I promise you, I will continue to use my platform as an MP to fight for the rights of trans people, because don't kid yourself, ladies. They're coming for you after they come for the rest of the LGBT community. They're coming for you. They're coming for us. Stop pretending this is about protecting women's rights. It's nothing of the sort.
Unbelievable. Un-effing believable. What's wrong with these people? Marilyn, save us. Bring me some bloody common sense, would you? Samantha Niblett, when she's not, you know, playing around with a vibrator, she's now lying on a sunbed, telling us. Yeah, it's not an image I'm looking forward to seeing. But you know, I love this idea that they're just minding their own business. Well, if they're just minding their own business, how do I even know you're trans? Why? I'll tell you why I know you're trans. You keep telling me you're bleeding trans. You're like vegans, isn't it? You know, how do you know vegans are vegan? Because they keep coming over and saying, by the way, I'm a vegan. I don't care. Go and do whatever you want with your cock, you know. And if you want to put a dress on, do whatever you like. Don't come and tell me you're doing it. I'm not interested.
No, I'm the same. I couldn't give monkeys who's shagging who, as long as you're not doing it to little old people and children and animals. That's the other one. Apart from that,
animals.
Get on with it. I mean, what's she babbling on about? I couldn't get to grips last week. She goes, "Oh, Donald, my sweet, how are you?"
Here he is. Yeah, he's still here. He's still here. Can't get rid of him. He's going to have another production meeting later.
Can you actually, before we get going, can you actually tell me, because this is an experience I haven't had, what does Chablis with Barolo taste like?
Really good, actually. Really, yeah. I invented a new drink. I got terrible pelters for it. You know, these are the sort of, you know, people without my creativity and my sort of, you know, skills of blending wines. They just didn't get it. I thought it was a brilliant idea, particularly since Donald was buying. You know, because he bought the Barolo and the Chablis, and then we blended it together, and it was bloody good, actually.
And why wasn't I there? Because
I don't know. Well, I don't know. But you'll have to get you down soon. I mean, it's got to be done.
I'm just getting, you know, I'm getting dehydrated.
Well, the thing is, Pooch is trying to revolutionise the company and make it very much more business-like. And so we're not allowed to have any fun anymore. I think that's the thing. But you know, but we will be occasionally going over the side, as we say, and you'll have to come and join us. So.
Well, I was when I saw it on X this morning. I thought, how dare they?
I know. How dare you? How dare you? But listen, we've got to talk about this early release situation because it's becoming really, really ridiculous. Because I now read in the Times this morning, I don't know whether you've seen this, but despite his denials that it was going to happen, it is now going to be clear that members of Asian grooming gangs who sexually abuse girls in Northern England are going to be freed from prison early. You know why? Because apparently when they were put in prison before 2003, they were only charged with indecent assault. So they are now categorised as people who have not done anything really, really terrible. So they're all going to come out of jail.
The whole thing is bonkers. It's completely... It's appalling. It's outrageous. It's every word I can think of that is... Yeah. It's just disgusting, absolutely disgusting. There's 9,300 domestic abuse abusers coming out. Well, it's not going to be long before somebody gets killed because male abusers and female, they will kill. Some of them will kill. They're that violent that if you wind them up enough, you know, then they will do damage. And what gets me with this, I had 19 years of domestic abuse. I know what it's like. Yeah, and a long time to get over it. And I'm really angry that they can just, at the sweep of a pen, you know, what these people do to you mentally is horrendous. And then, I was talking to somebody the other day who said there are 6,000 foreign people in our prisons who could go back. So why aren't they going back?
Of course. Well, I mean, there's more than 6,000. It's more like about 10 to 11,000, right? Oh, yeah. And they can send every single one of them back and create 11,000 prison places, which is currently the plan for what they want to create in the next 5 years. And so I don't understand why they're just not going, you, and you're out, and you're getting sent on the next plane back to wherever the hell you came from, you know?
It's ridiculous, but as you say, in Greece, I saw that the Greek had got, you know, they're shooting people, but they wouldn't, you know. Well, that's surely going to be some deterrent.
I like the look of that. I'm all in favour of that. I think we should get the Royal Navy out there with some, you know, some Gatling guns and go, yeah, you want to come this way, you know, Thank you very much indeed. You won't be back.
Get my gun first.
It's true, though. I mean, you know, we're laughing about it, but that's what we're going to have to do because until we do stuff like that, they're just going to keep coming.
Exactly. And as you rightly say, you know, take away the freebies. Yeah. Take away the pull factor, you know. It's
that's what we're talking about.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the money. There was some geezer getting off a boat the other day, and he was already ranting, going, "Where's my free house? Yeah. Where's my free house?"
Yeah, because that's what they think they're going to get. They do. They think they're going to get it. I mean, we talked to the Nowhere photographer. He was meeting people down in Threta, as it's called, down there in northern Morocco, who are saying, oh, yeah, it's going to be great when we get to Britain because we get a free house. They know that's what they're going to get. They're talking about it. You know, they're coming here because they know they're going to get looked after.
It's awful. And there's I don't know if you must have caught up with the thing, Piddington, which is such a sweet little name.
It is
in Oxfordshire. Oh my gosh, Patrick Christie's had this. He's on a lot. This guy, I can't stand him. He's a real lefty, right. And as you look at the frame, he's on the right, and he's got really bad skin. He's all sort of red down here, and he wears boggle glasses, and he is a complete lefty. He winds me up something wicked.
Yeah.
I want to slap him because he was going on. The Piddington Scots, they've probably got twice the number as we've got in our xenophobic village. Right?
Yes.
But the kids were writing letters, weren't they? Dear Mr. Burnham, blah blah blah. Dear Mr. Burnham, F off is what I would say.
Right.
But you know,
You're right.
But and this guy was critiquing the parents, saying, "How dare it disgusting? How dare they exploit their children?"
Oh, I know.
Political issue. Excuse me, their whole future is going to be absolutely ballsed up if this goes ahead with all these migrants. I mean, there was an assurance. It said the comment from the Home Office last night was, there was an assurance that they were not going to be allowed out. Oh, yeah, right, of course they're not.
Yeah, of course. But these are like the same people. I was listening to Times Radio, and I know I shouldn't do it because it just winds me up. I was listening to it the other day, and they had this girl on from Morocco talking about how terrible it was that all these people, these tired, hungry, desperate men were coming across the border because they needed a better life, because they were fleeing war and famine. And I'm like, have you seen the videos? Are you joking? They literally look as if they've just come out of a nightclub, these guys, and they don't look starving. They don't look as if they're in any danger. But what they do look like is pretty nasty pieces of work. And there's, guess what, 45,000 of them coming over a bleeding border,
Completely feral. And I think that number went up to, I think I read it went up to 75,000. And I read yesterday that this whole group are planning another attack to try and get into
Spain. Will? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, the mainstream media's kind of assertion that, nothing to see here, they've all gone back. Oh, really? Have they? I don't think so. I mean, the Nowhere photographer was on my show, and he said he was walking down the street, and they were literally hiding behind trees. They were in trenches, in bushes. Of course they're not going. Why would they go home? They've spent quite a lot of time getting there.
Hiding up, like pipes. There's big, some of them were hiding in there.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you, why do they have to act in such an aggressive, feral, threatening way? I mean, it's unbelievable.
I know.
Awful. And I mean, I felt I'm
well,
really
imagine if you lived there, right? It's about, I've got a message here from Voice for England saying, can we come and visit Marilyn's xenophobic village? I don't know if you've got any ability to help him there. But, imagine you walk out in the street one day in the old xenophobic village and suddenly there's 50,000 blokes from Morocco marauding down the street, right?
I will tell you something that happened at the weekend, right?
Go on.
I was walking the dog and then someone said to me, half of Luton has arrived in our cricket pitch. What? Anyway, it turns out that this is a sport that a lot of Asian men like to do. Apparently, along one aside of shagging women and girls, they fly painted pigeons. Right now, pigeons, little tiny home pigeons, right? Okay. And they, I don't know what they spray them with, but right across their chest they have a colour: green, pink, blue, and they look like flying rainbows. And they set them off. They arrive at 4:30 in the morning, and the vans waking everybody up, and then they set off and fly the birds at 6 in the morning, and they pay £100 for each bird, so that's £4,000, isn't it? And then the first bird back, past 5 o'clock in the evening, they win. That person, the owner of that bird, wins, right? But what are they doing for the previous 12 hours in that time slot? So our lovely landlord said, you can park your vans if you like, but between 8 and 9 a.m. round the back of the pub if you want. Well, they completely disrespected that and took up nearly all the front of the pub. Right. And then they set up, because it got up so early, they set up camp beds, and then they started cooking curry on a cooker. And then they started marauding all over the village. And they were climbing over the gravestones in our very, very old, the church is 700 years old, so lots and lots of old things. And they're standing on the headstones and on the wall. And I saw red at that point. I saw that. Can you imagine if he went crawling all over something to do with Muhammad, Right. And I'm not saying they weren't pleasant. But it was a whole intimidating.
But it's the numbers. But this is the thing. It's what we all have said for the best part of the last 2 years that you and I have known each other. It's not. I grew up in London. It was always a very mixed city. People were from all over the place, different countries. Didn't matter. But it's the numbers now. It's the sheer numbers of people who have come from particular places and who are marauding. And the marauding is the word. into all sorts of places where they shouldn't go.
Also, it's complete trespass, Mike, because one of my friends, he's married to somebody very high up in Europol, right? And they had come back from The Hague, and they were trying to move into their house. And one of the guys knocked on the door, walked into their hallway and said, "Can I go up on your roof? Because I think one of my pigeon needs to be found." And they were walking around the village with like 12-foot poles for these pigeons to land. I mean, the amount of crap that we've got over our cars.
Hey.
And then another lady, bless her heart, living on her own, they said, is it all right if we come round the back and scale your conservatory? What? Before she'd learned, we'll get a ladder. But no, they were up there on the glass roof of the conservatory and trying to find their bird. And it is complete trespass. But the village seems to be really split between me, who thinks it's outrageous, and the moment you start crawling over gravestones and marauding around and doing that. Oh, and the smell of weed. Oh, my word. It was like Soho.
Yeah.
They were all, down in the children's play area, lying there, sort of spaced out. And people wonder why we're, some of them are, this is nasty, hurty words. Such ugly, hurty words. I mean, no, it's not hurty words. It's a reality that, I just have to laugh at if that church closed down, which is what's happened in my old town of Wokingham. It could be a mosque. Wokingham is Poshville, where I used to live many years ago. And apparently the old Ritz cinema in Wokingham is now going to be turned into a mosque. Oh,
for God's sake. Jesus Christ.
What gets me though, Mike, is that my friend who worked for Europol, he said to me, it is a huge culture difference, and you can't get past it.
Yeah. I had a similar experience where this was a few years ago, and I was taking a dog for a run on the beach, and I went down to the south coast, near Bexhill. But there's a couple of different bays. A place called Norman's Bay, which bizarrely enough is where the Normans landed. And I always said, how did they know it was where they were supposed to go? But apparently they named it after they landed there. But anyway, there's another place called Cooden Bay, right? And I was driving down, and Graham Norton used to have a house there. And suddenly I sort of looked to my left, and there were all these blokes on the beach. This was about 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. They were all flying kites. And I realised what was going on. They were all from Afghanistan. And they're all like, and I'm going, where are these guys' characters? There's about 100 of them flying. It was like the Kite Runner. I don't know if you've seen that film, The Kite Runner.
Yes, that's right.
Because it's what they, and I'm going, it was a bit weird, and you think, is this Britain? Have I sort of fallen through some kind of time lapse scenario, and I've come out the other side, and suddenly I'm in a different country? Because it was really odd.
I mean, don't go to Bournemouth. Don't go to Bournemouth. I can remember years ago. Sorry, this is really light-hearted compared to what we should be talking about, I suppose. But when I had my puppy dog, who went down to Worthing Beach when we lived on the south coast, where dogs were allowed then, and he was only about 6 months old, and there was this huge army of Asian people that were with their bells and whatever, and they set this box out onto the sea, right? And being a Labrador, I wonder what that is. Off he goes. Shock horror. He picks the box up and brings it back to me, thinking it's food, I think. And it was someone's ashes.
Oh,
embarrassing.
Right.
No.
Well, no, it's all very weird. It's all very weird.
Him. But there's all these different cultures. It's really difficult for people to just, where I live, people, I experience a lot of life, and so I come with that baggage, not baggage as such, but it's experience. And I wish I could have, the lovely cotton wool life with my rose garden in my village. I would love people to be able to live like that, but that's not how it's been.
Yeah.
So I do feel passionate about everything, and I feel very passionate also. It's disgusting about PC Harper. That,
I know.
That is, try taking, I thought the other day, put something heavy on the back of your car and drive it for a mile and see what it looks like when you get there. That's what happened. And I know where he was killed. And the scroats that did it were actually from if I remember rightly from the case, they were from the traveller community.
They were, yeah, they were.
And there's no way there is no way that they will have been rehabilitated.
Of course
they
not.
Had, you know,
Well, you saw them. You know, we played the video of them laughing and joking as they were being
awful.
taken away in the police van. You know, having absolutely no compassion for what they did, no sorrow, no regrets. You know,
with Burnham, he's probably worn out because he's done so much TikToks.
Yeah,
you know, he's done it.
I know.
100 TikToks. He's exhausted.
He's
got no
worn. Yeah.
material.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. You know, but it's also, you know, on our poll, by the way, of the biggest liars of the week, which included Nicola Sturgeon, Jason R. Day, you know, the fake professor, Gianni Infantino from FIFA. Burnham is still winning as the biggest liar of the week, 47%.
Hang on. But why isn't Keir Starmer there?
Because he's yesterday's man. Do you know, I was saying to Donald this morning, have you not realised that nobody mentions him? Nobody talks about him anymore. It's as though he didn't exist.
But it happens to all of them, doesn't it? When it was the previous one, they all they fluff. I mean, David Cameron, I remember that happening to him. I thought, well, where's he gone now? What's he doing?
Right.
You know, where do they all go?
I know. The only chance you get to see them all is on Remembrance Sunday, isn't it? When they all stand in a line together. You know, I'm not going to say what I want to say because that would be wrong. Anyway, listen, great to see you, Marilyn. Terrific. Couple of super chats for you actually, because people are saying nice things about you. I can't see that. Can you? Because you know, I think Pooch has kind of gone a bit close in. Isn't that Intel lady? No, Ralphie, that's not Intel lady. One from Russell who says Marilyn the Legend is back. That's nice.
Oh, thank
there you go. Doman says, I am no effing cis woman, I'm a woman. The end. Yep, fair enough. Cis woman, stupidest word in the history of words.
You know, I have promised that when I come into the studio next time,
yes.
I will bring cake.
Cake. Very nice. Okay, then. I look forward to that. I've still got your marmalade because I've only just finished off the first jars. I'm about to open the second one. So it's about to move from the cupboard into the fridge, which would be nice.
We'll bring a cake. I mean, anything to try and get back down there to have a laugh.
I know. Listen, I know that you're a bit isolated up there in the xenophobic village, but do what you can. We'll see you soon. Very good to see you as ever. Marilyn Hall's there. What a woman. Absolutely brilliant. Marilyn Hall's there giving us the benefit of her wisdom and opinions. Jamie Jenkins is our next victim, if you want to put it that way. He's been looking at all sorts of really interesting figures, including, of course, why we don't have enough space in our prisons and why we have to let loads of these scumbags out in order to make more room for more scumbags to go in. The logic escapes me. Jamie, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mike. I tell you what, it's a good laugh. The Home Office released their annual report yesterday, and in the foreword it said, "We'll do whatever it takes to secure the border." Absolute nonsense, and literally,
brilliant.
That's what they said. They'll do whatever it takes. And
whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you whatever it takes. I don't know if you've seen. I'm not sure if we've got. I don't know if you can find it actually, Elena, because we haven't seen it today. But there is a picture, if there isn't a clip, of the Greek Navy firing live rounds at some migrants who are trying to get into Greece. And, you know, you should see them scarpering and turning around the boat, and they soon bugger off in the opposite direction, which is what I think we should be doing. You know, set up some, you know, as I say, Gatling guns on the White Cliffs of Dover, and if, you know, once you come within, you know, I don't know, what, 15 miles of the British coast, just start getting fired on, and they'll soon go back the other way.
Well, I've seen that clip, Mike, and yeah, maybe we get some arcade games for the kids in the summer holidays up on the cliffs there. Where you just firing some pellets into the water and
but absolutely.
And the other number which was bizarre, Mike, as well. Remember that 1 in 1 out deal they were talking about?
Yeah.
Well, apparently only 4% of those who've come have been returned. So I think it was 1,087 have been returned to France under this deal up to the end of June, Mike, and. But do you know what? We ended up taking 1,117 in. So we actually took in more from France. Yeah. We sent back, and that was the big joke.
Well, do you know what I thought, though, when I saw that number? Because it seemed to me, one, it's a very strange time to put out the figure, and two, I didn't believe the figure because it actually looks to me like there's only, I think it turned out that we'd taken something like 130 or 140 more people than we'd sent back. I am sure the number is a lot bigger than that.
Well, Mike, what's not in there really is, all the numbers that are coming in on top, and we've had the 2,000 odd plus since Burnham's come in, haven't we? So yeah, if you want to have a good laugh, if the listeners want to have a good, and viewers want to have a good laugh, just pop on and have a read of the Home Office report where Shabama Mahood saying we'll do whatever it takes to secure the border. But you're right, some other stuff out this week, Mike. I tell you what, my local MP as well is that Alex Davis Jones, when you played that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
what a complete and utter numpty she is.
Oh, absolute nonsense, Mike. She was on Newsnight the other day as well, saying that I've spoken to Andy Burnham and we're going to have a kind of an inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm thinking, come on, do you want any money spent on that anyway? But,
I know. Who cares?
The government come out and said they're not doing it anyway. So what's she talking? She just talks absolute tosh, Mike.
No.
Absolute nonsense.
It is absolutely ridiculous. Now I think we've got, thanks to Elena, we've got the footage of the Greek Coast Guard stroke military firing on these migrants in the Aegean Sea. Have a look at this. That is great. That's what we should be doing. That seems to me to be, point 1 and 2 and 3 as to how we deal with the migrants.
Well, yeah, Mike, and ultimately, what do our Coast Guard do? Instead of trying to stop them coming in, they probably put some cake, biscuits, and sandwiches on and tow them in, and then we stick them in a hotel, or as what we've seen in the last 6 to 12 months now, Mike, where they're reducing the hotels, they're just dispersing them into accommodation.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's completely bonkers, isn't it? Completely mad.
Mike, yeah. But on the prisons, anyway, Mike, going back to that story.
Yes, because you've been looking at the numbers there, haven't you?
Yeah. So if the listeners and viewers want to get over to my Substack as well, Mike, just stick Stats Jamie into Google. They can get everything I speak with you every week. It's always up on there, and it's all free for them. But so basically, what's going on with these prisoners, Mike, is basically the government's lack of planning, and we'll probably talk about reservoirs and water in a second, but all the government's lack of planning for decades now means that the population's going up. And I think if we look at the number of prisoners in the end of June this year, they do like a census of how many people are in the population in prison every quarter. So there was 85,541 prisoners in jail at the end of June. Now, it was actually 2,000 more a couple of years ago when Labour came into power. So we've actually got fewer people in prison now than we did 2 years ago.
Right.
It's a similar number in prison now than what we had in 2015.
Right.
So when the population's going up, and obviously we're seeing more small boat migrants coming over, some of them end up being criminals. We've not been building the prisoners. So basically, we think of the way the justice systems are, Mike, is the judge works out what's a reasonable sentence for the crime that somebody's being committed. The sentence is handed down, but it's now the government and basically the government department changing that sentence in terms of why you have to serve custodially, because there's just not enough prison places. So if you get handed a 3-year prison sentence, people will think, 3 years in jail. That's going to be probably cut down to 1 year now, Mike. And we've already seen, if we look at the data the last year, the population of people who are in prison, they tend to be in there for kind of longer sentences. They tend to be in there for more serious things because we kind of decriminalised a lot of minor offences. I think if somebody gets given a prison sentence that, say, 10 or 15 years ago, you would have gone to jail for a year, they just say, don't bother sending them to jail. We haven't got any room. So we've already decriminalised things.
Yeah.
And we had that case, I think, a couple of years ago, Mike, where one individual was released early, went out and killed, I think either on the same day or very shortly thereafter. And the big thing this government's done, under Starmer, and Burnham needs to get a grip on this as well, is the one offence that's gone up massively in terms of prisoners is public order offences. People like Lucy Connolly being jailed for tweets and things. That's gone up. So we're releasing people, some of them dangerous, because there's no room, and we're locking more and more people up. So I think we've seen an 86% increase in public order offences. Like, scandalous. The government is not putting Britain's safety. You talk about the Home Office securing the border. Well, the justice system is not securing the public with these prison reforms. Absolute nonsense, Mike.
Yeah, because I was wondering about that, whether you knew or whether you had any info on the sorts of people who are going into prison, because we keep being told that we're letting out violent prisoners, violent, rapists, even though we weren't supposed to be doing that. Grooming gangs, apparently, according to the front page of the Times today, are going to be let out because they were put in before 2003 under basically lower charges. They were convicted of assaulting children, but basically their punishment was not a paedophile charge. It was a kind of what's the way they've done it? They're going to be excluded because basically they were charged with indecent assault rather than anything else, right? So it seems like a lesser offence. But the other thing I thought was, why are they not letting out the fraudsters, the white-collar criminals, the people who are going in for public order offences, rather than dangerous people? And there doesn't seem to be an answer to that.
No, and the thing is, Mike, people forget that when you are handed down a sentence, even before these kind of potential reforms and getting people out quicker, they only generally serve half of them anyway. You'd think if somebody is a danger to the public, you want them away from the public. Yeah. And you're right to call that out, Mike. That you've got like that guy who got released before, then went on to kill somebody. The tragedy for the family, somebody who should have been in jail. Ultimately, Mike, we've got a system where, and hopefully Burnham will scrap these jury trial reforms as well that Lammy was trying to pull through, because we have a system where if somebody commits an offence and it goes to trial and the jury convicts people, then they'll go to jail, and then a judge will look at the sentencing guidelines and decide, well, you should go to jail for X amount of time. But they generally won't ever serve that time. And then the government saying, yeah, we haven't built enough prisons, so you can have a little bit of time off that as well. And remember COVID, Mike? We seem to knock up those Nightingale hospitals rather quickly. So why can't we build up some Nightingale jails as well, just to keep people off the street? Ultimately, Mike, it's got to be a deterrent. If you think, well, actually, if I do this, the judge might give me 3 years, I'll be out within 1 year. The deterrent is gone. It's an absolute joke, Mike. This country is an absolute joke. And we'll probably go on to the water droughts that we've got in a second. Everything this government does, everything the last government does, I think in my lifetime, Mike, we have not planned the population figures. I used to work at the ONS. They've projected the population growth for many, many years. We know what the population may hit in the next 25, 30 years. Did they put any planning? The Victorians would have, Mike, but this government and the previous governments for the last 30, 40 years, absolute shower of rubbish. Terrible.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday about the way that this government has completely lost control of the justice system, completely lost control of the prisons, completely lost control of the police. I mean, look at the way the police operate in various different places around the country. And it's just ridiculous. I mean, the most recent craziness we saw at the weekend, where West Midlands Police were advising their officers to basically, in sympathy with Muslim members of the police force, go on a fast during Ramadan, so that you know what it's like. And you're going, well, hang on a minute. First of all, one, I don't think there's probably that many Muslim police officers. And two, it's clearly a sop to the Muslim community in the West Midlands. And it's got nothing to do with solidarity with your fellow officers, but everything to do with capitulation to the local sort of elders of the mosques and the communities around that area, where, let's not forget, they told the Israeli football fans not to come there because they might be killed.
Oh, Mike, some of the stuff going on in the Midlands and that Israeli the football thing was an absolute joke as well. Yeah. And the police management needs to be looked at here. And it's culture,
totally.
Isn't it? And because if you think, when we've seen people like Alison Pearson, I mean, she's had some comeback on that, hasn't she, in the last week or so. But when they're knocking people's doors, and some of them...
Yeah, no, she wants some money from it. 5-figure sum, apparently.
Yeah, and the thing is, Mike, some of these police officers as well, you can see when sometimes you've got clips and ring doorbells of when they're turning up at people's homes and things. They look embarrassed, some of the police officers, and some of them don't want to be going to these homes to have a chat about something that's been said online and things like that. But they've also been sent from up on high to go and do it, Mike. So it's an absolute joke, Mike. And then, so let's get on to the story about the kind of the drought. So all of Wales now, Mike. So I'm back in Wales now. So in the Netherlands last week.
Oh yeah, how was the Netherlands? Was it good?
Yeah, all nice weather over there, Mike. I was down on the coast trying to see if there was any boats coming across, but it's a bit too far to go from the Netherlands over to kind of the East Anglia. I think it's a bit too far from them. But in Wales, Mike, so I coach a grassroots football team. Absolutely hammered down all winter. There were so many football games missed. Like, I think
because of the rain.
We're lucky we get one of these artificial pitches, but one of the local teams by me didn't play proper football for about a couple of months. Rain. So in England, Mike, as well now, we had the 8th wettest winter ever on records in England. Southern England was the 4th wettest, and the reservoirs in England were 94% full at the end of February, and some of them were actually full, completely full, Mike. But we've now got half of England in a drought. All of Wales is in a drought. And ultimately, Mike, again, similar to the prisons, we've had 11.5 million more people over the last 30 years. We haven't built any more reservoirs. And more shockingly as well, Mike, is 1 in every 5 litres, so 20% of all the water in the system just leaks out, just literally just going into the abyss. So we've got all these restrictions being imposed on the population again, because we have not planned for the water shortage. So the next time, Mike, people hear, oh yeah, you need to cut down on your hose pipe, let's not talk about, oh yeah, it's because of the weather. It's because, again, the last 30, 40 years, this government has not planned. We've had enough water in the last 12 months for us as a nation to have plenty of water to be going on with. It's a government failure once again, Mike. Absolute shower of rubbish. It's terrible. This government just grow up and get some balls, Mike.
I know, it would be nice. Well, I mean, let's face it, we've got a Prime Minister who's done 2 weeks of work and now gone on holiday. You know, you kind of go, sorry? Are you joking? Are you actually telling me the truth? And yeah, nobody knows where he's gone. I'm sure we'll find out in the course of the next few days, I suppose. But, you know, we're in the midst of all sorts of real problems in this country, and the Prime Minister's missing in action. And you go, right, okay then. Well, I'll see you when you get back.
Well, he's probably busy, Mike, with his new recruits of his social media team doing all. I think there are millions of views on TikTok, Mike. But I think people want the border sorted, they want to have water sorted, they want prisoners locked up, they want the government debt to be coming down, they want to be sorting out the benefit system so that it's more incentive to actually work. You know, get on and do the job. What sometimes people forget, Mike, is when we go to the ballot box, the government is elected to represent the people. But it seems to be that the people have to do what the government wants them to do.
I know.
The other way around. Well, that's how democracy works. Is that the government's there to represent the people. And you look at that Manchester mayoralship last week, and you look at the percentage of people who actually bothered to turn out was hardly anybody. People are absolutely just fed up with politics, Mike, because politicians don't work for us. They work for themselves. The amount of politicians then who get in and then they put advisors, their friends, and it's just literally a whole cabal of kind of NIMBYism and all that. It's just terrible how things are going on.
It is bad. It is really bad. And we're going to talk about the Clacton by-election coming up in a minute as well. Jamie, good to see you. We had a couple of very popular praises for you coming in. Do you want to just chuck those over again? Andy Burnout, I like that. That's very good. From Lively. That's a new name for him. Wasn't there a nice one there about Jamie saying...
Yeah, there was, but I've lost it.
You've lost it? And it was some woman called Karen, I think it was, saying that you had a great head for facts and figures, which is handy since you're a statistician. But anyway, listen, good to see you. Jamie Jenkins there. Go and check out his Substack. He's got lots of really good stuff on there, and he shares it all with us. You can join my Substack, of course, as well, for the Mike Graham Show, and there's all sorts of good things on there, including we did a live version of Ask Mike last Sunday, where I sat and answered some of your questions, which we do every Sunday anyway, but there's also lots of articles that get written as well, and so go and check that out. Right now though, we have got yet another conversation to be had about what is going on around the situation with Clacton and the by-election, because the Clacton by-election is coming up. We've got a little clip actually. Should we show that Nigel Farage clip, Elena, of him meeting one of his many fans before we talk to Ted Newsom, who's here?
Hi. Holy Grail is here. Oh, can I give you a hug?
You can. That's very good of you. Oh, you're a real supporter.
I just hope you're going to save the nation.
I know.
I think you're doing a fabulous job.
No, well, thank you.
Don't let the bastards drag you down.
No.
They're all out to get you.
I know.
Because they know you're right.
Yeah, quite.
And really.
I'll leave you that window poster for you.
You're a darling.
And thank you for your passion.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Lovely to see you.
And I really hope to keep the mental side going.
I'll be all right. Don't worry.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Yeah, good luck.
I'm with Nigel. Next week is the by-election. It's Thursday, isn't it? which I think is the 13th. We're going to be going down hopefully on Wednesday to do a show, and then do another show possibly Thursday morning live from Clacton. We're currently scooping out a suitable venue from which to do it, but you know, there's loads and loads of people standing. It's a kind of it's a bit of a free for all. There's about 34 people I think standing on the ballot, which means it's the biggest ballot paper of all time, even though the major parties are not actually standing, which is much to their shame, I think. But Ted Newsom's here. Ted, very good to see you.
Hello, Mike.
Welcome. Have you been down there? You've been talking online and stuff about Clacton and about sort of the young...
Well, yeah, I live there. I'll have to send you a photo with the ballot card.
Of course. The young right are obviously galvanised by it. So what's happening down there? What are you finding out? What have you seen?
Well, I mean, Nigel's ground game has been surprisingly good. A lot of people have dismissed this by-election, the Tories, Lib Dems, Labour, Greens, whatever.
Yeah.
The established parties, I think he calls it. But you look at the ground game and he's got these big stakes with big Reform logo on.
Right.
I'm with Nigel, and I'll tell you what, the amount of houses with these on, it seems like the people of Clacton are backing him, and it's a gamble that's paid off, in his constituency at least.
Right, because obviously I think people have kind of turned quite rightly on Count Binface, you know, who was kind of hailed as this, you know, fantastic reform figure. But actually, just is a bit of a knob, really, isn't he? Because he's kind of come across as this, you know, rather trendy, lefty kind of, you know, have I got news for you type individual, who obviously hates anybody who's got a view to the right of Jeremy Corbyn, and you know, it's all sort of backfired a bit on him, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just nauseating listening to him, honestly.
Yeah.
He was actually on the Rest is Politics with Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell.
Was.
So
Surprised they haven't given him a show.
Tells you what he is.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised.
Shows you what their show is.
It really does, yeah. And in terms of the feeling out there on the ground about reform, because obviously, you know, in the sort of the chattering classes and the people like me and others who speak about it all the time, there's been a big concentration on what Rupert Lowe said the other day, and whether or not he was offering a kind of pipe of peace or a peace dove or, you know, a hand of friendship and all of that. The general consensus was probably not actually. It was rather what you might call a sort of poison chalice he was offering Nigel Farage. What's the sense that you get from the sort of Farage loyalists in Clacton in terms of how they feel about, you know, the Unite the Right thing?
Well, I just think it's hard to take an Olive Branch seriously when he films a 12-minute multi-camera piece to camera saying, oh, Nigel, come and speak to me. I mean, why not message him? He's got Nigel's number.
Right.
You speak to a lot of people, and essentially an awful lot of what Rupert Lowe is saying isn't incorrect. He's diagnosing the problem, but the kind of support he's attracting should worry some people. So I can understand why Reform wouldn't want to go into it.
Yeah.
And of course, Reform have all the power in deciding that.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at the front page of the Telegraph actually today, and I think I can bring it up here and see if I can reproduce it while I'm saying. Screen. Yeah, no, but I need to. There's a. It's not so much on the screen. It's just there's a little. Yeah. Alistair Heath. That's right. Alistair Heath has written a comment piece today where it says it is time to call out Rupert Lowe's toxic politics. Which I think is quite an interesting perspective to take, because a lot of people obviously listen to this show, a lot of people that are on the right in general have some time for Rupert Lowe. They quite like what he says, they quite like what his aims are. They might not agree with all of it, but they think that there's time and probably a reason for Reform to sort of pay attention to. But however, as I said the other day, his pipe of peace sort of offering sounded more like a ransom demand. It didn't sound like somebody actually being benevolent and being nice. It sounded like somebody being threatening. So it seems, and it appears to have gone nowhere.
Well, he's got out and said, I want to put country before party. I'm doing this totally selflessly. By the way, here are my demands.
Yeah, right.
So,
well, I said this. I mean, I had Calvin Robinson here yesterday, and I said, you know, surely if you're going to make an offer to try and work together with somebody, what you should say is these are the 5 things that perhaps we've got in common, rather than these are the 5 things that I want you to admire that I've got.
It's hardly selfless when you demand things of the other party.
Yeah, right, exactly. So how do you see that playing out? And in terms of the sort of the young rights, if you like, when you speak to people, Do they have sympathy with Rupert Lowe? Do they sound like we sound, or do they feel that Rupert's got more to offer and Nigel should be less standoffish, if you like?
I think it's really, really split, because you do, I'll be blunt, you do get the cranks, Mike, who are complete ethno-nationalists.
Yeah.
They're, and I don't like to say that, but it is the truth.
And Restore does attract those people.
It does attract them because they're seen as the only kind of party with traction on the, well, further right than Reform. But you do have people who are in it for the right reasons, that maybe they're not quite sure on Reform, or they think they haven't said enough on certain issues. Yeah. And they've gone over. And I mean, I've got a few school friends who are now members of Restore, and they're totally rational people. So I don't think Reform should completely disregard them.
Right. Well, it seemed as though for the first time in that press conference the other day, when they announced their their plan for Operation, whatever it was called, I forgot the name of it already.
Fortress.
Fortress. There you go. The business of what they wanted to do in the Channel. It seemed as though already Nigel Farage had kind of moved to some extent from where he was, which was to dismiss Rupert Lowe completely out of hand whenever he was mentioned, and he would say things like, "Oh, boring, boring. We're not talking about him." It did seem as though he's now at least worked out that he can't be quite as dismissive as that, albeit that he may not have to admire or admit Rupert Lowe into the fold, if you like. He can't pretend he's not there anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting time in politics at the moment. Summer recess is always going to get the established parties kind of experimenting, tickling some trout, seeing what bites.
Yeah.
And this announcement today about them having kind of citizen squads to report illegal Turkish barbers and illegal workers, I feel like that's the latest iteration, and we also saw it with Operation Fortress. We'll see if the public like it. I think it sounds like quite a good idea if it's done right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's an awful lot of scope for it to go wrong, and Millbank Tower to be inundated with calls about proper barbers.
Yes, right. And I mean, I suppose for those of us who would like to see Reform becoming the next government, it's good to see them back in action, if you like, rather than sort of defending the slings and arrows from various media outlets all the time, and defending why they are in existence, and defending why they're taking money from certain places. I mean, like yesterday, for example, we saw a story about Yvette Cooper taking a bunch of money in excess of £1 million from a pharmaceutical sort of organisation, which had been previously connected to various different government contracts over COVID. And I put out a tweet, sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek, going, surely the Standards Commission should be involved in this. And all these lefties were going, "You're an idiot! Don't you realise it's all up above board?
Well, it's only 1 million. It's not 5.
It's all it's all declared." And it's like, well, yeah, that's my point. The fact is that you're allowed to take money from organisations which are likely to have an impact on the kind of policies that you're going to make, and that's fine, but you're actually getting your knickers in a twist about an amount of money that was given to Nigel Farage, which actually does not affect the governing of this country, because he's not in government.
Absolutely.
And so I wonder whether the polls are, and the way the polls are going, in a sense where they're sort of saying, the luster's coming off Reform a little bit, they're not as well thought of as they were. I'm not sure those polls are right, because I think the people who are generally fans of Reform haven't really changed their view.
Yeah, but they're disillusioned with the established parties.
Yeah.
And it might be the case in London, but it's certainly not the case in Clacton. You go out and speak to people, and they're fired up by Reform. They genuinely think that Reform's the best party to get their country back, and they're putting all of their support behind them. And it's, quite frankly, it's mobilising people that have never voted before.
So you're not seeing a dip in any way, shape or form in terms of popularity?
Not especially. I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said I hadn't spoken to people who said in 2024 I voted for Nigel, now I don't want to.
Right.
I mean, the fact is, a lot of people around my area of Essex don't like to be bothered by politics.
Yeah.
They've got very strong opinions on tax and migration and law and order. Of course they do. They're socially conservative.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the government bothering them, they just want to be left alone.
Yeah. And I guess the fact that there might be yet another by-election come the autumn will probably not please them. I mean, is there a chance that this particular by-election will have a low turnout, do you think?
I feel like it will be a very low turnout, at least for the people who don't instinctively agree with Nigel Farage. his core support base is always going to turn out. So I'd say that's maybe 20-30% of the electorate. But as opposed to kind of a normal by-election where people are running from all sides of the political aisle, we're not going to get that kind of left or centrist turnout. And obviously it's not going to translate to the bin-faced vote. I know plenty of people who don't want to vote for a joke candidate that have loved the opportunity to vote Green or Labour, kind of put 2 fingers up to Nigel Farage for his publicity stunt, as they call it, but now they don't have a choice. So
yeah, interesting.
Well,
it's going to be fascinating. Well, we're hoping to get down there on Wednesday to do a show Wednesday evening and then maybe Thursday morning. So if you happen to be down there, we'd love to have you on. In fact, if you before you leave, actually, I should dispatch you in to see Pooch in the next studio, and maybe have a word with him, because we're currently looking for a venue to do the show from. We think we might have found one. But we're not absolutely sure. So if you don't mind, would you mind having a chat to Pooch?
I'll give you some local know-how.
You can give us some local know-how, and that might be helpful to us, and that'd be great. Ted, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Ted Newson there, giving us the benefit of his local experience of down in Clacton. Obviously, it would appear that there's no danger that Nigel Farage won't win the by-election. The question will be, how much of a ringing endorsement will it be? No doubt the sort of the powers that be, the lefties, the establishment media, will all be trying to poo-poo it and make out that it's not really that important, and there's hardly any real support for Nigel Farage, but they'd be wrong about that. But we'll be keeping an eye on it, as of course you would expect. Lots and lots of great messages coming in, by the way. And before we speak, we've got a couple more super chats to do. Let's do them. This one from Simon Kilford. Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Very kind of you. What else we got? Ralphie says, I meant the Niblet woman was so ridiculous, I almost thought it was Intel lady taking the piss. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, absolutely. Because we played that message out earlier, and I think people thought you were suggesting that Marilyn Hawes was Intel lady, but no. Shall we do, let's do another clip before we speak to Jean Hatchett. Why don't we do the Lee Anderson one? This is Lee Anderson, who went over to France this week to check out what was going on with the migrant business.
It's going to roll the whole time, Lee.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, guys, everybody speak English? You speak English?
No.
Anybody
No,
speak English?
No, we're struggling so far to find anybody that speaks English.
You speak English? Anybody speak English?
Do you want to come to England? I don't Inglaterra. Like, is it? Yeah. He wants to. We're not allowed to go back to Egypt.
To Egypt? Why? What's wrong with Egypt? I've been to Egypt. It's nice there.
To Egypt.
So why doesn't he stay in France?
Say the UK has got a good government and they'll give us papers.
You've got friends in the UK?
Yeah.
Did they arrive on small boat?
Yeah.
On boat, yeah.
I need to be UK.
How much does it cost you? How much money?
I pay money.
How much?
1,200 euros. I'm not going to UK, I'm going to Scotland.
Why Scotland?
Yeah, I like it.
You like Scotland?
Edinburgh. Yeah.
Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good city.
Yeah.
Good city. Do you think you'll like it there?
I don't have more respect. Look my finger.
Let's go. Drive. En route now, Jay.
Lee Anderson doing the hard yards there over in northern France, checking out exactly what is going on there, because what we've seen, of course, is a completely overrunning of the channel. We had that incident the other day where people were on a dinghy, more than 100 people, I mean 100, was about 150 people on a dinghy that went on fire. They all had to be rescued and taken back to France. And of course everybody said, from the reform side, well, if they can be taken back to France because of an incident like that, why can't they be taken back to France on any other regular basis, so that we don't have to put up with what it is that they're doing? And that, of course, makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because, in fact, if we are in control, or if we are to be in control of the situation, we need to be in control of the situation. But let's talk right now to Jean Hatchett, because there are many other stories to discuss over the course of this show. She wants to remember Rod Liddle, a good friend of the show here, a good friend of mine, who passed away, I'm afraid, sadly, just the other day, age 65, I think, same age as me, which is always slightly I don't know, sort of straightening, if you like. Jean, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to see you. You might be, we'll talk about Rod Liddle, I'm sure, in a second, but you might be interested to know, I don't know whether you've seen it on the front page of the Times today, left-wing councillors have launched a coordinated effort to defy rules on single-sex spaces. These are people who basically want to continue to run services as they wish to, rather than on the basis of the law, which has said, you know, biological sex is biological sex. I don't know how they're getting away with it, to be honest. I mean, maybe you can help me out.
Because the guidance is so weak, you know, and the EHRC guidance, you know, it's guidelines, it's still guidelines. And so if they want to go and fight these cases, if they want to drag it to court, if they want to push it to the absolute maximum, and let's face it, is to avoid guaranteeing women's safety in spaces where men should not be, they can do that. And the only alternative is constant lawfare to stop them doing that. And actually, you know, if we repealed the Gender Recognition Act, if we'd been working to do that all this time, you know, over the last 10, 15 years that campaigners have been working, this wouldn't be an issue, because this would already be done, because that category of being able to say that you've changed from a man to a woman just wouldn't exist. It would be done, dead in the water. So, you know, these people would just be transvestites and you know, that's it. But unfortunately, we have this situation where the Supreme Court clearly said that biological sex was to be referred to when you were talking about a woman. And yet service providers, you know, local authorities, etc., are still pushing the envelope of that, and it left so much wiggle room. You know, it really does. If you look at the fine print in the EHRC guidance, if someone says they're a woman and a service provider challenges them, they don't have to provide evidence, and if it doesn't seem like it would be reasonable to challenge them again or to ask them to provide evidence, that's it.
Right.
That's it. You know, so it's far too slack, and women's safety is being risked. And these people they're repulsive people. Repulsive to say we would prefer to ensure you have a man in your toilets than we would to make sure women are safe. It's you know, who are these people? They're not my people.
No. Has there ever been a case like this before, though, where a law has actually been passed, where a declaration has been made, not least by the Prime Minister of the time, Keir Starmer, in Parliament, you know, and also in various different interviews afterwards, where he said, you know, there is now no doubt, the law has made it clear, very clear that, you know, you can only be considered to be a woman if you were actually born biologically as a woman. And yet, all of these public bodies are kind of, you know, just flipping the bird at it and just going, sorry, we don't go with that. We'll just interpret our own law. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, really.
Well, it's the madness of this ideology, isn't it? The way it's become so deeply ingrained in society that you are a good person if you say men are women, and you are a terrible, awful, turfy, horrid, you know, evil woman if you say that men aren't women. Just that very simple statement, men aren't women, will you know, will have you in all kinds of difficulties with the good and the moral. So, you know, things are completely on their head. And you know, when you're looking at the puberty blockers trial, which is going to go ahead, that is a trial of children that are going to be placed on untested medication in the long term. They don't know what it does. They don't know what we do know what the risks are when children progress to self-mutilate, etc. But you're telling very young children that what they think about their body being female when it isn't, or male when it isn't, is true. That's abuse. And then to pump them full of drugs to make them feel better about that is abuse. So you've got a whole mountain of madness. But that's going to be one of the biggest state scandals. You know, it's going to be as big as the grooming gang scandal when that all falls out. It's horrific.
It is. It's extraordinary. And I mean, is anybody going to challenge this? I mean, I know that you obviously represent certain different groups that might get together on this, but I mean, looking at the Times piece, it talks about 6 London boroughs, for example, Lambeth, Hackney, Haringey, Lewisham, Southwark and Waltham Forest, have already made a commitment to keep their services inclusive. and they say that the rules that they are supposed to be living by are an attack on transgender identity. Well, surely somebody is going to have to take these people on, whether it's a legal challenge or whether it's the authorities. You know, they're breaking the law.
Yeah, well, they're kind of applying the very outer limits of the law. They are still stretching the law, and the only way that can be challenged is now, because we have the law that we have, is through legal endless legal challenges, which of course the big groups are going to do. Sex Matters and well, mainly Sex Matters, I imagine, but until. This could go on forever. This could be the next decade of law cases. And, I'm much more radical on this. I want the whole thing dragging apart. I want the Gender Recognition Act repealing. But they tell me over and over again, oh, that can't be done. That's really hard. Why? Why is that really hard?
Yeah.
If we were lobbying politicians right now, and we'd been doing it for 10 years to say, this law is faulty, this is why it's faulty. Let's change it. Let's get that repealed and start again, and to take away the protected characteristic of gender reassignment in the Equality Act. You don't need to get rid of the whole Equality Act, but you do need to get rid of something that is the basis of this very faulty understanding that men in some cases become women, because they don't, not ever.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, this is the thing. I'm with you on that 100%. I don't believe this whole. I don't know if you saw the clip that we played a little bit earlier of Samantha Niblett, that sort of crazed Labour MP who wants to introduce more sex toys into Parliament, apparently over the course of the summer.
Oh, her.
She's lying on a sunbed. She's lying on a sunbed, saying that she hates August the 5th. As a day, because it's the day that these gender rules came into play, and it's an absolute insult, and it's an attack on transgender people, and it's like, and they just want to mind their own business, and if they wanted to just mind their own business, that would probably be fine. But actually, that's not where we are, is it? Because they don't just want to mind their own business; they want to get in your face and go, "Leave me alone! Stop telling me what I shouldn't do and what I should do. You're the problem." And it's like, well, if you didn't do that, actually, life would be a lot easier for everyone.
I think a lot of people, I've never eye rolled so much on a show in my life, I think, as I have this morning. But I think a lot of people don't see the underbelly of what this is.
Right.
When you're talking about these men who pretend to be women, when you go online and you see some of these men dressed up in their little twirly miniskirts and they've got their, their little bikini tops on, and they're old men. They're like, offensive.
Yeah, it's like a fetish, isn't it? It's like a fetish.
It is a fetish. It's nothing but a fetish.
Yeah.
And I think this veneer of we've got to be sympathetic, we've got to be kind to these people who were born in the wrong body. They weren't born in the wrong body. They were Barry, and they decided to be Brenda, and then they put a bra on, and they kind of really very much enjoy, and they dance around. Oh, you've got to look at this stuff to believe it. It's those are the men that are accessing female
It's weird.
spaces.
Let's just call it what it is. It's weird, right?
Yeah. But it's also real hatred of women. They're performing, I don't dance around in a miniskirt and a bra top, enjoying myself in my bedroom. It's that I come to my bed and, go to sleep, read a book, do whatever. But I don't.
Well, do you know what? I don't
even,
Jean, I don't even care what you do in your own bedroom, but you don't want to film it and put it out there. You're more than welcome to do whatever you like. But we used to say, when I lived in America, there was a big campaign about, keep the government out of your bedroom, keep the government out of your womb, keep the government away from, your own personal stuff. But don't then broadcast your own personal stuff either, and I think we'd all be a lot better off if we just kept certain things private.
Yeah, but certainly these men and their fetishes and demonstration of hatred of women, that should definitely be kept private. But actually, expose it. Show these people what they're talking about. Show them the men who will be in the loo next to them, sticking a camera underneath or over the top or whatever these men want to do. I think, they need exposing. And these lovely do-gooders might actually then think, what am I advocating for here? Ooh, I don't really like the look of that. I don't really like the look of who these men are. So perhaps that's what we have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a bit about Rod Liddle, because you've got an opinion on him. He was a guy that I knew well, always fascinating, always funny, sometimes pushed the boundaries. Some people didn't like it. And some of the comments, by the way, from the left have been utterly, as usual, utterly disgraceful. But not so much because he would probably love the fact that they were giving him a hard time and sort of, you know, clapping and applauding the fact that he died. But I thought sort of embarrassing for them because they never saw the joke. They didn't get it, did they?
No, I've been appalled to see, you know, in the hours after the man, it had been announced that Rod Liddell had died, and lots of people were saying, oh, you know, I knew him, he was great, he was, and then loads of people piling in going, oh, but he was a this and a that, and he once said this in, you know, 2005, and he said this about Harriet Harman, and yes, he was a man with perhaps some views that myself as a radical feminist I'd have gone up in arms about. However, I knew very clearly that he was doing the best of writing in order to wind people up. That was his, you know, that was his reason for writing the pieces that he did. He was laughing at everybody. Sometimes he thought you were laughing with him when you weren't. He wrote one about me. It was really scathing when I was campaigning. Because I commented the other day and I said, you know, even though he wrote this thing about me that really ripped me to shreds in 2015, I think it was. I read it and I knew it was a good piece of writing. It was like, he nailed me there, actually.
Yeah.
He really got.
Do you know what was funny as well? I mean, and he and I disagreed on certain things. Because I remember having a conversation with him, I think it was before Trump won the second presidency. And he was absolutely certain that he wouldn't. And he got it completely wrong, you know, because, you know, quite a lot of the, what I call Westminster types, and he wasn't one of those, but you know, sort of mainstream media, political pundits, get it so wrong because they just don't understand the sort of the feelings of ordinary members of the public, you know, in the same way that people like Dan Hodges, you know, when he first started singing the praises of Keir Starmer, and I went, this guy is not going to lie, he's a complete dud, blah, blah, blah. You know, after a year, he was agreeing with me. Now he's doing the same thing about Andy Burnham, and we all know where it's going to end. Andy Burnham is going to crash and burn him, if you like, because he's bloody useless. And, you know, he's been in the job 2 weeks, he's gone on holiday. And you kind of go in, and all these people in Westminster are going, oh, isn't it great? Isn't he such a breath of fresh air because he's such a good communicator? And they've all thrown Starmer under the bus as though he never existed. It's really funny, you know.
Did Liddell ever say that he was wrong?
Do you know what? I'm not one of those people that goes after people who were wrong, generally speaking.
No, I just wondered. It was
so
just
I didn't. So I don't think I ever asked him. And I think, like most journalists who are basically weasels, and I count myself as one, so I can say that, they never admit to being wrong. They never do. I mean, I don't have to admit to being wrong because I'm always right. So, you know,
see, I'm often wrong.
I'm very fortunate in that I'm always right. So, but no, he's a great loss to the world. He's a great loss to the general kind of amusement, I think, of all of us, because he never took anybody seriously. And one of the things that I've really enjoyed seeing is some of the clips. There's a great clip that I put out a couple of days ago of him just walking around with a camera. And being approached by men in high-vis vests saying, you can't film here. And he's going, well, why not? It's, you know, I'm in the middle of a street. Well, you have to get permission from Westminster Council. And it's very funny stuff, you know, that he used to actually go out and do. So, yeah, I miss his humour and his kind of mischievousness, I suppose.
Yeah. But he was a good writer, you know.
He was a great writer.
Whatever he was as a man, and, you know, I've been challenged about what he was like towards women. I don't know. I don't know whether the things that were, you know, he said he didn't do something, and his.
I mean, he was, I mean, he did leave his first wife. You know, some people don't like that. It's not really any of our business. He did have an incident with one of his girlfriends where, you know, the police were involved, and, you know, there was an allegation that he hit. You know, listen, we've all been in situations, I'm sure, in life. Which were perhaps not our finest hour, and it just to me makes him more human, really.
But you can also divide that from his talent, and you can also hold that back for a few days at least. If you know, if you want to trot out what he did wrong, do it later.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, but you don't need to do that. And also, you know, what's been happening with the feminists is. Feminists telling other feminists, you're not feminist enough. If you liked this guy, if you met this guy, well, that's a friend. You know, they can divorce some of their politics from their appreciation of a friend, appreciation of a good writer. And then, you know, privately they might acknowledge, well, you know, okay, he was this, he was that, he was flawed. But anybody who tells me they have no flaws, I'm narrowing my eyes at that person, because I think, okay, then you're perfect, and when you're dead, nobody will say a bad word about you.
Right.
But we've started doing this, haven't we? Like, as soon as someone's dead, let's make them a bit more dead by bringing out all their past faults immediately.
Well, look at all the horrible stuff that was written about Anne Widdecombe. I mean, it was really disgusting.
It's just what I'm thinking
because
about.
Because she was, of all people, the least likely to have caused anyone to hate her. But because the left is so toxic now, you know, they hate you for what you think. They don't hate you because they know you. They don't hate you because of something you've done. They hate you because of what you think. And you just think that's so awful, you know?
It is, and we've got to reclaim the left actually from these people, because I would still consider myself of the left, but with these bits of politics now, because I don't think there is that firm position. And I think the left's been taken over by these whatever, you know, the anti-Semitism and the, you know, all these other bits of the left that are not me, you know, and I can't say I'm in the centre, because, you know, my views on migrants are seen as, you know, they're pushed me right over to the right. My views on trans push me over to the right, and yet feminist, I'm over to the left. We're all over the place, but we've got to have a cleaner politics where it's not like this, that it's not so hateful on the very extremes. Extremes are,
no, I agree,
you know,
and also that it shouldn't be compartmentalised, so that, you know, if you are, for example, on the left, on, say, I don't know, fiscal policy, that you want tax to be this, that you then have to also love trans, and then you also have to love migrants, and you go, well, actually, no, I don't go along with that, you know, box. I don't have to take everything out of the box and declare it all to be related. You can surely have several boxes, and you can have different issues that you feel differently about. I mean, I've always been baffled by that. I found it first in America when I was there, when I lived there for like 10 years, and you'd get these kind of Democrats who would be like, well, you know, if you're pro-choice, you have to be against the death penalty. And you go, well, you don't have to be, you know, you could be pro-death penalty and pro-choice, and they would go, we don't think you can. And, you know, that's kind of where it started, I think. I can't believe we've got this philosophical this time in the morning, but, you know, there we are. This is the show. This is the kind of show we have. No, it's good. I love it. It's really good. Anyway, Jean, listen, great to see you. Sorry, no, go ahead.
Nice to see you too. No, you asked me to talk about this this guy in Athens, the you know, the guy from Afghan, and the story that has been built in the press around him. Just very
Sorry,
briefly.
I often forget. I get in terrible trouble with Charlotte, our booking producer, who's brilliant. Because
I just wanted to mention her name.
I sometimes forget to mention the story we got you on for. So go ahead.
Well, and I forgot until I just looked at my notes. But you know, this guy has got this great big narrative built around him, and he's allegedly murdered. The woman's name is Elizabeth Jane Ross, and she's almost out the picture. It's all about his difficult journey, his boxing career. They even discussed how many wins he'd had or not had. His father's military history, the Taliban, how dreadful it had been, blah, blah, blah. And she was, you know, I want to hear from his wife, you know, the wife that he dragged into this whole
And there's
mess.
this lovely picture, isn't there, of him and this woman, who apparently is the woman he married. And there he is, looking for all intents and purposes like, you know, your very happy family man, who is now accused of cutting somebody up and putting them in a suitcase.
And we've got, you know, you've got to be honest about this. Like, the men that you have that are coming from these incredibly brutal existences, like life under the Taliban, for example. And, you know, he's escaped as a young man, allegedly. I don't know, is this story true? Who knows? But they built up this very sympathetic narrative about a man, to the point where it's, you know, he has done this awful crime, but the narrative about his past seems more important than the crime. Well, no, brutal men come from brutal regimes as well. You know, not every migrant that is seeking refuge somewhere else is a good man, because we can't know that. So I think it's really important.
But also, I think we also have to take into account, and I said this during the whole Rudy Cabana scenario, albeit that he was the son of a pair of people who had come from a very violent place, that, you know, violence, you know, sort of purports violence into the next generation. I'm afraid it's just one of those things. It's not rocket science. You know, if you've come from a violent society, you're more likely to be kind of inured to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we need to stop anointing people just because they've had a dreadful background, because they can still have the potential to hurt women.
Yeah,
in particular.
Absolutely dreadful, terrible story. Listen, great to talk to you. Thank you, Jean.
Nice to talk to you too.
We went all the way around the world there.
All over the place.
Fantastic stuff. Really good. Jean Hatchett there, ladies and gentlemen. Really worth listening to her opinions on all manner of things. Coming up, Chris Morrison is here. Martin Davis as well. Should we do a bit of news? Because we haven't done any news for a bit, have we? No. What do you think? Should we do a bit of Edward Hughes?
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. The Mike Graham Show, 9:22. Should we do some super chats, Elena? We've got a few, I think, that we should play out. One here from Jolly Choo Choos. DNA determines your sex. Does it? Okay. Laura Jane says, I'm so tired and drained of being forced to believe men can be women and women can be men. They can't. These men are sick. I can't disagree with that. Simon Kilford, once again, fantastic super chat. Thank you, Simon. Another bucket load of money that he keeps sending. He's a very kind man. We've been trying to say all week, actually, that we're going to try and get Simon in at some point. I don't know whether anyone's reached out to him or whether he's been in touch or anything like that. I'm not sure where he is. But it seems to me that he's sending us so much money, and it seems like we should at least give him something in return, like maybe a free cup of coffee or something, or a banana, or something like that. Yeah, I know. Well, we haven't got much to give away, really, or maybe a night out or something like that, like we did last night, which was great fun. Lots and lots of different headlines to talk about. I'm going to do my meltdown, I think now, because before we speak to Chris Morrison on the true cost of green subsidies. He's the environment editor of the Daily Skeptic and a former financial journalist. We'll talk to him about, Ed Miliband and his ridiculous, round the world tour. He's currently in America trying to convince Marco Rubio that he likes Donald Trump. That's another story altogether. But let's do a meltdown, shall we? Professor Jason R. Day is a man who is in the spotlight, right? This is a guy who, until probably 2 weeks ago, I had never heard of. And funnily enough, at the beginning of this week, I made a point to put down his name to mention it as part of the upcoming Plank of the Week, which we'll be doing tomorrow, Friday. Because how can you do Plank of the Week without mentioning the biggest plagiarist of all time? Because that's kind of where he is currently sitting. He's a guy who's the first black professor at Cambridge University. And the reason the story has become such a big story is not because this guy is a bit of a Walter Mitty figure and that he's invented a kind of whole life for himself, which doesn't turn out to be completely true. It's largely because of the way that the establishment has reacted to his existence. Because rather than questioning him, rather than wondering whether or not all the things he said he did were actually true, they just kind of nodded him through and just went, oh, isn't it great? Pat ourselves on the back. We're ethnically cleansed. We have got a great, fantastic situation going here because we've found somebody who's really, really clever and he happens to be black. I mean, it's kind of insulting to black people, isn't it? I mean, why wouldn't you have a Cambridge professor who happened to be black? In the same way that you wouldn't have, why wouldn't you have a great footballer? Why wouldn't you have a pilot of an aeroplane? Why wouldn't you have the head of the armed forces? Why wouldn't you have a submarine captain? Why wouldn't you have a scientist? You know, it's like the people who say, isn't it amazing? Do you remember Keir Starmer when he appointed Rachel Reeves to be the first woman chancellor? Isn't it amazing? You know, women and girls, it's going to be great. You know, they're going to look up to her. No, it's not amazing, actually. Why would a woman not be clever enough to be chancellor? Why would a woman not be clever enough indeed to run the Labour Party? Well, that's another story. But you know, it should not be in any way remarkable that somebody whose skin happens to be black or darker than mine could be a professor at Cambridge. The trouble is, of course, this guy was probably the worst possible sort of poster boy for ethnic minority success, because it turns out he's a complete bullshitter. So we believe. Have a look at this. This is what he has to say.
I always felt it was a privilege to have a period of 11 years where maybe I couldn't speak and I couldn't converse in a way that everyone else could, because it allowed me to see things in a different way.
Professor Jason Arday was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at the age of 3. He couldn't speak until he was 11 and read or write until he was 18. Throughout his early years, his parents continued to believe in him.
At 18, my mum had got to a point where there was only so much she could do, and she was brilliant, even though she had this belief that, you know, he'll do something okay, but she just decided, I need someone else to believe in him as much as I believe in him.
Therapists predicted he would need full-time assistance throughout his life. How wrong they were.
You okay?
It was this man, college tutor Sandro Sandri, who helped teach Jason to read and write at 18.
I'm just so happy for him. You know, I'm speechless, to be honest. But I never doubt a moment they would achieve where he is.
Sandro would spend hours of his free time teaching Jason.
There's one thing you said to me which I never forgot, and it was when I was 22, and I said to you I was thinking about doing a PhD. And you said to me, like, you know, it would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write was managed to get a PhD. Like, and you said, like, I think, you know, we can take on the world, or you can take on the world, and you can win. And I never forgot that.
And now Jason is days away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do, but I feel really optimistic, I think.
Yeah, you have got possibly the worst judgment in the entire world, right? I feel really optimistic. Do you? Really? Well, maybe you should be a little bit more questioning. Maybe you should not buy into what it is that he was selling, which was basically a con job. I can't believe how ludicrously kind of gullible people are. But you know what's really worrying is that they're not gullible about anything, but they're gullible about him. And the reason they're gullible about him is because they assumed that he was telling them that he couldn't read or write when he was young, that he was, you know, non-verbal, all of which now is in question, because it might be that that's all a lie as well. You know, he claimed to have run something like 600 miles in various marathons over a course of quite a small period of time, and some of it with a broken leg. I mean, you kind of go, really? What, did you hop halfway there? I mean, it gets ridiculous. And they're all going, oh, isn't he marvellous? What a man, what a fantastic, he's amazing, it's just fantastic. It brings tears to my eyes, I can't take it. You know, we actually asked you today in the poll, who's the biggest liar? And the good news for Jason Arday is that actually he's been beaten to the prize of the biggest liar in Britain by Andy Burnham. Right? So you've got, who's the biggest liar? Gianni Infantino, the man who's single-handedly wrecked FIFA, 3%. Jason Arday, only 16%. Nicola Sturgeon's a bigger liar than he is, and Andy Burnham is even bigger than that, 47%. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, the woman who, despite the fact that you could see the motorhome that her husband bought from space, she couldn't see it when she got out of the car, when it was parked literally over there. So lying is something that people do. It's a human trait, okay? Some people are better at it than others. Some people use it to their advantage. Some people just do it because they enjoy doing it. This guy, Jason Arday, I think will turn out to be one of these kind of Walter Mitty type characters who's actually got a massive problem because he literally can't lie straight in bed. He can't tell the truth. And, you know, we've all known people like this, right? Where you ask them a question and they just lie straight away without even being prompted to lie. And you just think to yourself, really? Is that really where you want to go? And once they start, they can't stop. You know, it's like if somebody came to me and said, where'd you get that tie from? Oh, I bought it in Moscow. Yeah, and then they go, I didn't know you'd been to Moscow. Yeah, I was in Moscow, yeah. When did you get it? Last weekend? Yeah, I was there last weekend. And yeah. What did you do in Moscow? Oh, I stayed at, this house, and a friend of mine lived near the Red Square. So, you start embellishing this entire kind of tapestry of untruths. And before you know where you are, you've got yourself absolutely knee-deep in lies. And it's not a good place to go. And if you can ever teach your children anything, teach them to be truthful. Teach them to tell the truth at all times and never to tell lies. Milli Vanilli were fake as well. Maybe it's the hairdo, says Steve. There is a bit of a similarity there. Jason Arday invented cheese, says Chris. Actually, that's a good one, isn't it? Maybe that's for tomorrow. We should do, Jason Arday's most daring achievements. He invented cheese. He made time stand still. What else? He was once a centre forward for Manchester United. And of course he climbed Mount Everest in a single day. All of that. We can do all that tomorrow. It'll be quite fun. But, just stop telling lies. And maybe that's a good lesson for Andy Burnham, because Andy Burnham is now considered to be, by our audience, a bigger liar than Jason Arday, who is the biggest liar in Britain right now. Burnham beats him. How about that? Speaking of lies, let's talk about climate change, because Chris Morrison is here from the Daily Sceptic. Chris, a very good morning to you, sir.
Oh. Hi there, Mike. Nice to be with you again.
Good to. I can hear you, but I can't see you. I don't know whether that's my fault or yours. It could be mine. It's sort of a blank screen, which is a daring way to do television. I mean, I'm not against it.
I can see you, but
right. Well, that's the most important thing, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you don't need to see me. Not at this time in the morning.
No. But listen.
Well, let's press on, right? Because I don't know whether I've not pressed something this end. You've got a pretty easy link to it, but
yeah. Okay. Well, listen. We may not be able to fix it, but we can just talk to you as if you're on the radio, as opposed to actually visibly
back in the old days.
Back in the old days, yeah. So you must be absolutely thrilled to bits that Ed Miliband is no longer now the net zero coordinator of the world, but is now, in fact, foreign secretary, where he's gone to America to have a conversation with Marco Rubio and trying to convince him that he's not actually a Trump hater. But is it going to help us that he's no longer in that net zero arena, or is it going to mean it's worse than now he's foreign secretary?
No, it's even worse because we've got daughter of Ed Miliband in charge now, Mayata Fambula, and she's even worse than Miliband, if you could believe that. She's all signed up to net zero by 2030. That's not what she tells the BBC, of course, but that is what she's written in the past when she was head of a left-wing think tank. In fact, Andy Burnham is signed up to the same agenda. He's now being put on as on the promoters of this disastrous climate and nature bill, which failed at its second reading, but would reduce our use of hydrocarbons down to 10% by 2030, or rather within 10 years. Whether that will survive him, sort of fudging it or whatever he's going to do. Now, these people are determined to destroy our energy system, and they, of course, they've been on Mr. Ardy's course. They tell us constantly that renewables are cheaper than gas when they patently aren't. This latest report from a chap called Gordon Hughes, Professor Gordon Hughes, very eminent economics professor, although he's retired now, 50 years of looking at the economics of infrastructure, has pointed out what we already know, and that is that the cost of renewable energy is 3 times the price of the cost of gas. That when people like Miliband and Fambula turn around and say renewables are getting cheaper, no, they're not. Renewables are the price of gas determines the price of renewables. No, it doesn't. The price of gas determines the wholesale price of electricity, not the retail price, which is what we pay. And on top of that, users worked out that we're paying 3 times more for the costs of the various subsidies and indirect subsidies that have grown up over the last 20 years of this enormous grift. And he points out that for every £1 that is spent by the consumer on electricity, for every £4 spent by consumers, £5, nearly £4 goes is connected to renewables, whether direct or indirect, to provide subsidies to renewable energy, which still only produces 55% of our electricity. And I always use the example, I think I might have mentioned it to you, our old friend Dale Vince. I always use the example, if you want to see the scale of this money that is flowing to this green agenda, he produces 0.05% of electricity with his 76 wind turbines, and over 20 years he's collected £145 million. Now, in total, Hughes points out that over the last 20 years, subsidies for green energy, for this renewable energy, are about £240 billion. They're currently running at about £22 billion a year, which, if it carries on at the current trend, Hughes says, will be higher than the defence budget by 2030. And this is the scale, and this is all ignored. The lies are told about it. Mainstream media refuse to discuss it in any great detail. You still hear all the time, I was even at a party recently where I think some NGO bureaucrat or state bureaucrat was saying, she said, well, Chris, she said, if I had time to educate you more or less, I could point out the wind and the sun are free. This is the sort of thinking that they're still telling us, but of course they're telling us there's a climate emergency when they just invent it. They don't discuss the science because the science doesn't prove what they say. So all the time you've got this sort of RD scale bank of lies pointing out, gaslighting us to keep this grift, which is estimated now, the green grift around the world, is estimated to be £3-4 trillion alone.
It's an extraordinary amount of money, isn't it?
Going back to Miliband, well, I'm assuming he's doing his usual Ardy sort of line and telling Rubio that, yes, he loves Trump now and that all friends now. But I don't think Mr. Trump, I don't think President Trump is going to be particularly impressed with the likes of Miliband.
I think they're deliberately keeping him away from Trump, aren't they? Because under normal circumstances, you'd expect the Foreign Secretary to actually have a hearing of some kind or another with the President. But I think they're probably keeping him well out of the way just to avoid embarrassment. There was a story the other day that I thought made me think of you, actually, and I don't know whether you saw it. It was in the Times, I think, a couple of days ago. And it was all about, I think it was Monday, actually. It was all about the national grid and how there's been some kind of massive cock-up of measurement as to whether energy is going into the grid or out of the grid, because apparently various different power suppliers to the national grid have had these meters put into their systems, which have been fitted backwards, right? Which means that if you are a supplier, generally speaking, of energy into the grid, you get an amount of money for supplying them with energy, and if you're a receiver of energy, you will pay them. And apparently this has all been done in the wrong way, so that the meter which measures whether or not you're a supplier or how much you're supplying, or whether you're a taker and how much you're taking, has all been reversed. So that if you're instead of I know it sounds mad, instead of and they think it's costing millions and millions of pounds, instead of you receiving money when you're a contributor, you get a bill, because the computer system has measured you receiving rather than giving.
Yeah. No, I'd not seen that story, but I'm not surprised. I moved house about 2 years ago, and for the last 3 years in our old house, we had one of these smart meters, and it never worked. They kept replacing it, and they kept estimating the bill, and in the end, I mean, I think I was paying more or less what I was paying before, and then when I left, there was a huge gap, and God knows what was happening. I mean, so I'm not surprised. It's just chaos sometimes.
Yeah, but it's hard to imagine that these are the people who are running our electricity grid,
yeah.
and it's a national security kind of infrastructure item, isn't it?
Well, you've always got screw-ups in big companies, and the bigger the company, the bigger the screw-up. Is in my experience, but they somehow survive because the weight of money that comes in, I guess, and then they just work it out that it's like we don't have to give that good a service because we're still making shed loads of money. And the national grid though does have problems in the sense that you're right about it. It can't actually determine these days what's coming in.
Right.
Balancing the grid is a very, very difficult process. They have to get the frequency exact right, or we get a day-long blackout like we got in Spain when there was too much solar got pushed in. And the problem with a lot of these renewable energies, solar, wind, is they have very low inertia, they called it. They're not producing the right frequencies, and it has to be balanced. Well, that's, and the more wind and solar you put on, the worse it gets. But then it gets even worse because now, Miliband, when he was around, was trying to get everybody to buy these solar panels and put on their roofs. The problem is when if everybody was to put a solar panel on, this is not part of the grid. So the grid finds it very difficult to work out. Say England got to the World Cup final, and at halftime everyone had a cup of tea. They would know roughly how much extra power they need to call on. But if they don't actually know how much power's going into the grid in the first place, and if it's too much, it'll trip the system. You've got these constant problems with renewables. The more you put in, wherever you look, the more unstable it makes the grid, the more expensive it makes the grid, and the more we're at risk of these blackouts. Another point that Hughes brings up, and this is a brilliant article. We published it in the Skeptic. It's sort of just been published, so if you just go to the site, is that we're relying now, because of the renewables, we're trying to downplay gas. We still use a lot of gas, of course. And we're relying on the interconnectors from overseas. These have gone up from providing 0.2% of our energy 20 years ago to about 16, 17%. And if you look at the grid watch, you can see this every day, particularly when the wind doesn't blow. They're pulling down a huge amount of electricity from France and Netherlands and places like that. And the problem is that the idea that Miliband and now Fambula tell us is that we want energy security, we want energy stability. Everything they do is designed to ruin the security and to ruin the stability, because we're relying on prices given to us by overseas electricity suppliers. We're not relying on the price of gas, which, as I say, is actually a relatively small amount of the retail price. But we're relying on the prices now being charged by other people, some of whom, of course, are using coal. Certainly, a lot of them are using North Sea oil. And if you think that is a way to run an electricity system, well, I've got a professorship of sociology that I can sort of point you in the direction of at Cambridge.
Yes, absolutely incredible. And we keep reading as well, do we not, as you say, that we will have some kind of catastrophic event, whether it's a brownout, as we used to call them in America, or a blackout altogether. Are we getting close to that? I mean, I'm pleased to see that the climate nutters who were predicting we were all going to fry because we haven't got any water and there's a drought and it's really hot, it seems to have cooled down a bit this week. So I'm quite enjoying that. But are we quite close to a blackout scenario, do you think?
Well, Catherine Porter, who's a great energy commentator, much more skilled than I am, and she pointed out that we nearly came close during one of the heat waves this year, because of course the wind wasn't blowing. It doesn't blow in the winter sometimes, and it doesn't blow in the summer, and we came very close. And they were having to rapidly pull down vast amounts of power from wherever they got it. We have created a very unstable grid, and so I would argue. I don't know. I'm not a forecaster as such, but I would argue we're very close to blackouts and brownouts and all sorts of things coming our way. And we all remember paying some of the highest prices for electricity in the world. Hughes, again, another interesting statistic. I think he said about 36% of electricity was consumed by consumers, by retail customers. The rest was industry. And of course, so they're paying, some of the highest prices in the world, and that of course feeds back because industry produces the goods that we buy. So that's feeding back into inflation. It's feeding back into all sorts of things. Another thing I would say that if you're, particularly two things that I've written about recently, that I would also, draw to people's attention about the horrors of the renewable business, is we are spending 1.5 billion. I mean, it's a mere 1.5 billion. The sums I've been talking about today, it's almost a rounding error, but nevertheless, it's 1.5 billion we're spending just out of the military budget, as far as I can see, to fix the problems that offshore wind farms create for military radar. They create a Doppler effect. It means that if we get ballistic missiles or we get drones sort of weaving their way through the fields, they may well not be picked up by military radar in time. And they're spending 1.5 billion. And as far as I can see, they haven't actually got a solution to it. They're spending 1.5 billion to try to get a solution. Trump in the United States has banned new offshore wind developments off the East Coast for the same reason, for security and military reasons. And Sweden have done something similar. The other thing I would say about wind turbines is, whenever you see a wind turbine, just think of the rape of the Amazon rainforest. I did an article recently that, and it hasn't, the sums haven't been seriously challenged, that 500,000 balsa wood trees are now being illegally logged every single year to provide the cores for these giant wind turbines. Balsa wood is very lightweight, it's very strong, it's fast growing, and until about 2020, it was sustainably logged from plantations in places like Ecuador and Peru. It's used as the core because of its particular characteristics. So about 7% of the wind turbine is actually balsa wood. You need about 40 trees to make a set of 3 giant wind turbines. Now, they ran out of sustainable balsa wood 5 years ago. This is one of the dirty secrets of green energy. And so what they've been doing is they've been illegally logging it. They've been going into the Amazon rainforest, into indigenous areas all over us, and been illegally logging these logs, 500,000 a year. Now, I wrote the story 2 or 3 weeks ago that the Ecuadorian balsa wood exports rose 37% last year. Now, there's no way that would have come from sustainable plantations. Some of it would have. And so I would assume that not only is the logging occurring at this horrendous rate, it's getting worse. They're going, every wind turbine you see, think of the rape of the Amazon rainforest. These are the dirty secrets of the green, plus, of course, the billions of bats they kill and the decimation of the raptor populations and all this sort of thing. Everywhere you look at green energy, it's a disaster area. The cost, the environmental cost, the financial cost, all of these things, none of them covered in mainstream media to any great extent.
No, of course not. Of course not. But luckily covered here on the Mike Graham Show, because this is where all sensible people come for their information. Really good to see you, Chris. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Chris Morrison there from the Daily Skeptic. Follow his stuff in the Daily Skeptic. It's all absolutely brilliant. And it's getting a bit chilly in here, by the way, guys. Do you think you might be able to switch off the air conditioning? It's okay. I've been trying to think of a way of telling you without actually just turning, white and shivering. We are now, though, about to be joined by Martin Davis, who is standing, I believe, in the Clacton by-election coming up. Let's find out if he is with us. Is he with us?
Yeah.
He is. Martin, very good morning to you, sir.
Mike, hello.
Yeah, good to see you. You are one of a famous band of people now, because you will find yourself, I guess, in the Guinness Book of Records for being on the longest ballot paper that has ever existed in the history of politics. Apparently, I think there's 34, is it, independents and various different people running. You're running, I believe, let me see if I've got this right, you're running for the Freedom Alliance, is that right?
That's right, Freedom Alliance Party.
So tell us about the Freedom Alliance Party. What are they? Who are they?
So Freedom Alliance have been around for 6 years now, since the lockdowns were happening and the protests, etc. It'd be fair to say we started out as a protest party, pretty much like a number of them. We've stayed the course, and over the last 3 years or so, we've been standing candidates mainly in councils, but also in parliamentary elections. We were up in the MSP elections up in Glasgow in May this year. So we've now got a full suite of policies. We've been spending a year polishing those, and we consider ourselves to be one of the leaders of the freedom movement from a political point of view.
Okay. And so is your kind of aim in any election that you stand in just to be able to voice your opinion, to get your thoughts out there? Do you hope to ever win a seat? Have you had any successes in that department?
Yeah, so this is why I mentioned the councillor seats. Running an election campaign against the traditional parties is pretty tricky, bearing in mind the amount of funding they have. So MPships are a rarity, and that's why, and we'll come on to it about why I'm standing in Clacton. But certainly from council point of view, then the consistency we've had over the last 3-4 years of people continually standing is building our following altogether. And as an example, I stood 3 times in my council elections prior to this, when I moved, and I kind of got about 250% increase from the first time. Now we're still in lower numbers, but people are starting to get the message that there are credible alternatives, people who actually genuinely want to help the individual, and that's where we're at. We're very much local, and we want to improve the individual's voice in it. We want to improve the local voice. Disagree entirely with the amalgamation of power at a mayor level. They call it devolution on this one. I think it's just a concentration of power being pulled away from the local people. We would want to replace that back to local parishes, local councils.
Yes. And in terms of our freedoms in general, would you say that we are in more danger now than ever? Because I think we are. I think that, COVID was one thing and people kind of accepted it more than perhaps they should have done. But I worry now that actually the sort of the common, if you like, the common kind of understanding of government is that government is into everything now. Government is into your business, it's into your personal life, it's into your, car, it's into your, electricity meter. They want to know everything about you and to use it in some way, which in my view anyway, can only be malevolent.
I completely agree. I think over the last 15 years, it's not just new acts that have happened. It's the creeping death of freedoms inside existing acts. And we campaigned a period ago against the Climate and Nature Bill, which was being pushed through. I think it started with Lib Dems and then went cross-party. Now they dropped that, but you can see little pieces of it appearing in other existing legislation, and they're trying to just push that through the back door. So it's like there's a softening up process first of the public, and then they hit you in the stomach with something big. If you see films and things, when people say when they say this, beware, and absolutely when the government say it's for your security or your convenience, then your antennas should be on red alert, because that's quite clearly it's for their benefit. And we've got it completely the wrong way around. It's 180 degrees. The government work for us. So we should know everything about the government, not the other way around. And they've managed to turn it using the propaganda, using everything they possibly can to ensure that the individual works for the government now, which is completely cockeyed, and we want to change that.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You made more sense in 5 minutes than most politicians I've spoken to, I have to say. Which
That's
obviously
why
means
I'm not a career politician. I've only just
which obviously means you're not a politician. No, quite. So what are you seeing in Clacton? Are you able to? There's not really a sort of a hustings as such, is there? There's not really a place where you can go and argue with Nigel Farage or anything.
There's not one way we can argue with Nigel Farage because he won't turn up. Even the SDP leader William Clouston actually asked him for a debate, and he declined that one.
Yeah.
However, there is a hustings. A bunch of candidates have got together, myself included, and we're putting a hustings on at 5:30 till 9:30 tonight at the town hall in Clacton. So we've had to put it together. Amazingly, there's a really good gazette. There's a print paper here called the Clacton Print and Gazette, but you'd think that local media would put something on. That's what normally happens. They've singularly not done that, but they have today, for the first time, published short manifestos of all 34 candidates. Ironically, it's about 5 pages after they've done a double-page spread of Count Binface, but at least it's in there today. Yeah. So if people want to go and have a look, then that is probably the richest source of information that has come out so far in the by-election about all of the candidates.
Okay. Well, we're hoping to come down there on Wednesday nights, I think, because we're unencumbered by Ofcom rules, so we can actually come and do a show. And if you're around, we'd love to have you come and visit us. And I think we're going to try and do the breakfast show on Thursday from down there as well. So if you're in situ, it'd be very nice to get you along and meet you, because I think it's an important. It's always an important thing, a by-election. I think I'm very disappointed that the main parties have decided not to take part in it. I think that's a real insult, actually, to not just the Clacton constituency, but just the electorate in general. You know.
Well, I think I'm less disappointed, actually, because it's given people who are interested in politics and interested in representing either their locale or a particular constituency, it's given them an opportunity to actually be noticed. Yeah. And I think the Clacton voters have an opportunity here that almost nobody has had at all in our recent political history. They can actually look beyond the traditional parties and say, all right, let's have a look at your policies. Do they fit with my values? Yeah. Do they represent what I want to see? And they get a choice. I think that's probably the most powerful it's ever been, because mostly you tend towards one or more of the parties tactically vote, do the negative voting, etc. Our strapline is positive politics. We want people to go out and positively engage with politics, look at what values they have, and get the right candidate and vote for them. Pretty tricky with 34, I grant you. So I don't envy the electorate of the constituency. However, I do think it's a fantastic opportunity for them.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, listen, really good to see you. Martin Davies from the Freedom Alliance. Good to see you. Good luck with it. What are you hoping to sort of, if there's a number you put on it, what are you hoping to get?
It's tricky. 34 candidates across there. I actually don't even know what the turnout will be, because some of the sentiment we've had in Clacton is I don't like either the ones that are being pushed in the media. Yeah. So what do? I think it might be a low turnout. So first call for any party like this is get your deposit back.
Yeah, absolutely. And that means how many votes do you have to get?
Depends on the turnout, but I'm looking kind of 500 to 1,000.
Okay, all right. Great. Well, listen, best of luck. Martin Davies from the Freedom Alliance, thank you very much indeed for spending time with us. We'll maybe hopefully see you on Wednesday if we get the go-ahead and we actually manage to get ourselves down to Clacton, which is the plan, to be there Wednesday night with maybe even a little bit of visitation from Chris Walkie and the Plonk Brigade. Is there any update?
Yeah,
any update?
I'm on it.
He's on it. Pooch is on it. Pooch is on it, and Pooch always succeeds where others fail. So I'm absolutely filled with confidence that we're going to be down there, even if we have to sleep in a tent. I don't care.
You are in a tent.
Am I in a tent?
Yeah,
excellent. Yeah. No, you don't have. Well, you're the CEO, so you get to do whatever you like. A couple of super chats before Pooch's Pooch. What have we got? One from Frederick, who says, "Can we see the Burnham alerts viewers sent in, Mike, please? Loving the show."
Doing that today.
Yeah, we're on that as well. Yeah. You know, we're juggling so many trees here and plates. Jason Arday did a roundhouse kick so hard it moved Chuck Norris a millimetre.
Wow.
Says Chris. Yeah, brilliant. The Shepherd says, "Hit the like button, guys." Yeah, do, because we're 4.6 thousand today, which is not bad, but let's get it up to over 5 in the next literally 3 minutes. If you can get it over 5 in the next 3 minutes, I will take my shirt off. How about that?
Oh,
hey?
Nice.
Yeah, so you got literally 2 minutes.
Today we've got Kelvin, and then after that we've got Ellie Hodges.
Yeah, Ellie Hodges today, a brilliant first appearance for Ellie Hodges, who is a brilliant young woman who has got a great future ahead of her. And only we here at the Mike Graham Show and UK Live Online have spotted how brilliant she is. Yep. So she's got her own show kicking off at 12 o'clock after Kelvin McKenzie, who kicks off at 10 o'clock. I shall be joining him briefly.
He's in a feisty mood.
Is he?
Mike.
Is he? Is he at his Weetabix, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Right, let's have Pooch's Pooch, shall we? That's like Sky, which is Donald's son's husky, Sky. Beautiful. Mike, I love your tie. Do you know, Cindy, this is one of the beautiful ties that I was given by Jeff Banks, who sent a bunch of ties to me. Yeah. Also, a bit of an update. Yeah. I've had a word with Mike Fairclough, who's publishing my book. He thinks we might have it in our hot little hands next week.
Fantastic.
Right? It's called Fake News.
Can you interview yourself about it?
I will do. I will. Can you set it up so that you can do a double shot, yeah. So that in one side I'm wearing a tie, yeah. And on the other side I'm not wearing a tie.
You'd be like Tommy Cooper, which
yeah.
is half German, yeah. And half British.
Half Mick, half Guinea. You know, like that, and then like that. Just like that. It'll be brilliant. Look at this. It's 9:59. Oh, crikey, it's 5.2 thousand.
No, get your shirt off.
So I have to take my shirt off.
Wait,
hang on.
Mike, so say goodbye to everyone.
Say goodbye, everybody.
And he's going to strip down, and then we're going to UK Live, and he's going to go into UK Live without a shirt on.
But I'm afraid you actually might not see it.
No, we'll try, Mike.
You'll try.
The countdown. Quick, get the tie off.
It's 9:59.
Yeah, go on, Mike.
Look at that.
51.
Look at that.
Go on, get the tie off.
The tie's coming off.
And move over to UK Live.
UK Live.
Online.
Right now, and you'll see the rest of it. Look at this.
By the way, Mike Graham's doing a striptease. He'll be in a minute. Don't ask why.
Am I live here?
Yes.
Right. Well, thanks very much for telling me. And this is the way this business works. Actually, things are doing rather well. I just briefly touch on this, which is the good news, is that Talk Radio's latest Radar numbers, Radar is the official kind of stats audience business, have just come out, which shows that Talk Radio's audience has collapsed, right? It's fallen by 21%. Right? And the reason for that is that Mike Graham moved in January, as you know, to UK Live. Here we are, UK Live. UK Live's gone that way. Talk Radio's gone down that way. So congratulations for that. I tell you another one that will probably cheer you up is that GB News Radio has gone off the dial. Incredible numbers. Literally their audience is 30% up and their hours of 78%. Hours is the trading currency. It's a bit boring, but it's what it means is the amount of time you spend actually listening. They've done well. So those of us on the right delivering populist radio and populist television are doing phenomenally. Virgin Radio, by the way, completely down the tube. Now, the thing that interests me today on the more serious topics, which I don't want to start boring you with, is the departure. And can we have 2 minutes silence for Professor Jason Arday? An Arday's night, as we now call it, right? That's for the older viewers. The issue there is he should never have been allowed to stay that long. Actually, having had a look at his CV, he should never have been allowed to join. But if you turn up claiming to be all kinds of people, a visiting professor in Ohio, a visiting professor in Glasgow, you run 600 miles in 6 days, you've raised 5.5 million for charity. Cambridge say, hello, hello, here we go, right? So he becomes a poster boy for DEI and a poster boy really for Cambridge. Now, Cambridge has not been doing well, okay? Slipping down the kind of global league. And it's decisions like that which have affected them. So the pylon starts. Other professors come along and say, actually, a load of his stuff, which got him his thesis, his PhD, actually came from somewhere else. They say this, and Cambridge say, no, it didn't. Perfectly all right. And he said, no, it definitely did. There were 160 separate examples that this stuff was stolen from another student and whose PhD it was used in. So they say, I don't care, we're not going to do anything about it. And then somebody says, well, he didn't write this book, he said he did, he didn't do this, he didn't do the other, didn't do the other. And then, hello, here we come, try autism. He said, I've got autism, Yeah, and if you're nasty to me, you'll be hearing from me. Not only do you hear from him, you also hear from the police, who unbelievably get involved in this farrago of lies being peddled by this guy and actually warn. Hold on one second.
Hold on.
I'm in the middle of a rant here.
Let's have a look in there.
There's nothing down there.
No.
There's nothing down there. It's just a complaint by my third wife.
There you go.
Right. Thanks very much. That was very enjoyable. Can I just say that you don't see this on the 10 o'clock news. Anyway, look, he's gone. He's finished. And this is what I say about that. It gives him more time to, 1, marry Elizabeth Taylor, 2, do a sequel to Ulysses, 3, play for Arsenal. Clearly the guy has a fantasy complex, and how it is that this wasn't discovered by Cambridge is a question mark about Cambridge. And isn't the reality of it, or let's face the reality, that had he been white, he'd been fired years ago, and B, would never have been hired, actually, let's be honest. Because people would have looked into it, and the first sign that there was plagiarism involved would have been the last we would have heard of a white version of Professor Arday. I'm afraid that's something we simply have to live with in this world, and it's very aggravating. But if you get annoyed at every example of over-promotion because of colour, then you're going to be very, very aggravated for a long time. And the thing I like about it is that every time the old left comes steaming in saying, you're all racist, you're all racist, another example of him telling lies and fantasy was wheeled out. So goodbye, Professor Arday. We'll never hear from him again. And the book in which he was hoping to make $500,000, $1 million, travel across America. And if you get speaking engagements in America, by the way, you have absolutely landed on your feet. So Boris Johnson was a totally and completely hopeless Prime Minister, a disaster for our country and a disgrace to himself as well. So apart from that, everything was going well. However, on the speaking circuit, he was fantastic because that humour that he had, which works so badly once in office when you have serious issues which involve serious people to deal with, actually was not required on the lecterns, and therefore he was great. Anyway, he's made about 6 or 7 million quid. He's got a £3.5 million house up in Oxfordshire now. Everything's great for him. His missus doesn't have to worry about the spotlight and everything. So that has now been denied to Professor Arday. Because he's gone in disgrace, it means he won't get a plug nickel. However, I guarantee to you, he ends up giving some big interview to The Guardian. Not live, because were it live, of course, he can get caught out. And that they say that how racism brought me down. It wasn't racism, it was your lies and fantasies. So I ask you, next time you're reading The Guardian and you're not feeling very well, to remember that when you read about you personally being accused of racism. This is what happens in this world now. It's sad. But anyway, to cheer us all up is a man who spent last night at A&E following an extensive plonk of the week in which another one of my guests is turning up. What we're going to do, we're going to double here with an AA meeting in which almost everybody in this room appears to have a drink-related issue. Let me just welcome Mike Graham.
Very good morning to you, Kelvin. Thank you so much for that intro. And of course, there's nothing worse, is there, than a recently converted former alcoholic who I seem to remember once collapsed into the ample bosom of a woman over lunch many years ago.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into too many details, but
well, no, that's fair enough. I'll tell you what happened there. I was with Dame Eve Pollard,
yes,
right, married to Sir Nick Lloyd, who was the editor of the Daily
Express,
who managed during his editorship with my brother to go and play 10 holes of golf at Dulwich Golf Club during lunchtime.
Or Royal Blackheath quite often as well.
Royal Blackheath. Yeah. They go at, say, 10 to 12 and come back at 5 to 3. Right. And they didn't know whether the paper was any good, but they were very worried about their own game.
Well, I remember, you know, there were many things I did at the Express over the course of time, but one of my favourite memories is the night that Princess Diana did the Panorama interview.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with old Martin Bashir.
Yeah.
And I remember the thing I mostly remember is that at 7 o'clock at night, an hour before the broadcast or so, I saw Nick Lloyd walking. He had a briefcase. He's walking out the door. Right, and I went. He said, "Good luck." I said, "Sorry." I was the night editor, right? So I'm on the back bench. He's going, "I'll see you later." I'm like, "Well, you're not staying?" No. I've got dinner with somebody, or whatever, you know. And so I was and Paul Potts, who was the deputy editor, also on the missing list. Right?
No.
Your brother, who was meant to be my boss, also not there, right? So I was single and a not very experienced backbench operative, was single-handedly on the backbench with Ian Walker, who was the news editor. And we were the two guys that got the paper out that night. And in the morning, of course, I got a phone call from your brother saying, Nick's not happy, you know. I said, what do you mean he's not happy with the way we... I said, are you having... I almost like went and throttled him. I was like, are you seriously going to give me a hard time? I've been up till 3 in the morning doing about 5 different editions, and you lot weren't even here.
Yeah.
You know.
And what was his explanation of all this?
Well,
did you ask him where he was?
Well, they were all on days... They'd all taken days off.
No.
And I went, how can you take a day off? This is like the biggest story of all time. Because I remember, you know, the first edition was I Will Not Go Quietly. Bang, right? 10 o'clock, straight out the door. And then the next one was, there were 3 of us in this marriage. Christ, you know, in the 3rd edition, it was brilliant. It was some of the greatest nights of my life, you know. And they were all off. And I could never understand it.
That's a disgraceful story.
I know. And we ended up, quite rightly, as you would have expected, in a dive somewhere off Knightsbridge, drinking with some special branch officers until about 4 in the morning, and getting all the page proofs delivered to us. You know, going, oh, this is good. You know, so we're all tapping ourselves on the back, going, this is brilliant. And until the morning, when we got the call from the editor, he wasn't very happy.
He wasn't very happy. And he said, well, where are you? I'm in my club. Thanks very much. Right, so what do you make of the plagiarism?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Because I don't, it's a bit like the migrants thing, right? I have nothing against migrants who want to come here for a better life. I have a real problem with the people who are helping them do it, like the NGOs and the charities and all that. I have a problem with Cambridge University and all of the kind of, you know, BBC types and everyone who didn't want to ask a question because this guy's black.
Yeah.
It's an absolute disgrace, you know, because as you said, if he was white, he would never have probably been even given the position in the first place. But also, if I came to you and said, oh, by the way, Kelvin, I've just come I've got a broken leg, you know, I've just run 600 miles, you know, since Saturday. Brilliant, fantastic, well done. Have a doctorate. You know, they'd never give you that. They'd go, you're talking absolute cobblers.
Right, I think it's been very bad for Cambridge.
Yeah.
Because it has shined a spotlight on one of the essential unfairnesses of life now, that they will not research, nor will they castigate people who clearly are just plain telling lies.
And if you look inside, if you saw that, I don't know if you saw the Oxford Union debate recently with which Lawrence Fox, who you had on yesterday, was at, you know, the capturing of our academia, if you like, by ethnic minorities is now complete, right? You go to any student union in Oxford or Cambridge, whichever college you want to go to, it's all Middle Eastern people, it's all black people, it's all, you know, foreigners basically.
Squeezing out, actually. The white don't want to turn up there because actually they feel like outsiders in their own country.
Absolutely.
So some good news for you, which I hope that you would have spotted, but if you haven't, it is good news.
Yeah.
Is that talk radio's audience has collapsed by 21%. And the reason it's collapsed, and the reason
Sorry. My condolences.
They
finally admitted it, right? Because you know what they did?
No, but hold on a second. The reason is, as I've pointed out in the tweet, is your move from talk radio to UK Live, right? Now, UK Live will one day be a behemoth.
It will.
Right? At the moment, it's just a bee, but the moth is on its way. Is on its way. So congratulations for causing the problem. Of course, the bloke who took your place is a friend of yours, isn't he?
Jeremy Kyle.
Jeremy Kyle.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Jeremy Kyle's good at insulting thick council house tenants.
You don't have a good word to say about him, do you?
Well, I have a word for him, but it's not a good word, right? I'm in favour of talent. I'm massive.
Jeremy Kyle is a very, very decent guy, right? He was very helpful to me during my time of trouble.
Okay,
right? Fine. And because I was very good to him in his time of trouble, because he had been completely cancelled, as you might remember.
Yes, I do. But there is a difference between you two guys.
Yeah.
One, you are a natural broadcaster in the sense of, you know, whether it's YouTube or radio or whatever. Whereas he made his money by abusing dim council house tenants, and when it was found out that this actually had led to a number of the people that he was cross-questioning killing themselves.
But do you know what's interesting?
His job then disappeared.
No, but you know what's interesting about Jeremy? The reason he's good at what he does is because he actually started in radio. And proper radio people know this, right?
But it was music radio. It wasn't speech radio.
No, it was speech radio. He did.
I thought he was in Birmingham or something.
Yeah, but he did an overnight show, and he started.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did the whole business of. You know, he had an agony aunt would come in. He had people ringing up about sex problems.
We should do that.
So you know, we should have.
That is a good idea.
Hey,
where's Pooch?
Where is Pooch?
Right, hold on a second. We've got the Pooch family here.
Yeah.
We should start doing.
We should do that.
We should start doing, because we can have a
agony
bloody
aunts,
good laugh. Because the best ones I ever read were actually the ones done by Rod.
Yeah.
Right. So Rod's one when a woman would do a long Dear Deirdre in which somebody would say, my wife, she's very tense and all the rest of it. You know, I'm not sure she loves me, and she seems to be showing some interest to the milkman and all the rest of it. And right at the end, said, "What do you think the solution to this is?" And he would always answer in the same way. He said, "A bloody good rogering would be helpful, right?" Now, I think if we started doing that, in which you take quite serious issues, but always the answer is a good dollop of sex.
Right.
Is actually, it would probably cheer up.
Everybody loves it. I mean, there is no doubt that you can whichever broadcast outfit you're in, you can always go down that route, because you'll get people tuning in because everybody loves to hear.
Right. Okay. So I had a friend.
Yeah.
I know that.
I don't believe that for a minute.
All right. I know somebody.
Right. Okay.
Right, so in fact, he's a very good friend of mine, actually. So he is going home at this is like 20 odd years ago, possibly around about 20 years ago. He is going home. It's like 10 o'clock at night or 10:15. He is listening to Capital Radio.
Yeah.
They have a kind of agony aunt on there who takes in calls.
Yeah.
A woman comes on.
Wasn't it Anna Rayburn? Was it Anna Rayburn?
It wasn't in that one, but it was like that. It was like Anna Rayburn.
Yeah.
A woman comes on and says, I have a problem. I don't love my husband. I don't like him near me. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like the other. It was my mate's wife. Right. He is listening. He's listening to his own. He's listening to his own wife. He goes home, right? And he says, "Was that you on the phone, on the radio?" She says, "Yes," which was one of the more uncomfortable conversations that you're likely to hear. Devastated him.
Wow.
And ended the marriage. So there's a cheerful story for everybody, right? And is anybody?
That's brilliant. That is fantastic.
Yeah. So you've got Jeremy Kyle killing people
right
on national television. and making a load of money out of it, because he was enormously famous at one time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And now
does he
do a good job on breakfast radio?
He does. People, yes, he does. Yeah,
but he's not Mike Graham.
But he's not me. But nobody is. You know, what are you going to do?
Did you hear that?
Nobody is me.
You'd have thought you were sitting next to Beyonce over here, wouldn't you? Anyway,
Beyondy.
Beyond ability.
No, listen. I've been gifted, thankfully, with the
next.
ability.
No.
With the ability.
Tell me, Mike, when did you first know you were a genius? Well, it's funny you should say that.
I've always known it.
Deep down, it was only a matter of time before you get discovered. Can I ask you one final question before I'm sure you have to leave?
I do, yeah.
Right.
Because I've got to go out with Donald again later. So I've got to get some sleep in.
Let me ask you this. How much alcohol between plonk of the week and finally you getting ejected from a curry house, how much alcohol do you think was consumed between everybody?
Well, we opened about 6 bottles in there, but we didn't finish them all.
Oh, right. That was decent of you.
Yeah. It started off with the...
You're sending some round to Professor Arday.
Then we went to the curry house, and I actually started off with some beer, because I prefer a beer with my curry.
Okay, fine.
But he insisted on buying some Barolo, because it's loaded, right?
Yeah.
So he bought some Barolo, and then this bunch of people who were from the cricketing fraternity, had been at the Oval watching cricket, came over and sort of joined in and gifted us a bottle of Chablis. So I then decided to blend the Chablis and
I've
Barolo.
Heard that. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Wine connoisseurs are horrified by it. You know, we managed to clear the room. A load of people left.
I know they were appalled by your language, weren't they?
Apparently so.
Because you know what the language was? It was English.
English, yeah. What is this strange? And when we said to the waiter, I said, "What was their problem?" And he went, "Some of them were disabled." And I went, "So, what's that got to do with anything?" I mean, I wasn't saying anything about anybody who was disabled.
No.
I said they all walked out, by the way. What sort of disabled were they then?
Right. Well, I saw. There's a William Hill along there.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Now this is both slightly blackist and very fattest. Right. I saw a huge lady on a mobility scooter. Coming up the road, right? I mean, when I say huge, you basically when she got off
to get out the pavement,
at boom like that, right? And so that's a sad sight, and a lady that size, the mobility scooter, and everything, she stops outside the William Hills, gets off and walks straight in. I thought, and there's some of us.
What's the trifecta for today?
Yeah. Right? So there we are. Okay, well.
I mean, to be honest, it wasn't a massively imbibing night.
It was so bad. I met Donald outside one of the more low-level cafe houses in this area, and
we'll get a bacon sarnie.
He's looking vacantly into the distance, and I said, "Is everything all right, Donald?" He said, "I'll tell you in a minute." Right. Okay.
Top man.
A great night, Mike. Great news.
Good to see you.
Talk radio collapses.
Yeah.
Mike,
to hear that.
Your show actually goes from strength to strength, and I'm very pleased to do it, because one of the effects is if you have a decent audience, I go with it.
Yeah.
And if you go down the old tubola, then I go down there. And then, to be honest, I can't afford to keep subsidising my own show.
No, I know. It's true.
So we've got to think up some ideas. Anyway, good to see you, Mike.
Top man. Good to see you.
Okay, fine. After Mike, I love having Mike on it. It kind of going down memory lane is one of the great moments. Okay, so coming up now, Damien Pudner, economist. We have some very bad news. Thanks to Labour, but also thanks to the Tories. We are absolutely up creek financially. We've just seen the debt. The national debt now is running into 3 trillion. It took us the thick end of 30 odd years to get $1 trillion in debt. It's taken us 10 years to get 2 trillion in debt, and it's only taken us 6 years to get 1 trillion in debt. These are serious issues. No gags about alcohol, no gags about anything. We have to do something about it. Damien is a noted economist, and he is going to suggest what we really have to do. Damien, good to see you.
How are you, mate?
You look worse than Mike Graham.
I do.
What on earth is going on in this company? Look, can I just point out to you?
I did have a drink.
You don't have to turn up pissed here to give your views, right? We want them without alcohol.
I did have a drink last night, but I had spent 2 days in court.
Oh,
Long story.
Okay, fine.
So I did have a drink last night, but it is hay fever.
Okay,
that's my excuse.
Yeah. So what do you? So these are serious numbers.
No, they are.
For a country, or I view them as serious. Should I be worried about them?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're screwed as a country.
Okay.
You know, we're absolutely up the proverbial creek.
Right.
Is the reality. You know, 3 trillion of debt.
Yeah.
That's 95% of GDP. So GDP is the total amount of output, the value of output in the economy. So we're right up against, you know, the total value of the economy and borrowing.
So what is the? So I'm an ordinary person. You know, 3 trillion is too much for me to understand. Okay. Yep. What is going to be the net outcome of a 3 million debt? Is it interest rates are going to rise? I mean, is my mortgage going to cost more money? You know, if I try and buy something, is it going to cost more?
So when you get to that level of debt, the people that lend the money to the UK, so the investors, you know, the pension funds, insurance companies, and all these foreign investors, they will just demand a higher return on their investment. So effectively a higher, absolutely. You know, against a credit default, or you know, the fact that the economy is going to slow and they're going to have to borrow more and more and more. Right. So to compensate for that, they'll want a higher rate of interest on their bonds, basically. So on the money that they lend, and that effectively will push mortgages up for people, borrowing generally up for people.
But I keep on reading, Damien, that in fact, over the next year, interest rates are likely, if we can solve Iran, which we may not be able to solve, the interest rates are more likely to go down than go up.
Well, this is the issue, and I think that rates initially will have to go down before they go up. And the reason for that is the economy is so bad, the labour market is so fragile. We are going to see an increase in unemployment. We are going to see very anemic growth. And if you have anemic growth, then of course you have less tax revenue. You have less tax revenue, what are you going to do? You're either going to have to borrow more money
or raise taxes.
Or both.
Yeah.
And I think on the current trajectory that we're going on, you know, we're probably going to have to do both. So we'll have spending cuts, austerity, if you want to call it that.
So we're definitely
and we're definitely going to get increases in taxes. Now, whether that is increases in taxes on the individual or on companies, that's up for debate. I think it'll be on both.
So if so the way it'll be delivered won't be to ordinary people because they haven't got any money, or they will have to pay just like everybody else.
Oh, they'll just have to pay like everyone else. So if you're in the middle classes, and I've said this before, if you're in 35, 40, 50,000 a year, expect your taxes to go up. The alternative is very serious reductions in spending, and I cannot see a socialist Labour government, whether it's, you know, Burnham in charge or it's somebody else, actually taking the chainsaw to spending. It's just not going to happen. So taxes are going to go up. As a result, I think our borrowing is also going to go up. Interest rates are going to go up. Long term, you know, your children, their children are all going to pay for the mismanagement of the economy. Right? No, they will. They will end up paying. We're not going to. We'll pay some of it. But if you think we're at 95% of GDP now, our borrowing, the OBR itself says if we continue on the current trend demographically and on the current spending trend, that will go up to 270% of GDP in 50 years. So we're already paying.
Can I just point out, Damien, that I know that you're in the gloom business.
I am.
But you are not going to be here, possibly looking like that in 7 years.
But it's morally wrong that our children and grandchildren will pay for this. You know, we need politicians with some balls, basically, you know, to put it bluntly. You know, they need to make the difficult decisions. They need to be honest with the public. There's going to be pain. You know, we've got into a situation where the only way out is with some short-term pain. Simple as that. So I'm sorry, you know, the reality is that maybe the medium to long term will look better, but the short term expect some pain, and politicians need to start getting honest with the public.
Okay, so you're you're not in business. You know, you haven't really got an entrepreneurial bone in your body or whatever, right? You don't make a lot of money. Are you going to suffer? is the suffering. See, at the moment, it's quite clear that if you're in the wealthy middle classes, you're done for.
If you pay tax, you'll suffer. If you don't pay tax and don't work, you're going to be pretty much cushioned.
Is that right?
So, yeah.
Well, that is a shocking equation, that.
I mean, I cannot see the will in this government, and even in the last government, to be honest.
No, the last government was an absolute shocker.
To take the decisions that are needed. We cannot keep spending $333 billion a year on welfare. That's 25% of everything the government spends, Calvin, goes on welfare.
You see, and the other thing is, I don't think the pensioners are entitled to the damn stuff as well. They've had a great run. And just freeze it all. And what they're saying, a Labour government or a Tory government, right, are saying, actually, if we do that, we're going to get slung out. I'd say, yeah, okay. Well,
Kelvin, you and I both know that off camera, all the politicians of whatever party admit the triple lock has to go.
Yeah.
But as soon as that camera is on them, no, we're going to keep it. We're going to protect the grey-haired voters. No, they know it's got to go. So just do it. Stop procrastinating. Just do it.
But there is no appetite anywhere in the world. I mean, one of the interesting things, did you see that victory in America of who the Democrats chose to take on the Republicans? I think, was it in Michigan? I can't remember. They chose the most left wing.
Right.
And you're going to start seeing this in America. I wonder what will happen over here, right? You're going left. Everywhere, it looks as though you're going right, but actually, when push comes to shove, people say, "I tell you what, I'll vote for myself in all this."
Yeah, you're right. We've been heading left politically in this country for probably the last decade, even under the Tories. They're no longer Tories. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Then they do not have core conservative values.
Which is why that latest YouGov poll I found most interesting, because you would have thought with all the shite being poured on Nigel Farage that he would have if that were either Kemi or it were Burnham, they would have had a massive effect on him.
Yeah.
Instead of that, he went up a point to 23%. So what you're beginning to see is the reform, regardless as if they're this. Hello, what's that? Another 5 million turned up under my pillow. Right, I tell you, it's bloody amazing, isn't it, when you're the leader of a party, how money turns up. So, even so, people said we'd rather have, with all the rubbish around Farage, we'd rather have him.
Yes.
Than we would have others.
That's a damning indictment, isn't it?
And it is amazing, because that would never have happened under any other political area that I can think of.
So what happens if Reform and Restore join forces?
That's never going to happen, man.
You don't think?
That is never going to happen. No. I really think I am absolutely not in that boat with Lowe.
But it would guarantee a win at the next general election.
Yeah,
surely.
But they are too far apart, man. And actually, there are aspects to the Lowe prospectus which I personally could not
sign
go
up
with.
to. Yeah.
I could not go with. There's a good piece in the Telegraph about that today. So if you can get a hold of that, there's a very good piece. Look, it doesn't mean to say that he hasn't got a role in democracy. Fine, he seems to be a Democrat, which is, at least is a step in the right direction. Good. Fine. So. You're Prime Minister in a surprise announcement.
Fantastic.
How much of a cut would our welfare have to take?
Oh, it needs to be big.
What, would it be like 8%, 7%?
No. We're looking at 20%. A 20% cut on the welfare bill, which is about 60 billion a year. 60 billion a year.
In doing that. And also sentencing some people who have been getting free money, right? I totally get it. In fact, I know one area which I would really clamp down on. Is that possible? Is that possible?
It is possible, and there are certain areas of the welfare bill that can be cut, and it would take time.
If you just froze the triple lock, just said, boom, it's never going up again. Is that enough, or do you have to actually have to say the pension actually has to come down?
It's not enough. But well, you could do that to the triple lock, and it would generate some income, but it wouldn't be enough income. But also you're probably targeting the wrong people, because there is so much waste and so much fraud within the welfare system itself that you should be looking at that in conjunction with doing something.
But whenever I hear about cutting back on fraud, once you having analysed it a little bit, actually it hasn't really worked. Literally, well, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. No. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem to work.
No, there's no easy processes. But we have better technology now. We have AI.
Yeah,
there should be a way to weed these people out. And it's just not being done. And it should be a good bang for your buck. Using AI to find these people and pull back the money and actually send them to court and get them to pay back the money. Not disappear to Spain or wherever. And
well, I had a cleaner once who came to me and said, "Look, I've done something mad and all the rest of it. The social services want me to appear in court." And I said, "Well, you can go take me to court." I said, "I'm never going to pay."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, what's the answer?" She said, "I need to. If I could raise X £100, they won't take me to court." So on that basis, I'd worked with her for about 15, 20 years. There have been a number of wives who've become a part of this. I was closer to her than I was to some of the domestic arrangements. But, and I had to sort that out. I just wonder, taking very poor people to court when they haven't actually got any money, is actually a good idea, or is it just performative, really?
It's performative, it is really, but it's more of a case of they just take the money away as soon as the money's not there and it's not available or it's not as easy to get. Yeah. The whole thing with PIP and mobility, I mean, it just makes me so angry. The fact that you can not have a face-to-face assessment for 10 years and keep claiming thousands of pounds a month. How is that possible in 2026? COVID was 5 years ago. We've moved on a long way from there.
True.
We need to really change the whole system. And just coming back to the 3 trillion, which has effectively screwed the economy, and certainly for our children, that doesn't even include the 1.3 trillion or even 1.4 trillion of the pensions. Unfunded public sector pensions.
Nobody ever mentions in the council tax that 25% of your council tax
goes to your
pensions. It's going into the pensions.
Yeah.
And nobody ever mentioned it, as though this is quite normal.
You and I, when we were working, what would we getting? 9%, 8% on a private pension, possibly from our employer. What do you get now as a teacher? 28, 29, 30%. Civil service, 30%.
It's no wonder they all quit at 50. By the way.
Exactly, and then get second jobs.
Yeah. So they do. Oh, yes. Actually, well, if you do 30 years, look, if I'm a copper, I think that's fair enough, right? 30 years of being a copper, actually you're entitled to every penny. And that may even be true, and might be true, of the ambulance people, right? But honestly, teaching, important job. I'm not saying it's not an important job. I just wonder whether they are entitled to leg it at 51, having done 30 odd years.
No. I agree. I mean, I do know actually from school days a police officer who retired early in his 50s and then became a train driver on 70,000 a year.
Good for him.
Excellent.
Good for him.
He was telling me how he has 5 houses that buy-to-let houses. I mean, this is a bloody police officer and a train driver.
Good for him.
Capitalism. It works.
Hold on a second. Let me just practice. Is this a straight line? Yeah, 70,000 a year. Is there any way of coming off the?
You're going to do the lever back and forth, fast and slow.
Tough day at the office, dear. Oh, shocking! Absolutely shocking. I've got bloody tennis elbow. I'll tell you what.
You got to have your book in the one hand, right?
I really objected. There was a shocking crash the other day, wasn't it, where a train went into a stationary car.
Yeah.
And the first thing the trade union said was, well, if we'd had that alert, which can go on there, nobody pointed out, well, it would have been probably more helpful if the driver hadn't gone through a red light.
Yeah.
And, honestly, constantly trying to blame others. Damien, I'm afraid you have to leave us.
I do.
Thank you very much indeed.
Calvin, great to see you as always.
Yeah, nice to see you, man.
Cheers,
right,
mate.
Very
Thank
good
you.
to see you. So, Damien, we're totally up shit creek, and Damien is there to shovel it at us. Thank you so much for actually another tough day at the office here. Now, we're gonna take the news, and then afterwards we have a big nightclub impresario joining us. And he's going to talk about one of the strangest aspects that I have seen, which is basically a spin out of COVID, has been the collapse of the nighttime economy. He knows it particularly from Scotland. I mean, he knows it from all over the country. It's also true of London. Something very odd is happening. Young people are not going clubbing in the way that they did, although strangely enough, they've got older people now going clubbing. So, every time a Queen record's mentioned, somebody with arthritis stands up and waves their hands in the air. That could be me. As a Doja Cat fan, which is she's in rather better shape than I am, as I discovered at a concert I went to. So we're going to talk about that. So I wonder whether we might be able to go to the news and then introduce Donald.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, hi there. Welcome back. Colin Mackenzie here. As I was saying, a bizarre outturn of COVID appears to be that the young aren't going out clubbing in the way that they used to. And there's another really, really bizarre aspect to it, which is that once they're in the clubs, they spend time in the medical room and with anxiety and depression and everything. And that's not due to the prices that Donald charges. Welcome, Donald.
Hi, Kelvin. How are you?
Yeah, very well, man. So, Donald McLeod, he's been in the nightclub business for how long?
Oh, Christ, 35. No, nearly 40 years.
Nearly 40
Before
years.
that, I was a musician in a touring band.
So the reason that Donald may not look as great as he might have done.
Sorry, I look fantastic. Come on.
It looks good for his age, but is that he was out with Mike Graham last night.
Yeah.
And we've discovered that the Majestic have been drunk dry by his efforts. Look, Donald, I want to talk about what your career is, which is basically in the night, in the clubbing business. Tell me, how have you seen it change over the last, 4 or 5 years since COVID?
Yeah, well, my career has taken many parts and turns, and not least that I'm part of the UK Live thing, which I'm very proud to be part of. So, yeah, but with the nightclubs, there has been a demise over the past 10 years, and particularly since COVID. And pre-COVID, I think after COVID, we employ hospitality in general in Scotland employs about 250,000 people, and is worth about 5 billion to the economy of Scotland, but it's collapsing all over. I mean, in recent.
What does it mean by collapsing?
Well,
Shutting or?
293 pubs have disappeared in the past sort of 5 years. We've seen what I've got here. 42 nightclubs have been lost. That's a 34% drop in Scotland, and that's getting replicated, and it's in many areas in England. It's worse.
Yeah.
But the challenges have been immense. We've not. The Labour government came in and accelerated it with the employers' national insurance rises. That just, that was a catastrophic blow. Rates increases, new valuations, and then
can you not just put prices up, or is there a resistance?
No, there's a ceiling. Your prices are as high as they can go. You're actually
How much do you charge? Right, so I turn up.
It can be anything between £5 and $15, depending on the event that you're putting on. And we also put shows on, bands on, and the prices for bands have went through the roof as well. And that's primarily because the cost of products have went up, massively since COVID. Energy costs through the roof, rates, as something just alluded to, through the roof, and plus the increase. Plus, there's been the increases in minimum and living wage, and that is all, been a huge.
So you keep your prices. I mean, I'd say 5 to 15 quid is a good bet, right? That's good for a night out.
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting the numbers through, or are the numbers actually have dropped?
The numbers are dropping across right across the sector, and that is particularly acute in Glasgow. You know, where it's seen a massive fall in Glasgow, but that's been accelerated because of the ideological lunatics in the council putting in the LEZ zones, bringing in LEZ, which stopped many people coming in,
driving in and not finding nowhere to park.
Yeah, and the fines have been ridiculous. You know, they double. You get £100, then it doubles, and it doubles, and it keeps going up. You know, for every time you breach the zone, and an older car. Plus this insane drive to put in more bus gates, you know, bus lanes, cycle lanes, reduced parking, and the parking's reduced, and then they put the prices up in parking. So, and since they brought in the LEZ, and I remember the first year, one of the stats was 3 million visits, fell off fell off in Glasgow. There's also been problems recently over, say, the Union Street fire. That caused another 1 million people not to come in. So footfall has fallen off a cliff, basically. But that's happened. You see, everywhere they put this, you know, they start changing the road layouts, and they start bringing in the increasing parking or 20-mile zones, ULEZ down here. You actually see a footfall crash in most of these towns and cities that are doing it. And I think there was a stat that I saw, it was something like 43% of towns that used to have nightclubs in the UK no longer have them. You know, they're gone, and that's been since COVID. So it's
so you do get people inside your nightclubs. Mm-hmm. They are enjoying themselves. Mm-hmm. They are young. What kind of age? 18 to 25 or something like that. But the thing that interested me when we were having a discussion is that you have kind of medical rooms, obviously.
Yeah.
And you find that they're getting packed, but they're getting packed with a kind of person that you didn't think you'd see.
Well, what in the past, way back in the old days, you know, with putting the rose-tinted specs on, the good old days, you would have your medical room would be full of people, you say females in particular with cut feet with broken glass. You know, so it's not glass anymore, it's plastic. So that went away. But you would be the occasional assault, and you'd be having to deal with that. But that's all changed now. Since COVID, you've got the kids that have been coming in, you're finding more are suffering from like panic attacks. They're not used to being in crowds. Anxiety, severe anxiety issues. They're just not being used to going out. So there's more attention, more time is spent by, you know, your trained paramedic stewards to look after kids who, you know, maybe they've had a bit too much to drink, but in a lot of the cases they don't. They've just, you know, they freak out. They just get a panic. They suddenly get a panic attack.
So how do you deal with it? You just get them to sit down.
Yeah, sit down. You can't calm them down. You know, there's always usually an underlying issue, but you know, I mean, there's been an awful lot of mental health problems more getting identified. Say like the Cat House, it's a very, very busy club. That's bucking the trend in say Glasgow, but it's the demographic. It's young kids, you know, gothic rockers, punks. You know, a lot of them tattoos. They're just a different type of kid, and they love their music. You know, music lovers, rock fans, and stuff like that. And we've just seen a massive rise in. You know, halfway through the night of kids coming in and needing help, you know, they're suddenly getting a wee bit freaked out. And that's with COVID, because they were locked up. Remember in COVID, you weren't allowed to go anywhere, you weren't meeting your friends, you weren't doing what you normally do as a kid. So there's been that effect, and it's...
well, I do know that whether it's in Glasgow or in London or anything, there has definitely been a change towards it. I know there's a town near me called Guildford, and I think they have an issue there. What used to be an explosive nightlife scene, basically, you know, the guys who run the nightclubs there are finding it very hard. Right, so it's not often I get the ability to talk to somebody about the politics of Scotland, but I did see a picture of Sturgeon the other day, and she looked absolutely terrible. She's piled on weight.
Not looking good,
and I just wonder, after all, she was such a dominant force in Scottish politics. and now she looks like like somebody who has lost an empire but can't find a cause.
Yeah.
Has she a chance at all of coming back into politics?
Not a hope in hell.
Oh,
Not a
right.
hope in hell. No chance. There's not a day goes by when she's not in the paper for something. Self-promotion, obviously, with her book and her tours, but every turn she's getting brought down. She's just, recently, turned the tables on John Swinney, the First Minister, who, since all the allegations, through all her whole tenure, was her most loyal supporter.
Yeah.
And even with the moral allegation, with the moral crime, and again, sticking up for them, sticking up for her and the husband. And just there in her memoirs, she's slagged him, basically saying that he's not done a good job as a First Minister, no big vision, no big ideas, and so that's the backlash, and that's going to be
so
huge.
The interesting aspect here is if she played her cards right, the way it normally works in politics is you've been the leader, right, the senior minister, and then you become chancellor somewhere, or you become a head of some
head of industry, or
some NGO or some charity or something. None of that is possible. Her legacy is going to be, I was a powerful politician. I married somebody who was a thief, claimed I didn't know that there was a 30-foot kind of caravan on my mother-in-law's drive for about 18 months, 2 years. And actually, nobody wants to take the risk on me. She will be challenged to make money.
Well, see, this is a strange thing. I just sort of half agree with you there, because she's still got one of the most loyal fan bases you could ever imagine in Scotland. I mean, amongst the core SNP voters, they will not hear a bad word said about it. Even when senior people like, Joanna Cherry, QC, a big SNP stalwart, says, oh, she was terrible, or she was a liar, or a thief, and all this. And even slagging John Swinney, they're still supporting her. So she still gets onto these book tours, and her support for the gender debate, the trans debate. She was up there on that. That was proved to be one of the most divisive, polarising issues in Scottish politics, and still is. But underneath that, her legacy is mince. It's absolutely been destroyed, and the only person that doesn't know that at the moment seems to be Nicola Sturgeon.
Right. Well, do you know what she should do? She should start her own YouTube channel.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her.
No, because that way she can appeal directly to her followers, and actually, depending on what kind of audience she generates, and she would have an audience.
This is what we did this with Mike, didn't we?
Yeah.
So and it went from strength to strength.
Yeah.
But she is poison, though. I do not see that happening for her. Maybe somebody will set it up. I don't see it being a huge ratings winner. The support.
But she does represent. She does represent certain people's views. I mean,
yes, without a doubt. She is the forefront, meant to be at the forefront of the independence debate. And she's now slagged John Swinney, saying that you've no big ideas. But every year since she came into power, since Alex Salmond, which we'll come to in a second, she has promised a referendum. Promised the never-endum, that's went on and on and on. And bear in mind, I used to be a supporter of the SNP, so it was like, 2014, how did we vote? How did the vote go against us? Fair enough, move on, but every year promised it and never delivered. So she's never delivered on education when she said she was going to sort. She never delivered on, the ferries, my God, public transport, absolute disgrace, never delivered. Education, failed attainment gaps, every year. And the big thing that Scottish nationalists want is independence. Never came close to it.
Okay, can I ask you about that then? Do you believe, I would have thought right now, that if they went for a vote now, it would probably go to independence, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think so. They talk to their own room. It's like, you know, I remember 2014, we believed, and I'm saying we back then because I was a member, that there was big, huge parades in the street. George Square was full of saltines. You thought, oh, we're winning this, we're winning this.
We're going to do this, yeah.
And came to the vote. We lost massively. You know, I think it was 47% or something in 53 or so, it was 46%. But we lost massively because, and the reason was the silent majority were there. There was no answers for, you know, pensions for the start, no answers in currency. Yeah. Where was the money going to come from? And that was the feelings of Alex Salmond's tenure. We couldn't answer the question, you know. Even currency, what currency we were going to use, you know, and of course we would say the pound. Down here they would go, aye, will you? That'll be right. And, you know, and then we're going to go into Europe. You know, and all the time the Spanish are going, no, you're not. You're not. So these arguments would come to the fore again.
Right.
People want security, you know that. Yeah. Just listen to the debate. They're not going to get much security here. But the ideology is there, but the actual, you know, I could be here all day with the, you know, some fervent gnats, and they'll say, "Ah, rubbish, rubbish." But look at the oil. Look at the oil industry. It was Scotland's oil. Remember that? Oh, it's Scotland's oil.
But it is an amazing point that you raised there. But Aberdeen, unbelievably, has gone from a great, successful, explosive economic city to actually being so bad they've elected the Conservatives.
Well, listen,
I mean, seriously.
Well, Stephen Flynn and all that's still up there, but they've still got a nationalist vote.
But it is a strange
absolutely
moment.
Joe. Absolutely, Joe. 1 in 6 jobs are dependent on oil in Aberdeen. They're losing shitloads of jobs now. You know, thousands. We're talking about, you know, the harm, the economic vandalism that's been carried out in that sector.
Why do they do
Because they're lunatics. Look, why? They believe that windmills and everything else is going to, you know, power the country. It doesn't. And we buy oil from Norway. We now buy oil from Norway. The whole UK does. Yeah. And they, you know, when Burnham says, "Oh, we're going to open up have a look at opening up right." Whether he does or he doesn't, the Nats then turned around and said, "Oh, that's great because the economy is getting harmed." They're the ones that had the presumption against new drilling licenses and have refused to open up the ones that reopen up the ones that are there. And no wonder BP are saying, I've had enough of this, I'm out.
Did you know that was a shocking moment? The BP CEO turns around and said these assets would be better in another company's environment. They're British Petroleum, and yet they don't want to hold on to a British asset because they are sick to the back teeth of paying 78% tax, which is...
And there's going to be another windfall, what do you call it?
Well, it's the same with banking. It's the same with banking.
Well, they're going to hit the banks.
So the lady from Citibank, clever as you like, Scottish lady, right? Probably got the brain the size of a planet. If you run an American bank...
Well, much like myself.
Yeah, there is that. There is a similarity. You run an American bank, I can tell you right now, you didn't get there by luck.
No, you
right?
don't.
You run Citibank, you are as clever can be. Yeah, you're lucky that you print your own banknotes, but beyond that, right, you're
not worth anything.
When she turns round and says you pay more, we are paying too much tax. You're paying more than Dublin. You're paying more than Paris. You're paying more than Germany. Take that on board. For God's sake, allow companies to make their money. Okay, have a minute kind of penalty for either oil or banking, but make it minute. Let them invest their money. Let them buy companies. Let them borrow more money because their balance sheet is stronger. Just leave capitalism alone, and we'll be all right. So,
but they're ideologically opposed to capitalism. They're more left.
Scotland?
They're more left. The SNP are now more left than Labour.
Really?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And, you know, they tax more.
So what? Yeah. Why do you guys vote for it? You don't. I know you don't. But why on earth do you? Why do you vote for it? Do you see?
You know what? I think some of them it's just like F you England or F you. You know, they've still got that stupid. And you know, but for a lot of the vote, they don't get hit by the taxes.
Yeah. In this country, it's 50-50 now.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't get hit with the taxes. Yeah. They get free bus travel. They get free prescriptions. They get, you know, all this free stuff.
Right. Well, this
so
is
they don't want to look at the big
point.
picture.
This was Damien's point. That at the end of the day, one day, somebody's going to have to say, actually, Kelv, Donald, Damien, everybody, you're going to have to pay for your prescription.
You're already doing that. You know, if you're on pension, you're getting whacked with your pension. You're getting whacked with, you know, if you don't even leave your house to your kids, you're getting, that's going to get.
Can I ask you this?
Totally
Would there be riots in Scotland if, for instance, a Westminster-based government said, right, we're going to do something, right, and take the Damien approach, it's 20%, by the way, across the board. It'd be like Greece of what? How long ago was Greece? 20 years ago?
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah, I remember that.
The whole thing, by the way, unemployment went through the roof, everything went up. And
you
they
know
came
what?
through
No, as much as we shout and we scream and we bawl, I don't think so. Remember the poll tax? You know, back in that was only, you know, we got that first.
Yeah.
So we moaning, there was demonstrations, there was marches against it, Tommy Sheridan leading from the front at that point. And but no change. It didn't really matter. England, one big march through London, changed Thatcher at that point. The place rioted. I mean, it really kicked off, and that sort of. That's when I think the poll tax, the community charge, changed at that point. So we're not going to do that. I mean, there's been plenty of opportunity. I don't see the nationalists, you know, riot in the street because they don't believe that. That's for the far right to do, you know, to go and demonstrate. They're the bad boys, but we'll just moan. We'll just, that's terrible. Or we'll just disagree. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You know, it's like Nicola Sturgeon, Nicolaya. You know, I mean, she's saying it all the time. No, he didn't. What camper van? Where? What? How? Where?
That must be the biggest laugh in history. A 30-foot camper van is on your mother-in-law's drive.
Where?
And she said she never saw it. Do you know, when you hear that, you just say, I'm very sorry, Donald, we've got somebody else wanting to fight their way in. Can I just say, what bloody interesting discussion that was.
Well, we'll have more, I hope.
We will have more. And the fact that Donald owns 30% of the company, we'll
definitely have more.
In fact, we're
get your numbers up, Kelvin. Come on.
We're now pleased to announce the Donald McLeod show. Right, okay, fine. Thank you very much, Donald.
Yeah, big man.
Nice to meet you, man. Okay, right, good stuff. The Sturgeon thing, the fact she can't get a job in Scotland, she should definitely do this for a living. She should just appeal narrowly to her SDP fan base, do it a 1-hour show every day, thoroughly disciplined. You'd make your money. Yeah, replace me. Hey, hello, it's Nicolay. Hey, right, coming up now, we're going to take the news next or go straight to George? The news. Okay, fine. It's going for the news, but we've got a fantastic guy coming up right now. Councillor George Madgwick. He's a Reform councillor for Portsmouth, who was the first person to disclose that I think somebody at a care home got fed dog food instead of their, what I hope was their traditional meal. It was an absolute shocker. Thanks to George, it became a national story, and he's come on to talk to us about it. So that's after the news. Thank you.
I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, tigers.
Yeah, hi there, Kelvin McKenzie. Look, we've got coming up now George Madgwick. Now, George is sits there and fights for everybody as a councillor at Portsmouth City Council. He is the city's first reform councillor, but he was also the guy that I think gave publicity to, in any event, to the fact that dog food was served up to a care home resident by, I do hope it was by error and not by some cost cutting by some idiot Labour or Lib Dem councillor. Welcome, George.
Good morning.
Hello, man. It would probably be helpful if I actually listened to what you were saying, so you excuse me while I put this on. Yeah,
sure.
Hi there.
So basically what happened was that we were highlighted to a report that had gone through, and we were given this by the daughter of a lady that went through the most horrific care in the care system, especially towards the end of her life. Unfortunately, the lady's now passed, but in her final few months, it was truly horrific. And obviously, the biggest story that broke out of yesterday, you're absolutely right, is the fact that she was fed dog food by one of the care staff prior to her passing. And in this particular instance, there was 2 care staff that were going in to look after her. One of the care staff, who I will add, because it is relevant, is a foreign-born national who was on a skilled work sponsorship from the company, who were sponsoring skilled workers back in 23, 24 and 25. And they got a packet out of the freezer that, by the way, was clearly labelled as dog food. It said clearly on the packet it was dog food. She microwaved that meal and fed 3 spoonfuls of that food to the lady prior to the other carer, who was English and obviously spoke English, noticing the dog food packet on the side and immediately stopped her. The more concerning point is that, well, there's a number of concerning points actually throughout this story. First of all, that's one of 20 listed incidences that happened. Is by far the most shocking, but there's also some really other depressing instances. But also, if you can't read dog packaging, how are you meant to read prescriptions, or how are you meant to read medical records? It's not appropriate. Following on from that, Kelvin, they then took a week to report it to their senior manager in person. They chose not to.
Why?
Maybe through fear. They said that they emailed in, but they're in the report there's no proof of that. They said they emailed and they didn't get a response. They actually wrote down, following this, may I add, as well, and this is why I think that necessarily wasn't true. Following that, they wrote down in the report that they fed her a lamb dinner. So they did write that in after they knew about the dog food. And following them to highlighting it to a senior manager, who obviously went into the property and removed all further dog food, it took a further 2 weeks to notify the family of this, which I think is even more shocking, really. But as I say, this is one of many incidences, and I'm happy to go through a few others if you'd like to hear them.
I would. I'd love to hear them. Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. So I think, first of all and foremost, she was in her own property. I think that's the key point, and she had multiple carers go in per day. This was a council contract, a Portsmouth City Council contract that was issued to a third-party company, which, by the way, also didn't go into special measures. The CQC, the Care Quality Commission, didn't put this company into special measures until a year after the first report, which I think is also damning.
Shocking.
But this report, and this has been found, it's been investigated, and it's been publicly published. So this is not speculation or opinion. She was left in darkness overnight, despite on her record it saying that she feared the darkness. There was occasions they left her in darkness overnight. They left her wet in her bed overnight on a number of occasions. There's been filming footage of her being force-fed, not being fed at all, having prolonged periods of isolation. Her DNR certificate, Do Not Resuscitate certificate, was screwed up in a cupboard. There was failure to record some of the insights. There was failure to provide inadequate food. In one instance, it said that there was a number of instances of stale or inedible food, lack of mobility support. One of the other ones I'll highlight, just before we go back to the conversation, is the fact that the daughter put a camera in the room, and they noticed that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the carer didn't attend. So after work, she decided to go into the house and sit with her mother and care for her mother. It was then at 7:30 that a carer then following turned up. and she explained the process, etc., etc. When she got the care record the following week, the care record was actually filled in to say that the care person had arrived at 4 o'clock, not knowing that the daughter had been there all along. And that leads them to believe that they were also falsifying documentation. So the dog food is the tip of the iceberg, but it's a much harrowing, shocking story.
Do you know what, George? I can only imagine. First of all, thank you very much indeed for telling the viewers that. I can only imagine that this is just the tip of the iceberg. That we happen to know because, first of all, you're bright and are clearly clued up on the way that life really works, as distinct from the way the council would have you believe it worked. And that this conversation might be being able to be had all over the country. I'm particularly interested in the idiot, and I don't really blame this idiot for coming over here and getting work and being able to fool everybody that they're bright. But the idea I presume it's a he, is it? He or a she?
I believe it's a she, yeah.
Yeah. She couldn't read the word dog food because it's not her language. What language is she strong in?
I'm not entirely aware, but I think it does open up the wider conversation, Kelvin, of our entire national process, because why is there not a process where a simple language test is done to make sure that people can read labelling, subscriptions and stuff? And I think this is the wider story here, because you're right, this is probably happening everywhere, not necessarily the dog food, I should hope, but certainly the lack of proper care. And that was my greater concern in all this, is that if this particular person has been able to slip through the net, how many more have slipped through the net nationwide? How many more people are going into care facilities today, this very day, and not being able to read the care record accurately, not being able to read the subscription advice, not offering the proper care because they simply cannot read English, and that is not right.
That is not right. So you raise these points, right? Portsmouth, Labour or Lib Dem? Which is
Liberal
it?
Democrat.
Okay, so they are horrendous. They've decided going left is the only way to get elected. So they pretend to be one thing and actually are something really quite awful. I tell you a story. Round my way, I live in Weybridge, and therefore my council is Elmbridge. Basically Lib Dem, really. The mayor, Lib Dem, Mayor Swalesby, she goes to a restaurant which is kind of half in the Thames. It's quite a good little idea. And she sees the owner there. She sees the owner and she points at the St. George's flag and says, basically, why have that up? You know, some people get offended by this. She's the mayor, right? Offended by the St. George's flag at a restaurant. Honestly, how on earth these people are allowed to conduct themselves politically? But let's talk about Portsmouth. When you raise all this, right, so you're a bright guy, you know which way's up. You say this has happened, that's happened, the other's happened. What are you doing about it? What do these dolts say to you?
Well, I think it's important to note that the daughter, I won't name her name because the newspaper hasn't named her name, but the daughter specifically, she'd been fighting this for some time. She had raised concerns to the council back in 2024. So this goes all the way back to 2024. And, you know, they launched an investigation. They did an internal investigation. And I hear all this stuff all the time. It's so frustrating, you know, and it took them almost a year to do a thorough investigation between the different departments. They obviously, this wasn't national news at the time. It wasn't public knowledge. It wasn't something that any of us knew about. But she had been fighting behind the scenes daily to try and get the right justice for her mother. Now, although she knew this care was poor, basically almost the same week that she decided to change care providers, because say this was a third-party care contractor that was contracted by the council, but when she decided to change the care, unfortunately her mother went into her final stages of her life, so they decided not to. But she had been fighting onwards since then, and as I say, these reports are purely just coming out now. One of the biggest concerns for me, as I said earlier in my monologue there, is that the CQC, the Care Quality Commission, were aware of this. You know, the first reports were in the middle of 2024, and it was May 2025 before the CQC put this company into special measures. And it was after that that the council cancelled the contract with the care provider. So they were aware that this care provider was providing potentially very inadequate care. They had the proof of this, obviously, needless to say, they were provided the proof of this by the family. They had the reports that stated about the dog food. The care workers admitted that. But yet they were still allowing people to go into other care homes and go into other people's homes to provide this care. It's terribly shocking. And what I found, I don't know if you've read the article, Kelvin, but what I found really disappointing actually is that they have been offered, based on recommendation, may I add, a measly £1,000 in compensation as a symbolic gesture. That was the quote, symbolic gesture. And I just think that that's so wholly unacceptable. The family haven't yet accepted any money, and I really hope they don't, and they fight for more, because I think that this incident is shocking, and the only way that the sector, the councils and the private sector are going to learn is by having their wallets hit, because, you know, a simple apology is unacceptable in this case.
Well, I wouldn't do it that way around, you see. I come from rather more vile business operation. What I would do if I was the council, I wouldn't pay them, right? I would have withheld about 3 or 4 months of the money, right? And just said that's the end of that, right? And I realised lots of other people get suffered like that, and say I'm not paying you. And by the way, we're going to give it to this lady's family if that was an idea. Yeah, and I totally get that. But the thing I don't understand is why on earth we have to import people from anywhere to do that kind of job. Do you know what? I would not allow people to be unemployed, right? I would not allow people to be unemployed and at the same time having to import people from God knows where who can't speak the language, who could make the most disastrous of mistakes without any penalty in our country, right? When there's somebody walking around perfectly all right saying, well, I'm looking for something as an influencer, you know what I mean? If you've got an influencer job down here, i.e. a job that doesn't involve working intellect, or all it involves is having your nails painted every day different colours and hoping to make 10 grand a minute. I honestly, George, look, can I make a suggestion to you? That
Sure.
Do you work? You have to work as well as being a counsellor, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, fine. Are there many other potential reform candidates within Portsmouth? Is there a chance? How many are there? Other reform councillors, or are you? The only one?
I mean, so we're the leaders of the opposition in Portsmouth, and local government reorganisation, which, to be fair, I'm not a fan of local government reorganisation, but local government reorganisation that we're going through next year combines us with Havant, Gosport and Fareham Council, at which point, yes, absolutely, we will have a monumental chance of taking control of this new local government reorganisation shadow authority next May. Havant is a very strong reform area, Gosport is a very strong reform area, and it's very likely we'll take control of this council. And we need to, because you've probably seen yourself, Kelvin, there's been multiple stories over the last year about Portsmouth City Council and the way it's operated. You know, we were the council that took down the flag the day before England's semi-final match of the World Cup. We're also the council last year, you may remember, that was providing leisure cards free of charge to migrants that were living in our hotel, where they could get free coffees and 40% discount off of kayak lessons. You know, we have had a horrendous amount of stories come out about our council over the last year, some of them absolutely shockingly shameful, and we need to take a real common sense approach and put party politics aside. We just need some people that are in that room, are at the top table, that can start holding officers and holding this council to account, because the stories coming out of it are just wildly unacceptable, and it needs to change.
Well, let's just agree that if you're 21 and you're fit, or you're 18 and you're 21 and you're fit, and you do that kind of job, right, and you're English, right, or British, you're going to do it. And we are not going to import people from Somalia who can't even speak the language to care for our own people. They're our own people. We should want to have our own people care for our own people. We really reached the point where literally, people keep complaining about NEETs, 1 million NEETs. I'd like to see those 1 million NEETs, actually. I'd like to line the whole bloody lot of them up. And I'd like to ask them individually why you haven't got work. Okay? And then I point out the Portsmouth City Council story.
I think also, you've got to remember this is just one council contractor, and in this in 23-24 they employed 44 skilled workers on the sponsorship program. I mean, skilled workers. I mean, on the sponsorship program in 24-25 they had requested 80 of these people. This is one company, and as I said, and we highlighted at the very start of this conversation, and we need to keep highlighting this as much as we talk about it, is what rigorous testing is done by the adult social care sector that looks at these 44 skilled workers and says, right, you can read prescriptions, you can provide, you can determine what is human food packaging and dog food packaging. I mean, that should be the simplest level of comprehension when you're given the responsibility to care for the most vulnerable people in our society that rely on you. And I think we need to do a wider review of this nationally, because this is we know, Kelvin, this is not just happening to this lady. This hadn't just happened to this lady. This is probably happening right now as we speak to somebody in the country. And we've all got people that were either formerly in adult social care, that are currently in adult social care, or potentially going towards the way of going into adult social care. And this affects us all. And we do not know what's happening with our loved ones when they are in care. And that's unacceptable.
George, I've really enjoyed this conversation. If you've got other issues that you feel would have both local and national effect, just come back, speak to Charlotte, and come on and make your points. That's what we need.
Sure.
Thank you very much indeed. That's
Thank you.
George Madgwick, who actually has been shown the spotlight on the fact that an old deer, probably not far away by the sound of it from passing on, was fed dog food by somebody that was brought into this country as under skilled worker visa. That skilled worker visa did not cover the fact that she couldn't understand English, and therefore didn't understand that when it had the words dog food written on it, it meant dog food. And it was given to this old dear. And the point that councillor makes is correct, isn't it, of course? That what else didn't they understand about when they were to be fed drugs? What did the drugs say? When should they? What time should they be given? What food can they not be given with? How can she be made comfortable? It is unbelievable. We don't need to hand out skilled worker visas when we have 1 million NEETs sitting around moaning all day long on television about they can't find work. There is the work. What they don't like is they don't like the work that's offered to them. So what do? We whistle down a mine in Somalia or somewhere in the Middle East or somewhere and bring over some people. That is not the future of our country. Shall we go to the news? And then after the news, we have an old friend who has returned, not with good news.
Morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, hi there, Kelvin Mackenzie again. I've got Alistair Hilton here now. Now, Alistair kind of is our kind of our roving reporter across London, often bringing in tidbits of astonishing things that are happening. Normally, he's in the Mike Graham camp. There's never a glass of beer far from his reporting techniques. But we have an important one today, because yesterday, in the middle of Covent Garden, there was an attack by a lady who was clearly not well and was trying to make other people even more unwell by knifing them. Alistair, what do you make? Now, the numbers I see for London indicate that violence is not as high as it used to be. I put it that way round rather than saying that, that they've cracked it.
I think it's very difficult. I think comparing crime figures, you sort of go down this massive rabbit hole of was it worse in those days, these days, or whatever. Yeah, in the 80s, I was walking around London and you could get beaten up coming out of a nightclub or whatever sort of thing. So it wasn't that there was no crime. I think what you have got now it always felt in those days like the government were on your side, the police were on your side, and we're all working to try and make Britain a better place, if you like. It sort of feels now like you are on your own, really. The police aren't really there to support you, when you've had your phone nicked.
I mean, let's talk about that. Is that really fair? I always feel rejuvenated if I see a couple of coppers. I'd love to see a couple of coppers walking down Weybridge High Street. I'll be a long time dead before that happens. I don't know why. They simply don't walk down, quote, safe areas. So I feel good about them. Are you saying that there is another feeling now that actually, although it's good to see them, actually if push came to shove, they're just as likely to arrest you as help you?
I've never been one of these that thinks, I want to see a Bobby on the beat. I want to see police arresting bad people. That's what I want to see. Right. But my own experiences are that when I had my phone nicked, and everybody's got a tracker on their phone, or most people have, the police went, interesting, thanks. But when I said it's at this address, and they went, there's nothing we can do.
How far away was that from?
That was a few miles away from where I was. It was, an address in Hanger Lane. Bang, there's the address. No, we can't do anything about your phone. But there's my phone. Yeah, but we can't. And I've heard that story repeated again and again and again. I've tweeted about it and everybody's gone, that happened to me. I told them it was at number 4 Acacia Avenue and they said, we can't do anything.
So, okay, let's take it on. You are a clever guy. You say, right, I am going round to 27 Hanger Lane and I am going there with a couple of mates of mine. And what we're going to do is we're going to knock on the door and say, you've got my phone in there. And then if there's any kind of suggestion, then I'm going to go into the house and I'm going to take it. Is that really a runner?
And, one, I wouldn't recommend you do that because my guess is these people that have just mugged you for your phone, the guy that mugged me for my phone, I had sort of cracked ribs and all the rest of it. I don't reckon. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well,
that was
I don't know the story. So
that was in Little Venice in London, which is a beautiful area. Well, it's sort of a beautiful area and it's not a beautiful area. So amazing place, very, very rich people and people that aren't very rich.
Correct.
Walking down the street, and I never ever hold my phone to my ear, never, because it's too dangerous. But anyway, on this occasion, a friend rang, held it to my ear, was walking back. It was only 6 in the evening and whatever. And then literally bang.
What happened?
Somebody on an electric bike, it's always an electric bike, smashed me. I had held my phone stupidly and smashed into the ground, basically.
So they
came from behind.
What, they actually physically hit you with a bike?
Yeah, like big
This
time.
then led to that?
Well, I kept holding my phone, was smashed, and sort of pulled harder into the ground, if you like. So, had that, and then off he went, He
then grabbed it off you?
He's got the phone. Literally, he then hesitated because he wanted to have a good look at, me sprawled like an idiot on the floor sort of thing. Off he went, called the police. They're like, yeah, sure, whatevs.
Right, and then hold on one second. This is not just a phone grab, is it? This is with violence.
Yes.
Okay? This is quite a serious, to my mind, right? There are idiot magistrates out there. I don't imagine it go much further. Could do, right? After all, the idiot magistrate who said to that woman in her 80s, we're going to ban you just because you've been over the top with 20 miles an hour. There are idiots sitting on these benches, right? That's quite a serious thing. That guy could get a couple of years for that. He could get a year, 18 months anyway. That's a serious thing. How ill were you with it?
Well, it cracked a few of my ribs.
Well, that's enough. That's painful.
Yeah, it was blooming painful. But, I then had an iPad or whatever, so tracked my phone. So I rang the police, whatever. Then I realised I could track my phone. So I tracked my phone, I rang them back and I said, look, reported this earlier. This is where the phone is.
Yep.
No, we can't do anything. I'm like, what do you mean you can't do anything? No, we can't do anything. But if you then suggest that you go round there, I can promise you the police would be round instantly. Now, there's something wrong with that, and that's not just me saying it. You know, I've tweeted about the incident at the time, and hundreds, thousands of people, whatever, came back to me and went, yeah, happened to me. Yeah, I told them where it was. Yeah, that happened. So there's 70,000 phones nicked every year in London. 70,000 phones a year. And so they're people, everything, your whole life is on your phone. But it's actually a traumatic experience. I'm not saying everybody ends up injured, but I guarantee a lot of them are, and I guarantee a lot of people are shaken up by having their phone smashed out of their hand. By a guy.
I would be.
And it's always a guy on an electric bike. So, you know, the police, of course they can't stop all crime, but I see electric bikes doing insane speeds all over London, down Oxford Street, everything.
And in fact, they like doing it as well.
Yeah, and they like doing it. So hang on, why aren't the police at either end and go, right, we'll have that bike. The bike's illegal. The bike is illegal, so they can seize it. So why aren't they? Because those bikes are then used in crime time at 70,000 times a year.
Right, a very good point. But the reason, as you well know, is we have a mayor. Okay, so the Metropolitan Commissioner answers to the mayor. Much more than he answers to the Home Secretary. For things to remain peaceful, right? Because the Metropolitan Commissioner can always be at war with that mayor, and particularly with this mayor, and likely with every mayor for as far as the eye can see. So for an easy life, he doesn't do what you do, because the mayor would say, you appear to be targeting people of colour. We can't have that. I'm trying to get elected, and you're trying to round them all up. It's a very difficult area we now have in our country.
You know, it is a thing. You've got a lot of the sort of police on the beat, if you want to call it that, who great people trying to do a great job, but you've got the management of them, call it, you know, however high up the management chain, who are horrendous, and they are politicians more than they are policemen. The higher up they get, so the guy, as you say, answering to the mayor, he's a politician to all intents and purposes,
he is.
More than he is a policeman. And so that's wrong that you aren't targeting people, and I believe you're right. I believe you're absolutely spot on. I think these people aren't targeted because any normal person would go, well, why can't you stop all electric bikes? I mean, the illegal ones, not the legal. The ones that do 30 miles an hour down Oxford Street on the pavement. Why can't you take those off? Because they're the ones stealing people's phones.
It isn't. Those bikes are heavy. I wouldn't like to bet. Could somebody look up for me online or on the phone how heavy an electric bike is? I suspect there'd probably be something like 40 kilos or 35.
I would say they're probably a bit more than that. If one of those hit you at 30, you're in big trouble.
Well, you're dead, actually. Yeah. I read about some old dear, I think, in North London or somewhere. I agree. I agree. Mind you, get hit by 30 miles an hour by a bike, an ordinary bike, you're in big trouble, aren't
absolutely, you? But an ordinary bike you can't pedal that fast. So the point is these bikes are illegal. So the police have every right to take them off, stop them, take them off them. And what you would see instantly, if you spent a week taking every illegal bike off every person riding down Oxford Street or around central London, you would 100% see phone crime go down massively.
Yeah.
You would 100% see all sorts of crime go down massively, because it's proved time and time again the people that commit all the crimes are a tiny number of people comparatively.
Correct. Yeah.
So you get rid of that tiny number and suddenly everybody's life is better. So why not do that? It's a very simple thing to do.
Man. You know why? Because this is not strangely, it appears not to be a white crime. It appears to be a black crime. I don't know what the numbers are, but the number of people I've seen actually appeared in court, they come from one section of our society. And I wonder whether the mayor feels inclined to attack what is his voter base.
Well, if the mayor thinks that London's such a safe place, why does he ride around in an armour-plated Range Rover with several bodyguards? You know, I don't have that luxury. Most people don't have that luxury. So, yeah, London's a blooming safe place for Sadiq Khan because you can't get to him. Not that I want to, but you can't get to him.
No. No, nobody wants to get to the main.
Nobody wants to. But the point is, if it's safe, have a wander around. Get rid of the Range Rover, get rid of your armed, your protection guys, and see what happens.
That would be a very, very strange feeling that if you were on the tube and you happened to be sitting next to Mayor Khan, I would have thought that was quite a difficult thing. I mean, I find the idea that Mayor Khan may well run for a fourth time.
Oh, I think he'll keep going and going and going. Why wouldn't you? People in power never give up power until they have to. They have until it's taken off them. Nobody in power goes, no, I don't want that anymore.
Well, how about this then? On the be careful what you wish for, there is no doubt that in political office, the left are becoming more powerful, literally by the hour. People have decided that actually they've had a good look at the system and they prefer the one where they don't have to go to work and they do like to receive benefits of a substantial kind, and that the safety net is becoming stronger and more lucrative. Supposing you got an even further left mayor than Khan. After all, Khan, when he first started out, actually was on the right of the Labour Party. He has only moved, I think, in order to satisfy political demands at County Hall, right? So what happens, we go even further left and we end up with somebody like the New York mayor who starts believing that, you know, that crime is part, and I saw that alluded to by that Peckham MP who's now the energy minister. She alluded to the fact that petrol was being stolen in record numbers, right, was a sign, well, people are hard up. Really? Is that the answer? On that, I was really appalled by that argument.
I think Sadiq Khan and the mayor of New York are probably similar-ish people, really. I think the whole of the people in charge of various institutions have gone left, because, you know, people would consider me far right, and I hate that expression, but if you went back 20 years, you consider me central, you know, centre. You wouldn't consider any views I have far right at all in 20 years. So if I haven't changed, the people in charge must have changed, and they've changed to the left. And so what happens is, once you've sort of got some control of a council or a government or whatever, you surround yourself with more people who agree with what you do.
Well, it happens in television. I can absolutely tell you that. If I appear on mainstream television, which, by the way, you'll be probably pleased to hear, I am not invited to go on mainstream television anymore, is I ameliorated my views. I was a fool. I didn't realise, I did realise I was doing it. I didn't want to offend the crowd, be truthful. And actually I was a fool. I should have been bolder, but also I was employed by mainstream media and they wouldn't like it.
And that's the point. People, so many people in this country, you've got a few people that speak up about issues like J.K. Rowling and being a prime example. Because she's in a position where you can't sack her, because she's in a position where she doesn't have to worry about money. So she can say, I believe this. Wonderful, fantastic. I agree with, you know, probably most things she says. But most people have a boss. And if you say it, somebody from the Green Party will alert the police, for instance, somebody from this, and you're out of a job. And you're certainly told you can't mention that again.
Well, without going into the name, somebody who comes on here, by the way, enormously bright, I'm not going to say male or female, right? Not androgynous, I know that, has just been suspended from their job because of their views that white people or indigenous people should receive work ahead of bringing in people.
I think on a lot of topics, whether a man can be a woman, no they can't, lots of topics, I think there's a massive number of people in this country who keep their head down. They'll like your tweet, great, you know, and you get DMs from going, I totally agree with you, Alistair, you know, or even email me and go, I totally agree with you, but I can't say anything because blah, blah, blah.
Well, I'm amazed that they'll even like it. Because the danger of liking it could be that if they come and if somebody decides to look at your tweets in relation to something that may have happened at work or something, right? You could find yourself, and do you know, as part of an employment tribunal
Yeah,
issue?
I think everybody can sort of trust me that I'm certainly not going to, you know, report anything or do anything in that respect. But I understand what you mean. But I think it's got to the point where you say something and you are jumped on. There's a lot of people of the far left, shall we call them, who don't want to just disagree with you. They want to crush you. Yeah. They want you to lose your job, lose your livelihood, lose everything. They hate you and they want you destroyed. Whereas I might go, well, you're a bit of a nutter. I don't agree with you. They want to destroy you and every part of you.
Yeah, no, the thing that I most enjoy, I know I might be perverse in this way, is if I tweet something, there's a massive pile-on, right? And watching people getting violently angry. I sit there rolling up. The idea they're sitting there going...
But I have it, I'll say something.
Yeah.
And somebody will go, oh, I hate you, Alistair, blah, 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 and I'll mute them. So I won't reply, I'll just mute them. And every now and then, they'll be following me, these people, on Twitter, following me. 3 months later, they'll go, oh, I hate... And it happens to... It shouldn't pop up, but it pops up and I go, you're still following me.
Yeah.
You're still following me and you still hate me.
Yeah.
Go away. Do something with your life.
Yeah, I totally agree. Why do they have to do it? I wonder what kind of people that they are. Who was telling me? I think Andy. There was a guy who was the editor of News of the World. He ended up getting 18 months over some hacking thing or something. And he was sitting in a cafe, I think somewhere in Forest Hill. And he looked on his Twitter feed, and on the it said on there that the bloke said that prick Andy is sitting behind me, right? He's sitting there going, "No, yeah, that's right, that's me." Anyway, look, Alistair, thank you very much indeed. I enjoyed that chat, by the way. I much preferred the chat rather than just talking about the Covent Garden attack, which I think probably would turn out to be a lady not too well and wanted to make other people very, very ill. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Alistair. Always good to talk to you. In a while, we've got coming up an expert on RADAR. Now, RADAR is the official audience statistics of the radio industry. And we'll go to the news and then hopefully we'll come to Mr. Nigel Jacklin after that. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, tigers.
Mind of it? Hi there. So due up in a minute is the RADAR guys. Now the reason the RADAR, which I explained, is the audience statistics measurements. It's like Barb. It's a ridiculous idea, by the way. Totally absurd, where you have to give a tick to every 15 minutes of radio that you listen to. And you're supposed to do it contemporaneously. Well, that's very difficult if you're driving a car, and a most absurd way of doing it. But the reason they like it is both the radio station owners and the media buyers like it because it's a currency which they both believe in. I have no idea why they believe in it, but they do. There has been some good news, actually, for Mike Graham at UK Live. Mike, brilliant broadcaster for us between 7 and 10 a.m. He quit talk radio back at the turn of the year. And what's happened is talk radio's just announced their numbers, and their numbers are 21% down, Well, the good news is that those 21% have gone over to Mike Graham. The other good news, I thought, was GB News Radio. I mean, a most astonishing performance. Their weekly reach now is 731,000, and it's up 34% year on year, up 34%. Couple that with a huge jump in hours. Hours is the kind of, it's a bit technical, but it's the kind of trading currency of the radio business. They've gone through the roof as well. A really astonishing performance. But look, somebody who knows a lot more about it than me is Nigel Jacklin. Morning,
hey,
Nigel.
good morning.
Hi. So I'm just explaining that GB News Radio has had an astonishing book in which their numbers are 34% up year on year, 721,000 weekly reach. Hours are off the dial. What's caused this explosion?
It must be that people want to watch it or listen to it, surely, isn't it? I mean, people have got plenty of choice. So clearly GB News is something that there are people that want to watch it and listen to it.
Yes, no, I totally agree with that. I thought that was astonishing. What were the other numbers that you saw that caught your eye from this morning's radars?
I've only really had a quick look, so I've not taken it in. But I think GB News has been going up for a while, both, and they've also been doing well on Barb. So both of the reporting services are doing well. I've not seen their UCOM figures, so there's different figures for radio, TV, and internet.
Okay. What about how does Global been doing, or Bauer, or any of the other big radio companies?
Sorry, I've not looked at the figures. I more know how it's made and what it's used for, and what seems to be the case to me is that so it's a fairly fragmented marketplace, but people are choosing more and more independent media. If you'd call GB News an independent media. So really there's kind of this case for advertisers. So the reason why RAJAR exists is so that advertisers know who listens to what. So they can decide where to put their advertising. And some of them may be reluctant to try new vehicles, as you might have experienced in your career. GB News is not a new vehicle anymore, is it? It's been going, I don't know, 5 or 6 years?
5 years, yeah.
And it's had stats about it during all of that time. And so if you're a mainstream advertiser, it's a tried and tested vehicle now, isn't it? It's got viewers and listeners. So the more interesting question to me is why aren't advertisers using these media more? And actually, is there a case for, let's call it, a group of independent media to come together and demonstrate their audience?
Yes, right. That's a good point. Have you seen a decline in the BBC's total grip on? I
think there's a long-term trend in the decline of the BBC in various levels, and the government's proposals to encourage us to use so-called trusted sources, of which the BBC might be their favourite, I think will only encourage people to go independent more, or for more people to come together to get their stories out, because we're in an era where you can't stop people finding things out anymore.
Yes, no, that's a very good point. I think the whole thing will blow up against it, and actually, the idea that if it's a trusted source by the government, you can be damn sure that there is a huge percentage in this country who will view it as an untrusted source. Your view and expert view is that you are going to continue to see more outlets like UK Live or these kind of smaller independents who, thanks to YouTube, have made it possible to exist. After all, without YouTube, none of this could really happen. And that you'll see more advertising dollar going into YouTube?
Well, So let's break it down into bits. There are already loads of people broadcasting independently. So the question is whether people choose to listen to them or watch them. So therefore, if there are good people, they will get an audience. The next question is then whether advertisers choose to put their advertising money into them. So for GB News, for example, that they do have a fair number of smaller advertisers, but seem to have found it more difficult to get the larger mainstream advertisers.
Yeah, true.
And they will base their decisions partly on the data, but also they've got all of these protocols and things. So there's a difference between saying we will advertise in something and we won't advertise in something. And actually news in general has a challenge because some advertisers prefer to avoid medium where their ad might be against a story about murders or deaths or bad things, and so therefore they block certain things. But really the GB News figures are such that the audience is of such a size that it merits inclusion on mainstream advertiser schedules. I suspect that the senior people at those kind of places get it, and that they realise that people who are listening to us now and people who listen to or watch GB News are normal people who go on holiday and buy cars and things like that. But maybe if the media planners and buyers that are younger, more junior people, urban younger people, that they see things differently and they don't kind of get the audience. But the audience is there, isn't it? That's what the figures say.
Oh yeah, Nigel, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, look, I 100% get that. Can I just tell you, those media buyers are probably, living in London, probably lefty. They hate the idea that these people, that these stations are successful. And so what you have to do is rely on YouTube, who don't take a view. They just have a look at your numbers and let you get on with it. Yeah, Nigel, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Now, we have some glamour come into the rather dull, smelly studio, and I'm going to let her introduce herself and explain what she's going to do, which is adding some fresh energy and certainly some fresh lipstick, right, so I'm very like to welcome. Now, you tell the audience who you are, what your background is, and what we can expect to be coming up.
So today, for the first time, I'm doing my first ever live show. I've done interviews before, podcasts, that kind of thing, but I've never done
what about
live
to people
hosting.
who don't know who you are? So say who you are, and then we'll go.
Okay, so I'm Ellie Hodges, and I've been in the not related to Dan Hodges. Right. Need to announce that because that's been going around Twitter recently. He's been claiming that we're related. We are not related.
Is that? No. Is this a joke?
No.
What's happening?
So
let me just tell you. I didn't know you were. I didn't think you were, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then I saw something on Twitter yesterday saying from him that you were related. So you are related.
No. We're not related.
That is, well, are you saying that tweet is not true?
He has since put out a tweet saying he knows how this place can get, and to clarify, we're not related, but he wishes me luck on my show today.
That is absolute right. Look, it doesn't matter who you are. Everybody's got to have a mum and dad, haven't they? So if that is your dad, right, I disagree with him.
We don't mind that you're
related. We like the fact. We like the fact that you are related, but we like the fact you're different.
We are not related, to clarify.
Are you not related?
More confusion here. I am not related to Dan Hodges.
Are you being serious?
100%. I am not related to Dan
Hodges.
Hodges.
Why did he put out the tweet?
No. So I put out a tweet saying that I am going to be hosting UK Live today. And he then reposted it and put, great to see the family doing
I see.
well.
That's fine. Okay, fine. Well, let's that's great. I totally buy that. I think that's him being clever. Okay.
Yeah. Then people actually did think we were related, and I had to clarify it again.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, what are the things that are are annoying you and you suspect are going to annoy your viewers in your next hour. Very much look forward to it. I hope it's a big success for you. I'm sure it will be. So name me the 3 things that you're really going to punch home in this hour.
Well, I think that one of the main themes that I want to have in this show is it not just being a show talking about how bad everything is.
Oh, right.
I want to be optimistic and I want to say, you know what, yes, we have serious issues in this country and everyone watching this knows that. But let's talk about how we're actually going to fix them, not just talk about how bad everything is, because or else, I mean, if you spend your whole entire life on social media, you would think that this country is completely finished. And whilst there is issues, they can be fixed. And time again, this country has been through some awful periods where people thought that this country was over, and time again it rebuilt. And I really think that we can do that again, and I think we need some more optimism.
Okay, fine. I'm massively in favour of the optimism. There has to be some substance to back up the optimism in the way that there has to be substance to back up the pessimism. So what are the big issues that you'd like to talk about in the next hour?
The issues that I like to talk about? Well, I mean, more generally, the issues that I like to talk about is education. I think that that's the biggest issue that this country faces at the moment.
Do you think we're going down the right route or the wrong route?
The wrong route. The state of our education system is not good at all, and that needs to be fixed. So that's something that I talk about a lot. But in terms of the show and what's coming up, I've got lots of guests. We've got Mark Littlewood joining me in the studio for the first half an hour.
So you've gone down market.
And then we've got Maeve Halligan, who's going to talk to us about the trans issues and about Labour's Women's Conference and how there's been some trade unions that have decided that they're going to lobby against that because it's not including trans women, i.e. men. And then we've also got Toby Young from Free Speech Union.
Oh, right. Well, that's good.
We've got Adam Cherry from Guido Fawkes, and
I like
we
Adam.
also have Colin Sutton, who is now the Police and Crime Commissioner for Norfolk for Reform. So it should be really interesting. Got a lot coming up.
I like that. I like that. Who do you kick off with?
Mark.
Oh, right,
Mark in the studio.
And do you know what he's talking about, Mark?
Well, with Mark, I think we're just going to talk about kind of the top stories of the day, all the different things that are going on. We've got this Cambridge professor case.
Politically, where are you politically? Are you to the right of centre, the left of centre? Or?
I would say I'm centre right.
Oh, you're centre right. Yeah. Okay, so you're conservative / reform, are you?
Yeah, I would say. But I mean, my values.
Did you go to uni?
Change. No, I would never go to university.
So what age did you leave school? 18?
No, I left school 16. So I left early because I don't think that university is the right route for many people. I think that we've got all these degrees now that are actually not worth your time, and I think that you can kind of work ways up yourself into getting into a profession, especially in terms of media, and I think that employers actually usually prefer that now. They like someone who hasn't got a degree because it's kind of weird now to not have a degree because everyone does. You know, when Tony Blair came in and he said I want 50% of people to go to university, it kind of took away the value of a degree because the majority of people can have one. You can get degrees in all sorts now, and I actually think if you don't go to university, you have a head start.
I definitely think you will get an interview, whereas if you put 2-1 Bristol or 2-1 or 2-1 Southampton, I wonder whether you just get rejected by some piece of AI.
Yeah.
It's a very, very strange world, that. So you leave school at 16.
Yeah.
And did you then go to work?
Yeah, I then got loads of. Well, I mean, I worked.
What kind of work did you do? Bar work or?
I had I had 3 part-time jobs in total, and they were all. 2 of them were at a pub, 1 of them was at a restaurant, and that's why I always talk about now how important part-time jobs are, because they really taught me skills that I still use today. You know, just simple things like if you're late or if you do something wrong, that's it, your job's done. There's no second chances really, because when you're running a business, you don't have time for stuff like that. And I think that gave me much more experience with the real world than having an assembly in school about, these are the values that you need to take into the workplace. I think it's actually much better to just go in,
So you were fired, were you, for turning up
late? I was not fired.
Oh,
no,
right.
I was not fired. I am a late
Have you ever been fired?
No.
Oh, right.
No,
well,
no.
that's... I'm afraid.
Actually, that's a lie.
You're
that's a lie. I have been fired before, but not really fired. It was...
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with it.
No,
it's good for you. It's good for you.
I went to Australia for a month, so they had to get rid of me because they didn't want me going for a month and then coming back. So
yeah, quite right too.
That's fair enough. But yeah, I thought those part-time jobs were really important, and we're now in a state where it's quite hard.
Isn't it quite difficult? Isn't it quite difficult for the over 21s to get part-time because of minimum pay?
I think it's. I actually think it's probably easier because.
For the over 21s?
Yeah, I think because you've usually got some sort of experience by that point. And a problem with part-time jobs is a lot of the time they expect someone who's still at school to have so much experience just to literally be working at a bar or being a waiter. And there's all these standards that they want you to live up to, which I think is just ridiculous. But also we've got to a point where because of our high streets, you've got stuff closing down all the time. Yeah. We need our high streets to be regenerated for so many reasons.
No, that's never going to happen.
Yes, it will.
No,
it can
we're
happen.
never going to regenerate the high street in the old-fashioned way with individual shops and everything. If you want anything, you either go on Amazon or you don't get it.
Well, I think if you get a government come in that's going to champion small businesses.
I don't agree with that, I'm sorry. I'm afraid the world has changed, and as somebody who had the choice of either going to Boots to buying some Colgate or actually going on Amazon, I decided to go on Amazon. So I saw one tube of toothpaste delivered 7 hours later. It was at that moment I knew a high street was finished. I guarantee. Look, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Every success with your first show.
Thanks
I'm sure
very
you'll
much.
be a big winner.
I'm
sure the audience will like you. And if they don't like you, they'll like Mark Littlewood. And if they like Mark Littlewood, they must be desperate. No. He's here. I didn't realise. I didn't realise. It's a shock. Okay, so that's me for this week. I'll be back on Monday. Look forward to speaking to you then. But the real person to start focusing on is Ellie.
And tomorrow, Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Now I'm told there's a much better show on Fridays when I'm not here, which is Mark and Paul Cox, in which they have as much humour as they do have serious thought process, which actually is really a great joy, to be honest. If people are enjoying themselves and they're laughing, then I think the audience feel 101% part of it. And I know that these guys have been a big success, and Mark was a big success with the World Cup. Unfortunately, despite paying people at FIFA a lot of money, he can't arrange for a World Cup every 5 minutes. So he's now had to branch out into other forms of broadcasting. But look, he's part of the team. UK Live doing very well, by the way, thanks to the fact that Mike Graham left Talk Radio. They've seen their audience collapse by 20%, which does cheer me up. And he's grabbed them all, and he's making a great success. And I need that, and Mark needs that, because otherwise, no Mike Graham, then we'll be looking at quite a small audience. Anyway, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to Raustro, who's just wished me well. I used to have a sign up on the wall at the Sun which said, "Make it up and make it early." Okay, and I thought that was very funny until Murdoch saw it. Get that down. Anyway,
like the BBC is supposed to be impartial, but we know they're not, Kelvin.
So you've got an elite which is out of touch, believes in this progressive values, that has basically been in control of the country for 40 years. And then you've got the rest of the population who are, what the hell is happening to our country? What the hell is happening?
The establishment's rotten. It's gone rotten.
I know this sounds emotional. I may come across as, Ben, what do you want about? It's politics. No, we're in such a dire state in this country. We need true champions now to come forward.
Hi everyone, welcome back to CK Live, and it's me, Ellie Hodges. If you notice, this is not Kelvin McKenzie sitting here anymore. And we've got a really exciting show coming up for you, and do keep in mind this is my first ever live show, so there might be some mistakes, but I'm sure it will all hopefully go smoothly. So the first guest I have with me is Mark Littlewood, who I'm sure you all know. Thank you for being my first ever guest, Mark.
I am privileged and honoured, Ellie. Always a delight to be with you.
I'm very glad that you have joined me as my first guest. So the topic that I really want to talk to you about today is this Jason Arday story, because exactly, that was my first reaction to it. I mean, it's just so bizarre that I have no words to explain it. I mean, could you kind of try and explain it to our viewers, because it's just ridiculous?
Yes, I mean, where to begin? I mean, you're right to say it's bizarre, but let's also admit it. It's also utterly delicious, isn't it? I mean, it exposes so much. So this chap, who I must admit I'd never heard of until this scandal broke, was made a professor of, I can't remember, inclusion and equality and equity or something at Jesus College, Cambridge, and has been lauded to the rooftops as he was the youngest black professor ever to be appointed at Cambridge. And as a fellow panellist on another TV show pointed out to me yesterday, he now has the distinction of being the youngest black professor ever to exit an academic career. And he has made a whole range of claims about his life and career, which, to put it marginally, have been found wanting. He claimed that he'd written a book that has never actually been published. He claimed fellowships from, I think it was Ohio University and was it Southampton University, I can't recall, which it would just never existed.
My favourite one was the 30 marathons in, I think, 35 days. I mean, how?
Yes, he made athletic claims as well. Also that he was a former professional, semi-professional football player and a professional snooker player. Now, you might say that those sort of claims wouldn't necessarily worry an academic institution, right?
No.
If you're brilliant at your particular academic discipline,
Yeah.
I guess the fact that you've exaggerated somewhat about scoring the winning goal in 5 successive World Cup finals might be overlooked. But it's pretty clear that his academic credentials are incredibly thin. There are accusations that his own PhD was plagiarised by a student. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It's going to be a great Netflix series when it is made. It's an incredible grift. But the delicious part is how many of the wokerati fell for it. This guy was hailed as a hero.
I mean, The Guardian is still actually defending him, saying that this is a right-wing kind of
Are they still
attack
defending
on
him?
him.
Right.
And I'm like, wow, you're still doing this after this list of just, quite frankly, just lies. And I think the marathon one was the highlight for me. And he also said during this time of him doing the 30 marathons in however many days, he actually had an injury as well.
Broken leg.
Could still carry on.
Yeah, he did it with a broken leg. I mean, these are the sort of equivalent of these claims is the North Korean leader always makes these claims. And I think they even have people trying to get him in the Guinness Book of Records, you know, claims to have done a round of golf in 18 shots, you know, every one a hole in one. So it's absolutely extraordinary. And thanks to a free press, I think it's the Daily Telegraph in particular, but there's a lot of praise to go around. He has been exposed. Big worries came up as long as 3 years ago. From academics, fellow academics at the university, but also from journalists who were approaching him and asking him questions. And although I'm delighting somewhat in his downfall, Ellie, the really troubling part of it, there was a journalist, his name escapes me now, from the Times
Jack
Higher Education
Grove,
supplement, who approached him asking for his credentials and sort of, you know, here's a range of questions about your bona fides. And rather than answering them, because it seems evident to me that Ardé can't, he went to the cops. Scotland Yard get involved, conduct an investigation for, I can't remember how long, it's 4 years or something ridiculous, maybe 4 months. Don't even tell this journalist. And eventually they close the investigation. Absolutely extraordinary. The journalist was told to back off, Ellie. Can you believe this? Was told to back off because it might be injurious to Ardé's mental health. He's also made all sorts of claims about his mental health condition, that he was mute until he was 11, he didn't learn to read until he was 18. This is all absolutely extraordinary. In fact, I've been posting my thoughts about it all over X. And the best reply I got was from somebody earlier this morning who says, I'm beginning to question whether he's even black. Nothing would surprise me anymore, right? Nothing would surprise me anymore. But the real scandal of it is that Cambridge University could have exposed this if they had bothered to conduct checks that would have taken, I don't know, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
It's because he was a symbol of them being progressive, and that's why they did it. And I think that, I don't know if we have got this video of this woman that was defending him and saying that all of these right-wing papers like the Telegraph, saying that he was, you know, a token basically for Cambridge. I mean, they're absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's kind of proven that was the case. Let's have a look at this video.
And to the surprise of literally no one, from the start, newspapers like the Telegraph and the Times have been calling him a diversity poster boy and just overall annoying him. But now they're taking it a step further and they're trying to smear him with accusations of plagiarism, basically saying his work isn't his own and trying to discredit him. And it's really interesting because it doesn't matter that academic journals, universities, everybody that has looked into these claims has found no evidence of plagiarism whatsoever. The newspapers do not care. And we have to talk about it. A baseless smear campaign against a distinguished black academic isn't just a personal attack. It's an attempt to shut down a black person who has a platform.
I mean, what can you say?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a smear campaign is when you spread things that you know to be false about somebody, right? That if I were to make up some scandalous falsehoods about you, Ellie, not that I need to, there's enough scandalous things about you that are true.
Dan Hodges' relative, apparently.
You're Dan Hodges' illegitimate daughter or something.
Yeah,
okay, well, there you go.
So.
Given that's true, it wouldn't be a smear to spread that about you. Know what I mean? So the claim when it's a smear is that you're reaching for things you haven't got any that aren't based in truth, like your supposed relationship with Dan Hodges or your genetic connection to him. But it's not a smear campaign for a journalist to test your bona fides. Say, did you really get this degree? Did you really write that? Did you? His other claim was he'd raised £5 million for charity. He now says that was a syndicate of 100 people. That he personally intervened in, was it South America, some part of the world, for water aid.
There wasn't even a scheme that you could actually do.
Correct. Water Aid clarified they don't allow volunteers to do that. They funnel money to the local community. So it's not a smear to ask people questions about their past history. It's not a smear at all. So the real issue here is how has one of our great universities fallen for this? Because the other thing is that it's easy to expose this man.
So easy.
So you would have thought if he had, I don't know, if he was making some claim about, I don't know, something miraculous or upsetting or distressing that happened in his childhood many thousands of miles away where there are no records, you could sort of say, well, I guess we've got to just, trust me, bro. We've got to take him at his word. But when you're making claims which are easily verifiable or falsifiable on the public record, it would have taken Cambridge all of 5 minutes, maybe half an hour to get to the bottom of this. And they were warned. They were warned 3 years ago and have spent the time a bit like that lady on the video we just saw, saying this is a vile campaign against him. Well, it's not. It's the exposure of his obvious falsehoods. So it's extraordinary. I mean, I hope other heads roll.
Yeah.
I don't know where it goes next. Could students who were taught by him sue the university?
I mean, I'm sure they could but also this isn't just about him. This is about all of the people that let this happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I mean, surely there were some questions that had got to be asked when he came out with all of these different things that he's done. I mean, I don't know if we have the video as well of one of the, I think it was another one of their teachers, the professors, saying, oh, he's literally the greatest thing to ever walk this earth. I'm literally saying that. Do we have this video? Yeah. Let's have a look.
I think this is a tokenistic appointment. What are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
I mean, it is a departure from reality, right? The only thing I can liken it to, this kind of ridiculous woke mind virus, it's this kind of I want to believe thing, isn't it? It's like people who believe that, aliens have visited us. They want to believe, and they'll only look at information that reinforces their prejudices. Anyone who tries to expose those prejudices as lies and falsehoods is frowned upon, considered to be part of some untoward operation. It absolutely beggars belief. I was recalling yesterday that this way predates you, but may have been watched by your father, Dan Hodges, Ellie. But in the great comedy series Blackadder, there's a point where Blackadder says that there are only 3 great universities in England, Oxford, Cambridge and Hull. Well, now we're down to Oxford and Hull, I'm afraid. You can't take Cambridge University seriously after this. And my own view, obviously this won't happen under a leftist government, is in virtue of this, until heads roll and there is a complete overhaul of this process, Cambridge University should not receive a penny of taxpayer funding, not a single cent.
Do you not think it's actually quite insulting to those ethnic minority academics who are actually good and they're there because they are there on merit, that this guy has been allowed to kind of rise to, I mean, ridiculous amount of status. He's become like a very famous as well. I mean, when this all happened, he was all over every newspaper about how he was the first, you know, young black academic at Cambridge. Do you think that this is another example of the kind of rejection of meritocracy?
Well, unambiguously. I mean, it's not just that I mean, it's even worse than that, Ellie, right? Because it's not just like he beat somebody else to the job. Who might have been better. This guy's credentials were non-existent.
Yeah.
And it's why I really fear for positive discrimination. The minute that you start saying somebody from this ethnic group or this gender or of this particular type or religious views needs to be given an edge, the assumption which you were highlighting is that all people with those characteristics must have been unreasonably unfairly promoted rather than on their merit. So the consequence of this guy's behaviour is that other perfectly legitimate black academics will be frowned upon. You know, did you pull the same stunt as Arde? So it's a disaster. Meritocracy has died in large parts of Britain. It's all about memes and vibes. And this guy ticked every meme and vibe box you could possibly want ticked. The fact that his academic credentials were essentially non-existent appears not to have concerned Cambridge University one jot. So the damage to Cambridge University's reputation is epic and deserved.
Definitely. I mean, should we read out some comments before we go on to talk about our amazing Prime Minister, Andy Burnham?
Can you see them okay?
I think Ellie might have to bring a picture of her actual father if Mark keeps peddling the Dan Hodges me. I will have to ask my dad actually to prove that he is in fact my dad. Dan Hodges, I'm not related to him at all. He was just, you know, winding me up, and it clearly worked. So much talent on UK Live Online. I'm spending too much time on the sofa. That's absolutely fine. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. Ellie, you're doing fantastic. I'm loving the show. Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Mark, for being my first guest on the show. Really appreciate that. Should we go on to talk about our Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, now?
Why not?
Why not? I mean, how's he doing, do you think?
Well, I mean, he's a little bit easier on the eye than the last guy, right?
Yeah.
You can say that about him, and he has a certain charm. Is that the right word? Easy style. I've only met him once.
Okay.
And I'm trying to.
What was that experience like?
It was on a Radio 2 show, and it was something to do about football. It must have been 10 years ago or something. And, you know, so I can, in terms of my kind of direct knowledge of him, I can only base it on having met him for kind of 10, 20 minutes. Seemed a perfectly personable chap. He is a personable chap.
Yeah.
But there is no plan. I mean, we've just been talking about the memes and vibes around Arde. I mean, Burnham is all about memes and vibes. Can anybody tell me what Manchesterism is, what Burnhamism is? He's attuned to the media, so there's going to be this sort of rollout of a daily announcement with, you know, him standing in a warehouse or on a bus.
His TikToks is something that he's definitely pushing a lot now.
This is what he thinks politics is about. But I haven't got a single clue about how he's going to get the deficit down. What does he think would bring economic growth to the economy? What is his plan for immigration other than to, quote, get a grip on it?
I mean, we haven't heard much from him about immigration at all, have we? And I mean, he could actually be really popular if he just sorted out our immigration crisis.
Yeah.
But he won't do it because, and also there's the problem of his backbenchers. Are they really behind him, or?
Well, I think they're behind him as long as he does nothing. Basically. So as long as it is all just sort of memes and vibes and touchy-feely, hopey-changey stuff, he's fine. But most of the things that you need to do to get a grip of the big issues facing Britain require something somewhat more muscular than that. Huge cuts to the welfare budget, a total overhaul, indeed an ending of the present asylum system. There's no way he can get anywhere close to doing that.
And how do you think he will do internationally, especially with, you know, Trump, for example? Because Trump has actually come out and said that he quite likes him. Do you think that will continue?
I think Trump will eat him alive. I mean, Trump's obviously highly inconsistent and unpredictable. I mean, mean, I think he's lauded Keir Starmer and then slammed Keir Starmer. As soon as Burnham does anything that even mildly irritates Donald Trump, even if that mild irritation is not justified, Trump will go bananas. My best advice to Burnham would be to try and avoid that relationship rather than embrace it.
Avoid that relationship. Interesting. Okay, and we have this video of Ed Miliband actually with Marco Rubio, and it's quite something, I'd say. Let's have a look.
Mr. Miliband, do you still think the president is an idiot, a racist, and a misogynist? Sir, do you still hold a dim view of the president and does it hamper your business?
We're looking forward to our meeting.
What do you want to say?
Are you going to be talking about Ukraine or any sign of progress on Ukraine?
Mr. Rubio, are you looking for...
What kind of question are we talking about Ukraine?
Are you looking for Britain to bail you out on the right?
And intergalactic affairs and all kinds of other things.
Sir, are you looking for Britain to bail you out?
Do you apologise for calling Mr. Trump a racist, sir?
I mean, how can Ed Miliband possibly strike up any positive relationship with Trump?
Well, quite, or even with Rubio.
Yeah,
I mean, you can see
it's just embarrassing.
You can see that these are two men who have absolutely nothing in common. And Ed Miliband thinks that the way to cloak that is to say nothing and put on an utterly insane grin.
Yeah.
That was it. So, yeah, I mean, look, the big mistake here, and people on the right of politics need to be conscious of this as well. If you pile in, calling some foreign politician a misogynist, a racist, or whatever else it might be, a crook, a criminal, so it goes on, and that foreign politician then assumes a position of power that is vital to you, you've put yourself and your country in a diminished position. I think it's okay to be critical of foreign politicians, by the way, but if you use language of the type used by Miliband and Lammy, it sours a relationship. I think that makes Miliband unfit to be our Foreign Secretary on that basis alone.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. I just don't understand why he would have ever been the right appointment here. I guess it's because I think Andy Burnham just kind of wants to get him out of the country and it's just pushing him around there. I think that might be a big reason as to why he's been appointed as Foreign Secretary. But what do you make of the other appointments?
What, convicted fraudster Louise Hay as Deputy Prime Minister? Pretty strange, that one, isn't it? It's my view overall, although I don't know the exact sort of factions and ideological positioning of Labour MPs as well as I know those on the Tory side of the ledger, is that the Burnham cabinet is a somewhat measurable tilt to the left compared to Starmer's. That sort of, put aside what you think of these people's competencies, but Rachel Reeves, for example, or certainly Liz Kendall, on the Blairite wing or the moderate wing of the Labour Party, now both out. Yvette Cooper, somewhere near that space as well, demoted. So it's a tilt towards the left of the party. Or from
I think the left actually say differently though. From what I can see.
Which extreme right wingers do they think around the cabinet table?
But from what I can see, they are actually saying that he's kind of shifting a bit right. I know we would both disagree with that, but they have that opinion, which I find quite interesting. I mean, I guess maybe John Healey is a bit more to the right. What do you think about that?
Well, probably middle of the road.
Yeah.
But I would say Healey is slightly to the left of Reeves.
Okay.
So we now have a slightly more left-wing chancellor. I mean, all of these are, shades and grades and increments. So it's not obvious to me that. He may be a more competent chancellor, but that's a rather different thing. I think in most positions there's been a tilt to the left. I mean, the only sign that I took, which I was quite happy about, was I think Pat McFadden at the Welfare Department has some sort of ambition to get welfare spending under control. I suspect his ambitions will be frustrated by his parliamentary colleagues, but nevertheless, we haven't got a hardcore lefty in charge of the biggest spending department. Where's streeting to defence? I mean, fine, I guess, but it doesn't strike me that that's Streeting's strong suit.
No.
So that was a bit of an odd one. I would have preferred Streeting to be in a serious economic profile, because insofar as there are any Labour politicians I like, and Streeting is somewhat more towards the moderate end of the spectrum, but he's dealing with defence, in which his job will be to spend more government money. So I consider that to be a misallocation of Streeting's talents insofar as they exist.
And let's quickly talk about the state of the Conservative Party as well, just kind of going through all of the stories of today. There's been quite a few. So there's been lots of controversy around this councillor, this Conservative councillor was going to stand as a councillor, then came out that he used to basically be a neo-Nazi. He had come out with some really anti-Semitic things in the past. And he's now worked on kind of anti-radical, being radicalised and stuff. And Kemi Badenoch has now appointed him as an advisor. What do you think about that? Can those mistakes be forgiven? Is that actually a good move from Kemi, or is it just optically awful?
Overall, as a strategy, I don't think it's a terrible move, right?
Okay.
I do believe in giving people second chances if there is genuine remorse about what they have done. And although I've never met this chap, Joshua, whatever his name is, who now runs Crewkern Gazette, doesn't he? The
AI
online
Twitter
show.
account,
It does seem that there's genuine remorse there. And I'd sort of liken it to this. I don't think I ever experienced it myself at school, but quite often you'd get coming to talk to young boys at school, former convicted criminals who have seen the error of their ways, right? Rather than saying, oh my God, we can't possibly have a former convicted criminal who used to be involved in gangs and knife crime coming to talk to the boys. They actually see it as useful if the rehabilitation is genuine. In this guy's case, from what I can gather, the rehabilitation is genuine, right? This isn't just something he's covering up, something that happened a long time ago, and he is a changed man. That said, Kemi screwed this up, I think, to some degree. Not because the strategy was wrong, but because if you're going to make a bold move like that and actually say, yeah, I want a former neo-Nazi to be wearing a Conservative rosette in a public election, I think you need a more public rehabilitation than she allowed. So this guy should have given, I don't know, a speech at Conservative Party conference, for example, about how he had changed his ways. He should have had an online video in which he and Kemi were discussing his past. Because out of a clear blue sky, all you got was former neo-Nazi. Oh, apparently Kemi thinks that he's all right. So I think there needed to be a public part of the rehabilitation. The optics of it were absolutely terrible. The other thing that has slightly pulled the rug from under Kemi's feet, although I think I might be glad about this, it's going to make it a bit tricky for the Tories to criticise the previous record of reform candidates in the future, isn't it? If you've actually said you want a former neo-Nazi to run for you, it's going to be difficult to go through the social media feeds of reform candidates saying, oh, that's a bit off.
And the Conservatives have been very big on that as well, with whenever there's a reform councillor that might have said something in the past. I mean, I think rightly so, they've kind of exposed them, but it's going to be hard for them to do that now that they have this guy who is literally a former neo-Nazi. I mean, I know Reform have definitely attacked the Conservatives over this. But do you think there's a difference between, actually being a councillor, having this been your past, and advising the party?
There is definitely a difference, and the reason given for him stepping down as a potential council candidate was that the entire election, certainly in his ward but more widely, would be covered by his past. Whereas if you're a behind the scenes kind of guy or gal and you're just genuinely giving advice to somebody, well, it's not played out in public. You're not knocking on doors. You don't have your name on posters. Your name doesn't appear on the ballot paper. So it is different. But I think they should have done it the other way round. It's as if he's been given this advisor role as a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Well, I would have given him the advisor role, made a big song and dance about it. We want to learn from rehabilitated neo-Nazis. We want to rehabilitate other neo-Nazis. And then perhaps down the line, when people have got used to you and have understood your public personality, and he's been, I don't know, a guest on UK Live Online 5 or 6 times, then you might consider him as a candidate. But I thought the bit they got wrong was not the overarching strategy, which is fair-minded in my view and wise. It was the execution of it. The cart was put many miles before the horse, and that's why it's backfired. Unusual misstep for Kemi, by the way. She's usually extraordinarily cautious and methodical, leading some people to accuse her of being a bit slow, not sort of having the pace, not shooting from the hip. But she sort of shot from the hip a bit here, and I'm afraid it hasn't worked, because I would have liked it to have worked.
Yeah, and before you go, let's quickly talk about Reform. We've got the by-election in Clacton coming up. What do you make of it?
Well, it is a truly bizarre by-election, isn't it?
It is. I know we spoke about this before, and it's just...
And I dashed here today without having quite finished my weekly betting column, which I write on political betting for the Daily Sceptic. Look, Farage is going to win, and he's going to win by an absolute landslide. I'm considering placing a bet that he'll secure more than 80% of the vote,
Interesting.
albeit on a lowish turnout. Here is something which would be great banter if it occurs, not for Farage, who I'm sure wants to get back to campaigning on the issues rather than having to deal with all of these questions about gifts given to him and party financing. Let's imagine that the bin gets, I don't know, 15% of the vote, right? Count Binface comes second with 15% of the vote, let's say. Let's then further imagine that this by-election has to be rerun in 2 or 3 months' time because the Standards Committee fined against Farage, he's suspended from Parliament, there's a recall petition, there's a few hurdles to clear, but nevertheless it seems to me eminently possible we might have another by-election there in, I don't know, October, November, for sake of argument. In that scenario, I would expect Nigel Farage to comfortably win that seat again in the second by-election. But I think we might have the delightful prospect that having built a base of support, Count Binface might beat some of the other mainstream parties. In fact, he should go around saying, last time I came second to Nigel Farage. Don't waste your vote on the Tories or Labour or the Liberal Democrats or the Greens. Vote for me. So insofar as Count Binface causes embarrassment to our more mainstream politicians, I think the last laugh might be on the mainstream parties, that if there's a rerun of this, Farage will win again handsomely, but Binface could come second again. And ahead of Tories,
I can't
Labour
even
and
believe we're
Greens.
having this conversation.
This is how serious our politics has become, Ellie, isn't it? We've got to get our minds around the get out the vote operation of Count Binface and his party. So, yeah, I think this could be a bit of a pre-show, and a second by-election would be enormously more dramatic and might not cause the mainstream parties to snigger at Farage in quite the way they have in recent weeks.
Thank you very much, Mark, for being the first guest on my show.
A true honour.
I hope to see you soon. So next we've got Maeve Halligan, who is a women's rights activist and founding president of the Cambridge University Society of Women. She's been going very viral recently, actually, for her speech made in Cambridge, and she's been doing the media rounds since. Is Maeve there?
Yeah.
Oh, she's there. Hi, Maeve. How are you? I can't hear. Have you muted yourself?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
How are you, Maeve?
I'm really well. Nice to see you, and thanks for having me on.
No problem. So I really want to talk to you about the Labour's Women's Conference and kind of what's happening there and why there's been 4 Labour-affiliated trade unions that have actually started boycotting it. Could you tell us more?
Sure. So the Labour Women's Conference is, it happens annually, and it's sort of an extra part of just the more general conference. Now, this will be happening in September this year. And there are 4 out of the 11 Labour-affiliated unions who have decided this year to boycott. Now, they are boycotting because this women's conference is now going to be, the vast majority of the kind of components of the conference are going to be single sex. They will be women only, female only, however you want to put it. Now, the boycott is happening because these unions have decided that that decision goes against their so-called inclusivity policies when it comes to trans-identified individuals, in this case, men who identify as women. So they will be boycotting the conference. I should add that doesn't mean that trans-identifying men, or sometimes called trans women, are totally removed from the whole thing. They can attend the fringe events of the conference, so like the reception and the exhibition, but they can't do things like vote. They can't participate in debates on policy or speeches or similar. So it's not like they're totally removed, although in my opinion they absolutely should be. It should be a women's conference in every sense of that word. There should be no space for men, however they identify. Personally, I'm simply not interested. Now, one of the biggest unions boycotting is Unison, and they are a huge donor to the Labour Party. So over the past 25 years, they have donated over £40 million, and they're a very powerful union as a result. But I would say, and I've said before, that this is, it reframes this boycott as a desire to deploy this financial leverage over the Labour Party to effectively try and bully them into not complying with the law. When I say the law, I'm talking about the fact that in April of 2025, the UK Supreme Court ruled that in the Equality Act, when we say woman, we mean biological woman, and when we say sex, we mean biological sex, and all the rest of it. So these are unions seeking to boycott a conference because they are angry about the law, because they believe that it discriminates against men who are seeking to infiltrate a women-only event.
I mean, do you think that they ever actually will accept the law? Because it feels like there's lots of these different groups and trade unions that are just going to continue to push this, even though the law has quite literally clarified what being a woman means.
Sure. So it's important to mention that the EHRC Code of Practice for Services has been, we know what it is now. It came into force just yesterday, I believe, on August the 5th, and it applies across England and Scotland and Wales, and it basically says to services, businesses, associations that it strongly encourages them, let's say, to provide single-sex services, be that bathrooms, be that changing rooms or similar. Now, it doesn't necessarily create legal obligation, but it's important because it can be used in tribunals and stuff. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is an important thing for women and for our sex-based rights. But you're right, it's really concerning to see how you've got unions doubling down and, getting up in arms about the fact that the law, which is there to protect women, it is now coming into force, and they're having to really combat it. What I will say is that I'd love to know if these unions surveyed their members. Did they ask every single person involved what they actually think, or is this a classic case of leadership deciding that they know what's best for everybody and they have a monopoly on morality and on compassion? I would argue that, that there must be, especially women in these unions, who are probably happy that the law now has been clarified, not that we all didn't know already, in order to protect women. I mean, this is misogyny, and it's dressed up, but it's exactly the same old story that we've seen in politics time and time again, to be honest. One thing I should also add about Unison is that they have previous. I mean, Miranda Newsom, who was banned or barred from all 8 council-run leisure centres in her neighbourhood in London, she was barred because she complained when she saw a trans-identifying male in the female changing room. She complained, and the response of that leisure centre was to bar her. Anyway, Unison, one of the unions boycotting the Labour Women's Conference, then organised a protest against her and in favour of that man's supposed right to access these female-only spaces. So it's quite clear that part of Unison's modus operandi right now is actively seeking to erode the sex-based rights of women, especially their right to single-sex services.
And how much power do you think that these unions actually have? Do you think this could actually, obviously they are going to have to keep to the law, so they're not going to start letting, well, I hope not that they're going to start letting trans women, i.e. men, into this conference. But do you think that these unions actually have quite a lot of influence and power over the Labour members?
Well, in theory, yeah, and I've said, especially because financially, again, Unison is such a big donor, so that is definitely something that they can leverage, as I've mentioned. Other than that, though, what we know about transgender ideology more generally is that when it is very, very loudly promoted by a minority, a lot of people, especially women, are kind of bullied into compliance and into self-censorship. So the reason that transgenderism has successfully infiltrated not only legislation, but our institutions, and also, I would argue, sort of the minds of a lot of people in our society, chief among them young women, which I have a lot of experience with, it is an effective ideology, as in it's been deployed very, very effectively. So it's going to be difficult to unpick this stuff. But the fact that Labour are complying with the law, I refuse to credit them. As I have said before, I don't think that this is because they are doing so based on conviction or on principle. They're doing so simply because the law is now telling them that they absolutely have to. Now, last year, they cancelled the Women's Conference altogether because they were too cowardly to actually comply with the law and protect women's right to have their own event. And it's not like it's some, massive, extremely well-funded thing. No, this is just a day or, sort of tacked on to the main conference. I should add that the Labour Women's Declaration have been absolutely instrumental in really condemning these unions' decision to boycott, and they've called it petulant and they've called it performative, and I think that's absolutely right. The Labour Women's Declaration as well, their work is very important because they prove what is a fact that it often goes unacknowledged or conveniently ignored by trans rights activists, which is that you don't have to be on the right, you don't have to be conservative to be gender critical, aka to be pro-women and our sex-based rights. These are women who are decidedly left of centre. You know, they are members of the Labour Party, they are members of the Labour Women's Declaration, the clue's in the name. You don't have to be conservative in order to acknowledge biological sex and seek to protect and promote women's sex-based rights, issues and causes on that basis. Being gender critical is not party political, and we've seen that time and time again. In fact, a lot of women, you know, have been ousted from political parties, for example, the Greens, simply because they were voicing gender critical views or even just some concerns at the aggressive and pernicious nature of gender ideology. That doesn't mean that they cease to be left-leaning. It just means that parties are rejecting them because they've decided that being gender critical cannot align with the sort of left, radical left, I'd argue, the sort of omni-cause at the moment.
I mean, it is a really good point, because lots of people do just assume that it's only right-wing women who can acknowledge biological sex, and that's actually not true at all. But I do think that I actually feel quite bad for left-wing women who can see the truth here, because it must be really hard for them. And I'd actually like to speak to you about, obviously you went really viral after you're at Cambridge and you did your speech. How was it when you set up the Women's Society and were only letting biological women into it? And what was that experience like at university?
So what I found quite interesting is that, you know, I was, of course, personally attacked a lot online, but also in person. My time at Cambridge was very fun in lots of ways. I was only there for one academic year, so short and sweet, but because I was doing a postgraduate degree. But so I received a lot of flack myself. But one of the terms that was often, you know, that the society was dubbed exclusionary. And what really bothered me about that is that there are dozens and dozens, I think there are well over 100 student societies, not only at Cambridge, but at the average university. Students like to organise and have groups and, you know, unify over a common factor or interest. Why were we the only people being attacked for unifying on the basis of sex, which is one of the most obvious categories that, you know, that's part of being a human being? You know, it's not like people were looking at the, you know, Caribbean society and saying, oh, you're excluding non-Caribbean people. Yeah. It's not like people were looking at the, you know, Lord of the Rings society and saying, oh, you're excluding people who don't like Tolkien. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. We were attacked for being exclusionary because we decided to associate on a sex basis. And that's absolutely right and valid and you know, needed, I would argue, because of the backlash that we faced for doing so. That speaks to the necessity of the work that myself, my co-founders and all of our members were doing. You know, it's not exclusionary to seek to come together as women and to discuss the issues and causes that we are interested in right now. I will add that, you know, these trans-identifying men, they're seeking to you know, co-opt a female identity, which is not only deeply misogynistic, it's also homophobic in the fact, insofar as a lot of these just heterosexual men who call themselves lesbians and try to infiltrate lesbian spaces, which is absolutely abhorrent. You know, it's obviously such a problem, and the fact that this is happening at universities so commonly, and that we as young women were on the end of so much hatred and vitriol, it speaks to a way, way bigger thing that's happening on our campuses right now, which is huge threat posed to freedom of speech and expression, academic freedom, freedom of association in our case. You know, there's clearly something going really, really wrong. Universities have been infiltrated by gender ideology, but others as well. And I think it's something that really needs to be addressed. And what I can say about the Society of Women is that it did stress test that system, which for too long had been getting away with basically telling women to shut up.
And do you think that there's a lot of young people now that are, obviously you have your kind of group that are all very sane on this issue. Do you think that young people are starting to wake up and actually speak out about this?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. Myself, Connie Shaw, who's another great young woman and has absolutely been at the forefront of youth gender critical activism, or as I'd say, pro-women activism. You know, I've worked with her on some stuff and, you know, we have so many other people in our lives, many of whom are our dear friends, who are absolutely, you know, well, sane, as you say, but are active in this sphere, because it's really important to just say the thing at this point, because so many people have self-censored for so long. And that the number of us is growing all the time, and, you know, we're organising, and that's really important. But also, I get contacted online all the time by young people, especially young women, which is really heartening in some senses, because, you know, they can reach out to me, they can see what I'm doing and saying, and it gives them something to point to, something to agree with, rather than having to just themselves put their head above the parapet. But it can also be really sad, because a lot of the time these young women are saying, I couldn't possibly say this, I'd lose all my friends. I couldn't possibly say this, I'd risk my job, you know?
Yeah, it's really sad. But Maeve, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate that, being on my first ever show as well, and hopefully see you soon.
Absolutely, take care.
See you later, bye. That was really good, I really enjoyed that. Maeve is really good at this, and she's really good at talking about these issues, and she went really, really viral for the speech that she did at Cambridge, just calling out common sense and talking about biological sex. That was really good. I hope everyone is enjoying the show so far. We've had Mark Littlewood, that was Maeve Halligan, and we've got Toby Young, Colin Sutton and Adam Cherry from Guido Fawkes coming up as well. Should we read some comments?
Yes.
Let me take this out now. Laura Jane, super chat, women's rights and safety matter. Exactly. And this is just common sense. And I think that Maeve actually made a really good point there, that this isn't party political and this shouldn't be a right versus left issue. And that actually there's lots of women from all different sides of politics that can acknowledge the basic fact of biological sex. That's a really good point to make there. Have we got any more? Another super chat, thank you so much. Congratulations, I'm sure you'll be a mega star. Thank you so much, that's really nice. I hope you guys are all enjoying this. As I said, this is my first live show, so it might not be perfect, but first time. Ellie and Maeve are fab, thank you so much. I really like Maeve, she's lovely, and all of those women, Connie Shaw as well. Group of women that are just calling out all of this trans nonsense. Ellie is excellent, so professional and relaxed. Thank you very much. I really enjoy doing this actually. I've really enjoyed myself for my first time. If Maeve and Ellie are representative of our young, maybe things will turn out all right. I hope so, and I hope I can bring some kind of optimism to the show. I know there's lots of shows that just kind of talk about how bad everything is all the time, and it can really get you down, and I hope that I can bring some optimism and talk about the serious issues that we have in this country, but also say how we're going to fix them and give you guys a little bit of hope. But now let's go to the news, and we'll be back with Toby Young.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. A body has been recovered in the search for a 13-year-old boy who got into difficulty while swimming off Hornsea on the East Yorkshire coast. Police say the death is not being treated as suspicious. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born in Lisbon, Portugal. Britain is heading for what could be its worst cereal harvest in 4 decades after the driest July on record in England and Wales, with farmers warning of major crop losses from prolonged drought and heat. Politically, Reform UK has regained a poll lead over Labour, amid talk that any early burn and bounce under the new Prime Minister may already be fading. Laters, tigers.
That was the news, and we've got Toby coming up next, Toby Young from the Free Speech Union, which I'm sure you all know very well, and I would urge you guys all to become a member. I know that I am. It's a very, very important organisation. I'm really looking forward to speaking to him. I'm also speaking to Colin Sutton as well, which I'm really, really excited for. He's just absolutely amazing. I mean, the stories that he has are just incredible. So looking forward to speaking to him. Let's read out some comments again. David, what a great lineup. Well done, Ellie. Great show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. As I said, it's my first show, so it can only go up from here. Great first show, Ellie. You're smashing it, and long may it continue. Thank you very much. And who is this that's just come in? We've got Peach with us now.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello, Ellie.
How are you?
Yeah, fine. Well, more to the point, how are you? From the gallery, this is fantastic. We're really enjoying it. How are you feeling?
Good. First live show, so I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I'm very comfortable here, and I'm really enjoying it, actually. I've really enjoyed it. We've had Mark Littlewood come in, which is really good. Always very relaxed with him. I've interviewed him so many times. Yeah. He's always great. And then we just had Maeve Halligan as well, who's just, I think she's absolutely brilliant in the work that she's done. And now we've got you. So I mean, what more could I ask for?
You've done you've done plenty of podcasts, and I know
Yes.
you work with the New Culture Forum.
Yeah, I used to do some work with them, but now I'm just kind of doing my freelance stuff. But I'm hosting the Daily Skeptics podcast, which is Toby Young's organisation as well.
So how do you find the difference between being live, that immediacy, and the comments that come in? I've been reading the comments; they're amazing.
I'm glad.
How do you find that? I mean, you must have been a bit nervous at the beginning.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's very different doing live compared to, pre-recorded stuff, because when you are doing pre-recorded stuff, you feel like you are just talking to that person.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm talking to you now, but I feel like I'm talking to loads of
You
other
are.
people as well,
Yeah.
which is great. And I like that. I like that you kind of got a connection with the audience. I love the comments coming in as well. And I appreciate all of the nice comments. So yeah, I think I actually prefer doing live. It's quite fun. And as you said, I was a little bit nervous before, but I always do things that make me nervous. Because once you do it, then you're very excited. So
What's really interesting, and people don't realise, because you watch someone like Mike Graham, been doing it ages, he has what we call broadcast craft.
Yeah.
And radio DJs have radio craft. So it's things like, you know, you can't see it at home, guys, but Ellie's got a couple of screens in front of her.
Yeah.
She's got a running order. She's got a prompt screen. Got Scarlett and Luke in the gallery, and they're pressing buttons to say guest here, guest not here. And sometimes the guests turn up a little late, and that means that you then have to fill. And you know,
you just have to keep talking.
And keep it interesting as well, and that engagement. So I think the biggest thing, broadcast craft, that certainly Mike Graham does and all good broadcasters do, and you're doing now, is that connection with the audience. So you say when you're doing a podcast, it's just talking to me here.
You're just talking to that person, really.
But when you're doing a show like this, you are talking to one person. You're just talking to one person behind that camera.
Yeah.
And that's everybody. So I think it's fantastic. It's great to have you on board. Absolutely loving it.
Yeah, I'm loving it as well. It's great fun, and I'm glad that I've got kind of all of these guests. They're all amazing people, including you as well, of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
But yeah, it is very different, but I am enjoying it. It's fun. I mean, it's crazy to think, how long have I been on? 47 minutes. It goes by quite quickly.
It does.
I haven't felt like I've been talking for 45 minutes. I mean, you've got to be a good talker to do live TV, definitely.
Actually, I was interested. I was talking to you, and I said, where do you see yourself in a few years' time? What do you want to do? And you said, I want to be a presenter. Well, you are a presenter now. But when did you get that idea in your head? When did you decide you wanted to do that? I mean, I still don't know what I want to do with my life at my age now. You know, I'm making stuff up as I go along, you know.
I mean, I don't think there was one particular moment. I mean, I kind of went through school not really knowing what I wanted to do. And then
Did you do GCSEs and then not do A-levels?
No, not do A-levels.
Not interested, or?
I just wanted to start working ASAP. I'm quite ambitious, and I like to make things happen for myself. And I always say to young people as well, stuff isn't going to happen for you. I think a lot of young people think that stuff just happens for them. You have to make things happen for yourself. You have to reach out, you know.
Well, so if I can have the camera there, everybody. I was getting notes over the past 2 or 3 weeks from Ellie saying, do you have a spare slot? If someone doesn't turn up, I will do it, I will do it. And then, Ellie, you were so persistent that I'm speaking to Mike Graham and Donald, our other partner.
Yeah.
We were so happy to see a young person wanting to do that. And all you can do when you're older and in business is, A, try and run a good business, but give people a chance.
Yeah.
And that's not patronising, because
no, I know.
I got where I am, whatever. Everybody gets where they are. You need a chance.
Yeah.
Someone has to give you a chance, give you an opportunity at some point. And I really admired that. I really admired it.
Thank you.
Before we go to Toby, we've got a nice comment.
Okay.
Someone sent you £5.
Oh, nice.
Let's look at the
Me?
comments.
Not you, unfortunately. You wish.
This has come to...
You got that screen there as well.
Oh, there you go. That's much better. This has come so incredibly natural to you. Congrats. It's great to see our age group being represented and showing we're not all rabid socialists. Harvey, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And I'm glad that you're watching as someone who is younger as well. I mean, that's something that I love to see. I love to see younger people involved in politics and just kind of educating themselves. And every vote counts, no matter how old you are. And I'm very glad that you're watching.
Yeah, but you're a bit of an outlier with centrist views.
Yeah.
And let's not be pejorative about any of the views. If you're left, you know, liberal, centre, right, and let's say right isn't far right. It's just people with maybe common sense. But do you find that you're a bit of an outlier with all your friends?
Yes, I would say they find it weird that I'm interested in politics. Like, it's quite a random thing to be interested in.
from a young age, but I think it's one of the most important things, because politics is everywhere. Everything you do is politics.
Brilliant.
Without people realising. And literally everything you do in life is somehow related to politics. Me having a conversation with you here is about politics. The fact that we're able to get this studio is to do with politics, because you rent it or you buy it from someone. You
And
know,
paying really high business rates.
Exactly.
Yes.
Everything comes back to politics. So, and I don't expect everyone to, watch politics all the time, but I think it's really good just to have a basic understanding of what's happening, and I urge more young people to do that. And also, if you have ambition, follow it, because you can make anything happen if you want to.
And with a bit of a link here.
Yes.
Because we're in this kind of space, I felt a need to join the Free Speech Union.
Yes.
I believe we've got Toby Young.
We have got
now.
Toby here. Toby, hi.
Toby, hi.
Hi, Ellie.
How are you?
I'm okay. Do we need to adjust this? I see that the FSU thing has become. Should we? Maybe if I. If you have a look in the screen, Alex, it's like the F has been cut off. It looks a bit weird. Yeah, that looks okay.
There you
let's
go.
do
There
that.
you go. You can see that's Free Speech Union there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Is that okay? That's good.
Hold on. Can we just pull it?
Perfect.
There we go. Yeah. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining me, Toby. So I've got a lot that I want to speak to you about today. So the Jason Arde story, I mean, we've been talking about it with Mark. It's absolutely insane. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary story. I read the blog post by Nathan Kofnas, the ex-Cambridge Don, who broke the story, I think on July 21st. And thought, well, this is quite big, but I was worried that it would be quite quickly hushed up, that his defenders would zealously defend him, accuse anyone raising questions about his academic credentials or his life story of being racist. And of course, that is what happened. So Jolyon Morm at the Good Law Project started a petition, open letter, and it was signed by over 13,000 people, including 3 heads of Cambridge colleges, various professors, several Labour MPs, various prominent figures in public life, all essentially saying, how dare you question the credentials or the life story of this distinguished black scholar. You're racist, shut up, go away. But happily, the allegations were taken up by various newspapers, including The Guardian, even the New York Times, the BBC, although it's quite late to the party. And it turned out that, that there was something to this story. And the deeper people dug into his story, the more problematic it appeared to be. Yesterday, we had the denouement in which Cambridge finally said, Cambridge University, that it would be opening an investigation into Jason Arde, as did Jesus College, the Cambridge college where he was a fellow. And shortly afterwards, Jason Arde announced that he was resigning his professorship and resigning as a fellow of Jesus. But the investigation is continuing, so the story isn't over yet. But it has been just remarkable how viral the story has gone. I guess it has helped a bit that it's been in August, the silly season, when there isn't much political news, and it's been just a great silly season story. It's, from a newspaper's point of view, a gift that keeps on giving. It's hard, I think, at this point not to feel a little bit sorry for Jason Arde. He has clearly been enabled by a series of patronising academics who've elevated him far above his natural station, and he's come a cropper. But it must be, I suppose you could say that he's in the process of being cancelled. And of course, he's made his bed to a great extent. But as someone who was cancelled myself, that was the reason I set up the Free Speech Union 6 years ago. It's hard not to feel some sympathy for what he must be going through now.
And I also think it's kind of insulting for some of the ethnic minority academics who are actually got there on merit and are actually really successful. These kind of just continue lying without being questioned. And what do you think this our institutions, the fact that he has just been able to get away with this for quite a long time, really, until now.
Yes, I mean, I think we clearly have a problem in institutions, particularly universities. Applicants for roles being held to a lower than applicants. I mean, all the people that defended Jason Arday think of themselves as being, you know, implacable opponents of racism, and think they're on the right side of history. They're the good guys. But to hold a black scholar to a lower standard than a white scholar, the implication is that if they were held to the same standard as white scholars, then they'd never be promoted, they'd never get Cambridge professorships, which is, you know, not only extremely patronizing, but also a little bit racist as well. And as you say, does a huge disservice to those successful black scholars who are where they are on merit. I mean, it must be devastating for them to now be tarred with this same brush.
And do you think this is just another example of, well, it is another example, do you think this will continue of just this kind of complete rejection of meritocracy and putting people in certain positions just because of who they are?
Well, I think we've had a kind of retreat from meritocracy, which has been ongoing for the last 25 years, and partly enabled by the Equality Act. The Equality Act has various provisions in it, such as the public sector equality duty and the positive action clauses, which gives public bodies a license to ignore the prohibitions on discrimination in the Equality Act when it comes to supposedly underrepresented groups. So if you're applying from a demographic that's underrepresented in the company, the institution, the public body you're applying to, then they can lower the standards effectively when it comes to considering your application in order to have a more representative workforce. And that has led to all kinds of unintended consequences, but in particular, it's led to the exclusion of white applicants, particularly white male heterosexual applicants for particular roles. We had one case at the Free Speech Union in which an employee of the Department for I think Health and Social Services, maybe it was Work and Pensions, I think it was Work and Pensions, was asked by her boss to arrange an introduction day for people who wanted to apply to be police officers, I think it was, and white people were excluded. So she had to advertise this opportunity to many long-term unemployed people that she'd been working with, but not long-term unemployed white people, just long-term unemployed black and brown people and women. And she balked at receiving this instruction, objected internally, and as a result was dismissed for gross misconduct. And we went to bat for her and got her a finding of unfair dismissal in the employment tribunal and a substantial payout. But that kind of thing is now happening more and more. I mean, another example earlier this year, I think it was, maybe it was late last year, MI5 were advertising for a particular role, and white people, white men, were explicitly told they couldn't apply. So, you know, that's just reverse racism and no more defensible than out-and-out racism. So, yeah, you're right. We have been in retreat for meritocracy. The Equality Act is partly to blame, and we urgently need a correction.
And we've now got our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. He started off his premiership by refusing to give journalists questions, which wasn't the best start in terms of free speech. Do you expect that he will continue the crackdown on free speech, or should we actually be optimistic?
To be optimistic, Ellie. I mean, I think people have been led, I think, into a false sense of hope, people who are pro-free speech, because he doesn't give off the same kind of lanyard wearing, finger wagging, authoritarian man from HR vibe that Sir Keir Starmer gave off. He's more empathetic. He's a better communicator. He's good at furrowing his brow and looking concerned. But I'm not sure that will be helpful. And in fact, it might be unhelpful. He might be even better, at selling fetters on our free speech, on kind of humanitarian grounds. We need to we need to watch what we say. We need to bite our tongues, because what we say may cause offence, and we really should care more about the people that are likely to be offended by our hurty words. So you can see him kind of weaponizing that empathy, those communication skills, that impression he gives of being a compassionate, caring man, to actually fetter our free speech even more than his predecessor did. So I'm not particularly optimistic, no.
And lastly, I'd just like to quickly ask you about the story that was all across the media a few weeks ago, which was Zach Polanski reposting this picture of a Green Party supporter wearing a shirt saying, "We've only got plans for Nigel," picture of a guillotine. What do you think should have happened to him? Because I know that you're quite absolutist when it comes to free speech.
Yeah, I mean, I felt slightly torn about this one, Ellie. I mean, I can understand why Nigel Farage, in the immediate aftermath of the brutal murder of Anne Widdecombe, would be alarmed by the leader of, a major political party now, reposting an image of a man wearing a T-shirt, seemingly calling for Nigel Farage's beheading. I can understand why that would, be deeply alarming to Nigel Farage, and why he objected to it. But I think, even though I do have some sympathy for Nigel in this case, I think it was, at the end of the day, supposed to be a joke. I think the chances of anyone seeing that T-shirt and the image of a guillotine on Zach Polanski's feed and interpreting it as a call to behead Nigel Farage, I think the chances of that are pretty remote. And I think it would be setting the bar too high to say any speech which could conceivably be interpreted as incitement to violence by some unstable nutjob out there should be prohibited. I think that's too high a bar, or rather too low a bar. I think we'd end up restricting all kinds of speech for that reason. We can't be held hostage to that degree of risk. I think in this case, even though it was unpleasant and certainly something a responsible leader of a political party would not have done, I think nevertheless, I don't think Zach Polanski should be prosecuted for reposting that particular image.
Thank you so much, Toby. I really appreciate you coming on to the show.
Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you so much. So we have Colin waiting?
We do, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Colin, thank you so much for coming on the show. I really, really appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to talking to you. So you're a former detective. You was crucial to the capture of serial killer Levi Byfield, and also in putting the famous Night Stalker Delroy Grant behind bars. You've also been displayed by Martin Clunes in the popular drama Manhunt. And you're now the Reform UK Crime Commissioner for Norfolk, which I'm very excited to have you on, and congratulations on your new role. So
thank you so much, Ellie.
No problem. So the first question I'd like to ask you is, you did spend over 30 years in the Metropolitan Police, and you led some of Britain's most high-profile murder investigations. Looking back on that career, I just wondered what you're actually most proud of.
At the time, I was really proud that we'd put some really bad people in prison, and I thought that was it, that was job done. As time's gone on, I now realise that the thing I'm most proud of is that we saved literally hundreds of women and girls from becoming victims of Levi Belfield and then Delroy Grant afterwards. You know, if we'd have not succeeded, both of those terrible, evil men would have carried on. And it's the ones that we saved that I'm most proud of now.
And you've seen Britain change enormously over your career. What do you think the biggest issue is facing policing and crime in Britain today?
Oh, the biggest issue is trust and confidence of the public, because it's really, really difficult to police in the traditional British style if you don't have a degree of cooperation from the public. And various things have happened over the last 5, 10, 15, even 20 years that have gradually eroded that trust. And now we're at a stage where we can't take that trust for granted anymore with the law-abiding general population. And that's a tragedy in many ways, because the police are the public and the public are the police was the old maxim. And we need to make sure that we can re-engage with the people in the communities that we police, and that we can get their trust back. And that's so it's not something. Trust can be destroyed in an instant, but it takes a long time to build it back, and that's where we are really.
And how do you think we do build that trust back? Because as you said, it's so important, and it's kind of what holds a nation together.
Yeah, it is difficult, but I think we've got to engage. We've got to be more visible. We've got to take more time to stop and talk to people. Which, because of all the cuts and the lack of resources which the police now suffer, we've lost so many resources, we've lost so many police stations, and we've got a much bigger population as well. So there isn't the time, and the demands on officers are so high, particularly everyday response officers that most of the public see, that they don't have time to stop and talk anymore. And we need to try and get back to the idea of having officers more in touch with their neighbourhoods and talking to people, and also show that we will police without fear or favour, that we will police equally before the law. The cries of two-tier policing have been going on for some time now, and I think most sensible people have come to realise that actually it does exist, and that I know the previous Prime Minister said it didn't, but there was in black and white with the Police Race Action Plan that officers were being expected to treat different sectors of the community differently. And I think that is very, very corrosive of the trust and confidence of the wider population. So we need to make sure that people understand that that's the law, there's the line, that's where the line is drawn. If you cross it, you break the law, and it doesn't matter who you are or what your reason is, we will deal with it.
And what we're seeing come up time and time again is the issue of knife crime, and young people especially feeling the need to have a knife on them, whether that be for protection or whatever it is. But we also know that you carrying a knife means it's much more likely that you end up getting into an incident. What do we need to do to actually stop people carrying knives?
Okay, so there are two problems here on two parallel tracks, if you like. Yeah, there is the acute problem, which is the person that's outside your studio now with a knife that's going to use it soon. And we have the longer term problem of diverting and educating young people that they shouldn't be using knives. You can't have one without the other. And Glasgow had an experiment, or had an operation, if you like, some years ago that's held up. They treated knife crime as a public health issue. Yes, they did. But they also treated it as a stop and search issue, and they increased the rate of stop and search in the street by 300% during that time, and they saw a knife crime fall. So there's a twin track approach. One takes time, but one has to be done straight away. And what has to be done straight away is the use of stop and search, because there is no other way of enforcing the laws against carrying knives in public places than doing stop and search. That's the only way to enforce the laws. And I always say this: if somebody says that they are against stop and search, they are against enforcing the laws against carrying knives. And I think in the current climate and with the current carnage that's going on our streets, that's not a good look. That's not a defensible position to say we should not enforce the laws against carrying knives. So it is about stop and search. It's about using it intelligently, but it's about making sure that young people realise that there is a very, very good chance of being stopped and searched if they go out onto the street, so they will not take a knife with them. And there's two things you can think of with that. One is that people don't try to take knives onto aeroplanes. People don't try to take knives into
Very good
courtrooms.
point.
And why is that? It's because they know that they're going to be searched, they're going to go through a knife arch, and they know that that weapon will be found. We need to try and get that mentality onto our streets. And the second point on that is that when some people, particularly those who are from the left and who are against stop and search, when they say, oh, well, only 10% or only 20% of stops and searches are positive where knives are found, I say good. We want that figure to be zero. It never will be, but we want it. The closer it gets to zero, the more stops that police officers do and don't find knives, the more we know that people aren't carrying it. And we want to get to that position where people think it's just not worth the risk of taking a knife out onto the street because they're going to get stopped and searched.
And when you were kind of leading investigations, you were dealing with newspapers, television, that kind of media. Now with the advent of social media, you've got people kind of sharing rumours all the time as soon as some news comes out, and you've got thousands of people kind of becoming amateur detectives online, really. How do you deal with that? Does it make things much harder?
Yeah, it makes it impossible in some circumstances for the police to do the right thing. And I think they're behind the curve to a degree of understanding how fast social media is and how quickly unfounded rumours can get inflated and spread to literally millions of people. And I think we saw it, and I'm not going to talk about the actual crime because it's obviously sub judice now in terms of Anne Widdecombe's death. But I think what we saw there initially was a police service that was thinking we need to say something because if we don't fill this vacuum, then people are going to speculate. And what they were kind of bounced into saying things before they were ready to say them. And I think that's a trap that we need to avoid because investigating murders or serious crimes is hard and things come at you very quickly and they change the situation very quickly and I think it's all right to go out and people should expect police to go out and say, look, we don't know yet, but we're working on it, and as soon as we do know, we'll tell you. And the trade-off for that, to make that credible and to have that still promoting trust and confidence, is that as soon as that fact is known, then there has to be another press conference or another statement released to tell the truth, so that information gets out there as quickly as it can do, safely and without jeopardising the investigation. But what we're seeing is that because of what happened in the wake of things like Southport and Nottingham and Manchester bombing, all sorts of things like that, the rumour mill on social media ignites immediately. Something big happens, and what police need to understand is that they need to be in a position to respond to that, and they need to be in a position to put the truth out there quickly. Because if the truth goes out quickly, then that stops all the rumouring and the scaremongering and so speculation that you see on social media. But of course, in saying that, it does mean that the truth has to be out there. It does mean you have to put the truth into the public domain and not be frightened of the consequences, because the truth will come out at some point. And even if the truth is unpalatable, or that it's going to be unpalatable to the public for some reason, I think there's still a duty to get it out there as quickly as you can, so that you stop all this speculation. And we all have to deal with the truth. So we saw after Southport where we're in this sort of unhappy situation now, where if there is a major crime or major incident of some sort, and there is a lack of openness about what went on and who's involved, the speculation is such that everyone just assumes, oh well, they would tell us if it's nothing to do with anything to do with asylum seekers or illegal immigrants or something like that. They would say so. They say that straight away because they haven't told us who the suspect is or what the suspect looks like. It must mean that. And that's what we need to try and avoid. And that's why I say we have to be there with the truth and accept that the truth sometimes has consequences, but we shouldn't shy away from the truth.
Yeah. And you are now the Police and Crime Commissioner in Norfolk. What inspired you for kind of getting back into politics after such a long time, in policing?
I think, I mean, this role came about completely out of the blue, to be honest. The thing that inspired me to get involved in politics was that I think many people in my party, feel that the traditional parties have let this country and its population down to some degree. People like me who have got children and now grandchildren feel that we wanted to leave something for them to enjoy in the same way as we have, and were worried that that wasn't going to happen. And that made me get involved. And I'm always the sort of person. I'm never the sort of person that sits at the sidelines and watches. I
love
tend,
that.
no matter what it is, I get involved. If it's every club I've ever been a member of, I think I've ended up on the committee or organising it somewhere or other. That's just the sort of person that I am. And so it kind of came about gradually. I joined Reform. I became an officer in my local branch. I was then asked to write some stuff for them last year about crime and policing, which I did. That led to them appointing me as a police and crime advisor. And then earlier this year, when the Police and Crime Commissioner for Norfolk resigned unexpectedly, and there was a by-election, well, I live in Norfolk. There's a vacancy there. You seem to be the ideal person. And when I thought about it, I realised it really was an opportunity to do some good, to make a change for the better. For these people, I've been up in this part of the world now for 14 years, and I don't anticipate leaving it. And it's a lovely, beautiful county in a beautiful part of the world that I feel I can make a contribution to. And I thought, well, best we get on and do it before you're too old to do anything.
Yeah, and finally, after everything that you've seen in your career, you've seen the very best and the very worst of humanity, really. What still gives you hope?
Oh, what gives me hope? I tell you what gives me hope. Two things. In the policing terms, when I speak to my son and his friends and colleagues who are actually there at the sharp end delivering policing now, and I realise that they've got the same desire to serve their community and protect the vulnerable that I had all those years ago. That doesn't change. The circumstances in which they do policing has changed immensely, but thankfully, the desire for young people, brave young people, to sign on and go out there and protect their communities and protect the vulnerable hasn't changed. That gives me hope. And the other thing is that infrequently in my kind of roles, various roles, I get to visit young people in schools, and I am just amazed at the quality of thought and the quality of individual that I see. And everybody, particularly when you get to my sort of age, the young generation know nothing. That's really not true. There are some great people coming through, and I think they're the future, the hope for Britain is that we've still got wonderful young people who want this to be a great country.
I completely agree. Thank you so much, Colin, for coming on, and keep up the good work. Your work is definitely not going unnoticed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellie. I'll come on any time to see you.
Thank you.
Yes.
That was brilliant. I really, really enjoyed that. I mean, what a man. I mean, we need more people like Colin, and I hope that gives a lot of people hope, including me, that, when he's saying that he goes into schools and speaks to young people, that he still sees a passion for this country and people that want to protect this country. That is so important that we have young people like that, and I say that as a young person myself who cares about this country so much and wants to see it do well. And I think that the police can learn a lot from Colin, and I hope that he has more of an influence in the future. Do we have Adam Cherry with us?
We do indeed.
Great. Adam, hi.
Oh, afternoon, Ellie. How's the first show going?
It's going very well. Thank you for being one of my the last guest on my first show, but you've still made it to the first show, Adam.
I'll try to end the first show well. Let's see how we do.
Yeah, we need to end it on a good note. So let's try and be a little bit more positive in our conversation. So you're obviously from Guido Fawkes, and you have a new podcast coming out, a daily thing that you said that you're doing, kind of moving from the classic print journalism into the online space. Can you tell us more about that?
I mean, it's early days, so I don't want to preempt it too much and give too much away. But you are right. We want to move into the live show format, similar to what you're doing, UK Live, and what Mike's doing, because that's where the audience is, and frankly, it's a lot of fun. So I hope, again, I don't want to announce anything prematurely, but in September we're looking at pushing into this space quite aggressively, because for the last year or so I rejoined Guido from GB News about a year ago. In fact, almost exactly to the day. And we've done some podcasting. We've got our own studio already, a bespoke studio built for the very first time, very fancy. But the turnaround is too slow, I think, for the news flow, right? The 24-hour news cycle is such that we want to jump on stories immediately and start talking about them as they break, rather than a couple of days later or whatever, given that we're a small team. So we are still going to do some pre-recorded podcasts, but I think the direction of that will change slightly, and we'll have a broader sort of conversational perspective on things. And the news, the exciting day-to-day bread and butter of what we do, will be on the live show, a bit like what you guys are doing. Because as I say, that's what people want, and that's what I enjoy as well, having come from GB News for the last 2 years.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that it will be a great success. Guido Fawkes is obviously very popular anyway, so I'm sure that they will follow you onto the independent space. And what do you actually think about that, the kind of move away from mainstream media into independent spaces like this?
Yeah, I mean, so Guido's in a unique space on this because it has a strong pedigree and it's been around for over 20 years, but it was really the pioneer of that independent blogger first new media style, even though it's old enough to have it to order a drink at the bar now. So we get the best of both. But I have seen what it's like in the mainstream media, and still go on GB News frequently and do some traditional broadcasting, so to speak. But you obviously have more freedom, you can have more fun when you own your own platform and you build your own audience. There's no Ofcom, there's no sort of referee trying to curtail what you can speak about, and it is refreshing. It also, you have to stand on your own 2 feet. There's not an army of producers behind you. There's not mega bucks behind it in the same way. So you live and die by the quality of your content and how much fun you have. But that's a reason to do it, in my view. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you've got lots of comments coming in actually, just saying how excited they are for this new
good
channel. So I mean, I'm sure you'll be very, very popular. But let's have a chat about Andy Burnham without kind of bringing the vibe down too much. But he's quite actually a vibes-based politician, so maybe he'll like this. What do you think about his premiership so far? And I mean, we saw during the by-election, I went up to Makerfield and the vibe was very good and people were very excited for him to come in. How long do you think that will actually last?
A very, very short time. Excuse me. Look, he was entirely untested leading up to his election in Makerfield, that is. And then, of course, beyond that, when he was unchallenged when he stole the crown from Starmer. So he's had a very easy run of it so far. In his first 2 weeks, okay, very good. He's done a couple of interesting or fun, light TikTok clips, eating Scampi chips or whatever. As soon as he encounters serious issues, which I would argue, the first instance of that was with the small boat crossings in the last week or so, he's a little bit more shaky. It doesn't help that he's gone on holiday. Now, we mentioned this on Guido earlier this week, saying this is the earliest a Prime Minister has retreated to the sunbed in modern times, 15 days into the job. Bear in mind, he's saying he needs to create a 10-year plan and has all these ambitious ideas. He flees. And we got some criticism for that, me personally, for attacking him for this. Now, look, on this narrow point, I accept that every now and then a Prime Minister in a high-profile job deserves some time off. But 2 weeks in is ridiculous, and you wouldn't get away with it in the private sector. So I think it's absolutely right that he faces some scrutiny for that. He could have waited until Christmas. More broadly, like I said, he's still untested in serious ways. The budget at the end of October is the real moment of truth, if you like. That's when we find out how much more Healy is willing to borrow, where our taxes are going to rise, and all the grisly stuff. All the columnists and sketch writers are going to have a great time writing about a budget that's so close to Halloween. I'm sure we'll have some fun with it as well. But that's the real test. That and conference. We at Guido have been saying for a long time as well. This is a slightly separate point, but I do think it's interesting. The threat of an early election. He denies it publicly, but obviously he would. The moment you show some ambiguity there that sets the first domino off. So I think the fact that he's waiting for the report from, I think it's the Casey report, isn't it? He's moved forward by a year. That's telling, because is she going to come back and say, look, we need to do more on social care and we need to fund it in a big way? And he goes, well, I don't have the flexibility to do what I want to do on this area unless I significantly raise taxes, and the only way I can do that is via income tax or VAT or whatever, and I have to go to the country to get a mandate to do that. So I think it's a long, slightly verbose answer, but there's a lot to unpack. I think fundamentally we don't know what he thinks on many things. The budget is the first opportunity for him to prove if he's got a plan, and then I think beyond that we're facing an early election a year later.
Do you think that we're being slightly too harsh on Andy Burnham already, seeing as he's quite a new Prime Minister? And also in terms of the holiday thing, I understand why optically, don't get me wrong, it looks bad, but would you not rather him go on holiday in the middle of recess than when September comes around?
Well, sure. I mean, I'd rather he not go on holiday at all when he's so new to the job and clearly doesn't have particularly fleshed out plans. Like I said, he could have waited until Christmas. There's a pretty lengthy recess around then as well, and from December into January. So it's not impossible. No one forced him to take this job. No one forced him to storm the gates of Downing Street and force his way in. So I have very limited sympathy for those who say give him a break. He deserves a holiday. What? He didn't deserve the keys to Downing Street, or he's not entitled to those. So why should he be entitled to this holiday? Like I said, it goes back to the fundamental point. He needs to provide a plan. He needs to be in the he needs to be in the driving seat at a time of serious political peril. I mean, look at the state of immigration. Look at the state of our public finances. There are serious questions that he needs to answer very, very quickly. And going on holiday is not the way to do it.
And what do you think the chances are, I know you just mentioned it earlier, of there actually being an early general election?
Yeah, pretty high. When I say early, I don't mean tomorrow. I mean, I don't see it going. I don't see it going to 2029. I think the earliest, or rather, I think the most realistic scenario is, like I said, mid to late 2027. So about a year from now, maybe into just before the conference season of 2027. He could do it at this conference, but I'd be surprised by that. There's an argument for it to capitalise on early momentum and before he's made too many mistakes and too many difficult decisions. So there is a case for it, but I think it's more likely that he'll want to have enough time to bed in, to demonstrate who he is as a politician, what his big ideas are, and then put that manifesto, that package to the country and say, look, I'm constrained by a manifesto that you didn't elect me on, and no one did. And it's time to move on from it. Fresh start. Look what I'm capable of. All these early policy announcements, such as they are kind of chicken feed, but they were clearly designed to distance himself from the previous administration and show that he's fresh and he gets it, and not everything is going to be gloom and doom, and he's got some new ideas. Fine. I think you give him a year. In his mind, give him a year. It's not too early, it's not too late. It's about the right time in balancing between accomplishing things in power whilst also, not going so late that he's made enough mistakes that his popularity has dipped significantly.
Lastly, obviously, even a year is a hell of a lot of time in politics. If you had to...
Well, it's half a Starmer's premiership at all, yeah.
Yeah, if you had to predict the result of the next general election, what would you say?
Oh, difficult. Oh, this is...
It's a hard question, I know, but
it's a very hard question. Yeah, I mean, it depends on so many things, which is a wishy-washy answer. I think Labour have a much, much better chance than they did under Starmer, which is not saying much because the bar was low. I mean, they were going to crash to 10% under him. It wouldn't surprise me if, provided Burnham times it correctly, he's looking at some sort of deal with the Lib Dems. There's no way he gets a 160-seat majority again. Labour's political capital has been depleted. But I think he has a better chance. It depends entirely on what the situation is on the right, really, because he could sneak in through the middle if the right is divided between three parties. So you sort of saw that. You saw the result of a depleted right-wing flank in the 2024 election. So Starmer wins a massive majority on a very small percentage of the vote. You could see that happen again. The maths, it only requires a few hundred votes here or there in so many seats that, you know, you can end up with an entirely different makeup of the Commons. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, but I think Labour's chances are better than they were. It really depends on whether the right can sort its house out.
Adam, thank you very much for joining me on my first ever live show. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
See you later, bye. And that's it. That is the end of the show now. All of our guests are done. I hope you've all enjoyed this. I hope I haven't been too awful for my first time.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much, Pooch. So yeah, thank you all for joining me, and I hope that I will see all of you soon. And thank you very much for joining me. Hope it was all okay. Hope you enjoyed the guests. I thought it was actually really interesting talking to, especially Colin. His experience is just immense, and the work he's doing is fantastic. And I hope you come away from this feeling a little bit more hope in the future of this country. So thank you very much for all tuning in today, and hope to see you again
And
soon.
just to confirm, Ellie,
Yeah.
are you or are you not Dan Hodges' daughter?
And I am not Dan Hodges' daughter, just to clarify. Thanks. Okay.